not high. Waking up in winter is it's not easy. Waking up in winter is not easy, but hopefully I'm not waking up to get fights wrong. Yeah, because that was a nice. Um, I was sleeping really well. Yeah. Ah, UFC, MMA. Like waking up in the middle of the night, guys, is not fun, but I do it for you guys. So yeah, let's see how this one plays out. I have 12 predictions. If all goes well, um, we're getting 12 out of 12. So yeah, let's see how it plays out. I'm still trying to raise ideas. Man, how are you? I'm good. I'm good. Welcome to the stream, my guy. Yeah, waking up, waking up is a lot, but let's just make sure it's worth it by getting all these fights right. Um, Short McGee, it's not letting me watch the fights. What's going on? Oh, what stream are you using? Like, is it a pay per view? What's happening? Or is it like the bogus streams? The rest ideas. What do you think today? I think Bilal loses. In all honesty, I genuinely feel like it's a coin flip McGee. Um, what that means is basically that I genuinely think Bilal. Obviously, I picked Bilal, and in my breakdowns, I actually went with Bilal. I genuinely feel like Bilal has underrated striking. I think Bilal has exceptional grappling. Even though he doesn't finish, he knows how to control. He's relentless. Um, so in all honesty, I genuinely think um, Bilal is the better fighter. However, at the age of 36, he's fighting a young, hungry prospect who has incredible striking, right? Um, so yeah, I genuinely think that Bilal is the better fighter. However, there's so many elements. Like if Bilal maybe was like 34 or 33, I'd say definitely Bilal is going to win this one. But we can't take away the fact that Father Time is undefeated, right? And because of the age element, it makes it a little bit difficult to have any confidence. I mean, we saw how Alexander Volkanovski looked against Diego Lopez. Even though I picked Alexander Volkanovski in that fight to actually win, which was a good pick, Alexander Volkanovski looked very slow in that particular fight. So I think that's one of the biggest issues that I have right now with my pick. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see how this one plays out. There are a lot of close fights on this particular card, so I'm honestly worried because a lot of my picks are not very popular. So let's see how it goes. Um, Juju, Takinova, Sterling or Eslan. I'm thinking Sterling, but it's gonna be a close one. To be honest, I think it's gonna be a close one. I'm not overlooking or underestimating Urslan, to be honest. Um, because in my analysis, I was like, "Ooh, this shouldn't be this close." But I'm still picking Sterling. But uh, I don't know. Urslan, might shock a lot of us, um, especially because I don't feel like people are giving him that much of a shot. But in my analysis, I was like, okay, this is closer than I would have liked it to be. It's uncomfortably close, but I'm still picking Sterling. Renier the Rizzler, what's good, my dude? Um, Russian link, brother. Russian link, brother. Shoshat McGee, send me location. Renier the Rizlord, no pay, brother. Shoshat McGee need ASAP. 2 3 years spot search. What? What? Jiu-Jitsu taking over. Sterling or Eslan? Okay, I think I responded to this one. San McGee, 2 years spot search and forget. Oh, wow. Juju taking over. Sterling or Eslan? Okay, I think I answered this one. Should McGee taking over? Should I touch this fight or no? Which fight? Like you mean Sterling or versus Aslan? I honestly cannot say, to be honest. Um, I'm not gonna lie. I honestly cannot say. Because this one is a little bit hard for me. Because even though I picked Sterling, I think he's pretty unproven. But I mean, he has decent striking from a good camp, so he should perform pretty decently. However, I mean, he went to a decision with Tugo Tokos, which is not too terrible, but still, I mean, that's not a good look. So, I mean, personally, I would stay away from it, but I sometimes get fights wrong, so maybe you might be right and I might be wrong. Who knows? Um, I'll call you in 6 months. um, Juju, his 6-0 though. I mean, Bo Nickel was 7-0, and it was he had more hype than Sterling, but I mean, make a decision that you feel like makes more sense to you at the end of the day. I wouldn't touch it though. Renier the wrist lord. I hope Belal gets smoked. And don't say that, dude. Those ideas. Grasso win or loses. Please, your opinion. I think she's going to lose. I think Silva is just exceptionally talented. I'm not gonna lie. I think Silva is just exceptionally talented. I would go as far as saying I think Silva might potentially be the future champion because I don't think Alexander um but what do you call her? Valentina Shevchenko is going to be at the top for a very long time. I still feel like she beats Manon Fiorot, but I think Natalia Silva is probably going to be the one to dethrone her. Um, Renee Darizlo, JDM would be a very fun champ. I agree. I agree. I'm not even going to dispute that. Renee Darizlo. But if JDM wins, we don't get Makachev versus Topuria because Makachev will move to welterweight. Yeah, I mean it will still happen. Just that we're going to get Poirier versus Oliveira first because obviously that's what Dana White said. Today will determine whether or not we see Tuporia versus Makachev or what do you call him? Tuporia versus Makachev um, or Tuporia versus Oliveira. So I think that's basically going to be an interim fight. Makachev is going to chase double champ status, and then he's going to come back and defend the belt. I think so. We still will probably get it, and I think it will be even bigger if Makachev goes up and wins the belt and Tuporia actually beats Oliveira, which I think he's probably going to, the fight will be bigger. So I mean, I'm not too mad at it, to be honest. Um, Renier, there is Lord. Okay. Let me actually. Renier, there is Lord. Meaning we'll get Charles Toporia for a vacant belt or interim. Nah, I don't think the UFC will strip Makachev. It's going to probably be for an interim belt, not the undisputed belt. I mean, Makachev has been decently active. Even though he gets a lot of criticism, I think he has been decently active. So yeah, Renier, there is Lord. Um, Bold underdog pick, Katona to start off. I might get code this card and become Renier the coin flip. um, Marat has, are you a fighter? No, no, I'm not a fighter, man. I just love the sport a lot. Oh my goodness, why am I getting these bots, dude? Like, go bother bigger fighters, dude. Like, why are these bots just annoying the living crap out of me? Oh, Brad Katona versus what do you call him? You homie. What up, man? Welcome to the stream, Explorer 85. Welcome to the stream. I'm a little bit worried about this particular fight because I think Katona is very durable, but Al Makan is also pretty talented, right? And if Al Makan is as good as I think, but actually I think Al Makan should actually win this one. Renier, there is Lord. I actually am disagreeing with you in this particular fight, but I guess we'll see. Hopefully, I don't think Al Makan is going to have a cardio issue. Being able to survive in the grappling as well as this and winning the striking exchanges against Nomagomedov, the same guy who actually beat Cory Sanhagen through striking, I think is mighty impressive. Because I think Umar Nomagomedov actually had to wrestle in order to win that particular fight. So on the feet, he was having problems against Almakan. And the fact that Umar could not finish, even if he dominated, he couldn't finish Almakan. I don't think Katona is going to have the same level of success, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see. I could be wrong, but we'll just have to wait and see. Near the result, if Backside smokes Katona, I will be very high on him throughout his rise through the rankings. Wow, you think that highly of Katona? I just think Katona is a bad matchup due to his veteran experience and toughness. Nah, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Almakan actually finishes Katona, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see then. The nice thing is it's the first fight on the card, so let's see how that one plays out. I'm so excited for whatever reason. Even though a lot of people are trashing this card, I'm actually really excited to see it and watch it, man. I don't know about everyone else, but I'm pumped for this one. One of the best in the business, Jason Herzog, is our referee. The beautiful Jenny Andrade making the trip here to Montreal for UFC 315. So appreciative of these. The first fight is about to start. Let's go. All right, ready to go. That is Katona, center of the octagon in black. Almacan counters and what? Almacan went for a fist bump. Katona kind of ignored it. Set the tone that we are here to fight. Let's see how good it is. Let's see if I'm wrong or right. I wonder why Alma Khan has been inactive. Okay, so far so good. Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if Alma Khan actually finishes Katona. Ooh, what an uppercut! Ooh! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! I mean, my breakdowns are just gold, man. Like my breakdowns are just gold, man. Woof. Like yeah, he is legit. Nah, man, I saw it. I was like, and I feel like a lot of people were underestimating him, especially against. Let's go, McGee. I think a lot of people were underestimating him, especially against Umar Nurmagomedov, and they were like, "Oh my God, I'm not like Umar was struggling against the can and everything like that." And I remember my breakdown, and I was like, I feel like a lot of people are underestimating how good this dude is, man. And that's why in my breakdown, and even just now, as I was actually as the fight was about to start, I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if Al Makan actually finishes him because Umar, the same Umar that went on to dominate Corey Sanhagen in the striking. The same Umar that was outclassing Corey Sanhagen in the striking was struggling to stand on the feet with this particular dude. So I felt like if Umar is struggling like that, I don't think Katona is going to be able to actually withstand that. And I was right, Begza, a beautiful start. Let's go, let's go. Renier the Riz Lord. His power is crazy. Yeah, man. I actually felt like he would dominate on the feet, and that's why even on the ground I was like, if Umar couldn't finish him, I didn't expect on the ground. I didn't expect Katuna to have any success, even if it went past the striking exchanges and maybe Katuna had shot, which I think is what Katuna was trying to do. Let's go. Give him top 15. I agree, man. I agree. That time is on point. Yeah, even from the beginning, like he was getting in and out really quickly and precisely. It was beautiful to watch, to be honest.
And part of the reason Almacan could be had as high as plus 350 on that knockout proposition, if you had it, is because of that
Renier
trend
the
where
wrist
he
lot.
usually
Dude, he might be
suffocating
top
matches
10 or
over
top
one
5
win,
one day.
more than
I
27
think he
wins.
is top
Himself,
15
Almacan,
at least
defeated in
already, in my
Montreal.
opinion.
Well, tune into UFC
Um,
Fight Pass
that's
first
why
on
I
May
was like
29th when the
I
world's
was I
best
was so
grapplers compete
frustrated when
at
everyone was calling
UFC's
him a
Fight
can.
Pass Invitational
Um, and
11.
then we're criticizing Umar for being dropped by this guy.
All right, coming up
It,
next,
it
speaking
was
with
actually really
Belal, one of the
frustrating,
featherweights,
and
we should take a Santos moving
it's
on, but he was
almost
on short notice
vindicating to
tonight, despite
see
needing a second attempt at the weigh-in
it's
on
almost
Friday.
vindicating
The
to see
Phoenix
him
United is
actually
ready to go and advised to
prove
bring his brand of
and
aggression to
how
the also
Umar's
nemesis
win
of the ring.
age
Hopefully,
well,
Shenyang Lee, who
because
trains at Top
this
Rank out
this
of
just goes
Arizona.
to show
He is an
how good
absolute
Umar
physical
is.
specimen.
Um, I
Details are
mean,
all bases in the
I
cage.
mean, this guy
Ready
just
to
ran through
begin. Now
him
last week, Cesar
and
Santos en route to his
without
broadcast.
any problem,
It is coming your
you
way
know.
next
So,
from Quebec, Canada.
oof, yeah,
And of course,
these
when you think about
bots are
UFC
just
success in the
trying
sports world, there
to,
is but
I
one
don't know.
name that comes to mind, the man
It's
on
a lot of work,
everyone's mixed
and I
martial
don't
arts
want
Mount
to have
Rushmore, the
plugins to the
great
channel
George Crush St. Pierre. He
to
owns
block the. I
Montreal.
don't know what I'm gonna do because it's becoming a problem. And I'm not even getting like that crazy numbers on my streams. So I don't know why they keep on trying to appear in my channel. Anyway, I think he's already top 15 in my opinion. Renier the Rizlots, the boards are on full display tonight. Man, they are just. Oof. It's honestly annoying, and I feel like this is going to be my whole night. I'm going to have to keep on deleting them. Bot count over or under 10. Oh wow! I'm not sure. I'm not sure, man. I think it's probably at this point it's probably 3, but I anticipate it's gonna be 10 or more probably throughout the night. So let's see how it goes. What's this advert? Bonjour Montreal.
Royale punches above its weight in every category when it comes
I,
to
I
top
had a
young
couple of
bodybuilding
thoughts I
experts
wanted to
hosting over
say, but
100 every year.
I think
Montreal's
those are the
World
kind of thoughts
Championship
you
in
keep to
celebration
yourself.
when it comes to best in class comedy, food,
That
and music.
advert
And a lot of us can
was a
certainly
little
attest to
bit
that cuisine here in
too.
Montreal. But over the past few years, straight perseverance has been paramount, and Belal Muhammad's rise as a champion for his
Let me
opponent,
just leave
Jake
it
Della Maddalena. His resolve was
um,
put to the test much
and
earlier in his
continue.
career. Spoiler alert, he passed.
Uh, Rooster, hey, what's up? What up, my guy? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, my guy.
Pretty much just took the toughest fights I could. Which handed me 2 professional losses off the first 2 fights. I remember speaking to him on the phone and just saying, look, you're way better than 0-2. Back to your feet. We'll move forward and we're going to make it to 10-2. That's our goal. Oh, he's out. It's all over. He's coming in. He's looking for the finish. It's over. It's all over.
Jack Della Maddalena. This is gonna be another interesting one, man. I can't wait for the main event purely because I'm interested to see how it plays out. Rooster, what a KO. You never know with these Kazakhstan guys. Yeah, man. But for me personally, I've known even prior to the Umar fight. Obviously, you never know when someone is this inactive. You always question their ability to actually perform at the highest level. You don't know if they are out because of injury. You don't know their reason, right? But even before fighting Umar, you can check my breakdown on the channel. Um, I hate to repeat myself so many times because it's probably getting annoying. But I actually did call that, and I was like, this dude is actually good, and he's going to beat a lot of guys in the top 15 and top 10 even. Um, when everyone was calling him a can, right? So, in all honesty, I knew that was coming, and even prior to actually that fight happening, I called the finish. Right, I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if it finishes him. So yeah, he's really talented. I'm looking forward to seeing him, and I'm glad that he wants to be a little bit more active. Renier, there is Lord. I feel like it's written in the stars for JDM to win. All the signs are pointing his way. Worried for my Bilal pick. Nah, man. I genuinely. Actually, let me not disagree with you, man. Um, it's possible. It's possible for Jack to actually get it done. Um, this is gonna be a close fight, to be honest. Not necessarily close fight, but I think we will know who's going to win the fight within the first 2 rounds. If the fight is close in the first 2 rounds, I still don't know who wins. Actually, I don't know why I'm saying even that. Because even if the fight is close in the first 2 rounds, I still don't know who's going to win. Because even though I believe in Bilal's cardio, if Bilal is not dominating, if Bilal is not dominating in the first few rounds, then it's obviously problematic. So in all honesty, I'm not particularly sure, to be honest. So I don't know. We'll see. Rene, there is Lord. I feel like I should have picked Red Key too. I'm not gonna lie, I agree with you. But for me, I'm sticking with my picks. They are well researched. If I get them wrong, then it's fine. But I'm sticking with what I researched. And I still feel like Red Key has a shot, but I'm going with who I think is a little bit better of the two, and that's Mike Malott for me. Um, I think he's faced better competition and has performed exceptionally well. He was winning the fight, the fight which we are, the fight that we are criticizing him for is the fight against what do you call him? The fight against Neil Magny, and it's a fight that he was actually winning. You know, um, even though he gassed out, he was actually winning. And Neil Magny was at some point in his career, if I'm not mistaken, in the top 10. Right, like he's been fighting pretty decent fighters. Trevin Giles is the only guy who gave problems to Carlos Prates, apart from Ian Gary. So, and we know how good Carlos Prates is. So, I mean, going to a decision with Trevin Giles is not too embarrassing in my opinion. Um, Whereas when you look at Charles Radke, I mean, his best win is knocking out Matthew Summelsberger. So for me personally, I don't feel like that's as impressive. But we'll just have to wait and see.
Some of the biggest moments in the career of the Korean Zombie came in the later stages of his career when he teamed up with Eddie Cha and Fight Ready in Arizona. Now that move for the Korean Zombie didn't just change his game, it opened the door for a whole new wave of Korean talent. Now Jun Young Lee is walking right through it. I talked to Cha this week. He says Jun Young Lee is easily one of the best prospects they have in that room. This is his
Jun Young Lee, let's go Lee.
Fight IQ and physicality, really leaned into strength and conditioning. Says he's made huge gains in that area to oppose himself within the fight. And as for fight IQ, it's about becoming a full MMA threat, not just a striker, which he has largely been in the past. John.
Let's go Lee. Also bro, Lee win this fight. I think. What do you think? Yeah, I'm with you. Lee is my pick, and my subscribers also picked Lee to actually get this one done. I think he's actually he's significantly better, to be honest. Obviously it might be a bit of a risky fight to some extent, largely because of the fact that he's still rising. We haven't seen him against high level competition, but I mean it's not like Santos is that reliable. So I agree with you. I think Lee should actually win this one.
Makes for a better matchup for Jun Young Lee, especially the fact that he fights in the way that he does it. If he composes himself and not wilt to the pressure, he will be okay tonight in this matchup. The reason I like this matchup is because Jung Young Lee has 4 wins in under 42 seconds, and that's very fast in the first round. And going against Santos, he brings that kind of energy in the first round as well. He likes to sprint out the gate, and he likes to get right to work. So I think we're going to see a very, very busy first round, and that's where they're going to decide how good each other's hips are, how good each other's power is. They're going to figure that out right away. There's not going to be a lot of moving around and stuff. I think these guys are going to get right after it, and Jung Young Lee is the type of fighter winning
Ooh.
in the road to UFC featherweight tournament that he learned that how good he is comparatively in the weight class. I'm excited to see what he does tonight. He really goes for it.
I'm also happy to hear that his team is basically saying that they feel like Lee is probably their best prospect, which generally shows how good they feel like he is. Whereas Daniel Santos, I don't know, is training from shooter box, and I mean, shooter box has not been that good in a very long time. Ian Gary went there with decent skills to begin with and motivation, so we can't really count him as a product of shooter box. Charles Oliveira is the only product of shooter box, to be honest. So yeah, I expect Santos to actually lose this one, but I guess we'll see. Um, Even if I might be critical of the shooter box, the Brazilian guys have heart, man. They actually are greedy, so who knows? Um, James S minus 148 seems to go to me through, but those guys from Brazil stay ready. Yeah, I agree, but they have a heart. I think that's one of the things that they have. That's I think that's something that you can't count out. But their striking is usually sloppy, meaning that like they leave openings whenever they strike. Not just yeah, I think the majority of them. Look at Davison Figueiredo. Look at the Charles Oliveira. Charles Oliveira is probably the most talented outside of Jose Aldo as far as striking goes. I think Jose Aldo is probably an exception. Okay, maybe Anderson Silva as well. But Anderson Silva was doing all of that back when MMA was not what MMA is today. But still, I think Anderson Silva and Jose Aldo maybe might be the exceptions. But a lot of the Brazilians, especially the ones that are still coming up, have very sloppy striking, horrible takedown defense. And even Anderson Silva did not have the best takedown defense. I think one of the very few Brazilians who have good takedown defense, I would say, is Jose Aldo. So generally, they don't have the best takedown defense, and their striking is usually sloppy. And in this particular fight, I expect Lee to actually exploit those weaknesses.
Weighing in at 146 pounds, fighting out of Daegu, South Korea, Your Korean Tiger Lee! And now, introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a big martial artist, holding professional record, 12 wins, 2 losses. He stands 5 feet 7 inches tall, weighing in at 146 pounds, fighting out of Uberlandia, Minas Gerais, Brazil, Daniel Willie Cat Santos. And when the action begins, the referee
So should McGee. Oh wow! I just finished breaking down the fight. Actually, I think you would have liked it. I'm not sure if you were on the stream when I was busy breaking it down, but yeah. In a nutshell, I more or less agreeing with you. Renier, there is a lot hot take, but I think Santos is lazy. That's why he moved up to 145 and pulled out of the last fight. Yeah, I honestly agree, man. And he's probably going to be explosive in the first round. I hope Lee does not take too many risks in the first round. I think UFC made him go up. I agree. I think he probably has the Gastelum syndrome. Ooh, he's attacking the body real nice. He pulled out the too much, yeah. Oh, what a straight hand.
John, do you know why Santos was going so long? There was an injury. This was not a decided, calculated move to move up to featherweight. No, he looks a little softer. You can tell he's a little bit softer.
Yeah, actually, what you guys are saying, the commentary is actually confirming it. Apparently, there's an injury, and even Daniel Cormier is actually saying he looks softer, meaning like he doesn't look as ripped as Lee is. He looks like an overweight bantamweight basically. Ooh, drop him. Oh shit, Santos de la Santos. Wow, that was actually a good IQ move, which is unexpected. Try to grapple.
Finish the single, break the balance, and you'll be able to create options. And that's what you just saw out of Santos. Love that, John. Love that, Don. Santino DeFranco trying to get the
Elbow him in the head.
have Jin Young Lee get a reversal here and get his back to the fence. Jin Young Lee needs to attack the hands. So I said he's kind of grabbing at the fingers. Right here, he can cover both hands and then try to break the grip. And this is another great example of your Santos, where you got to start breaking your opponent's balance. That's what he's doing here. When you break the balance.
No, I think Lee finds a TKO. He should, man. But I'm not liking the fact that he's struggling to break the hold of Santos. That wasn't a good look, man. To be honest.
Jung Young Lee likes to fight though. He's like, okay. Oh, he took another jab.
Okay, this is becoming a little bit closer than my liking, or rather than I like. I think Lee should find a way to finish this guy. Especially if, but as the fight goes longer, I feel like Lee should actually do better. Especially if, because I think cardio might be an issue. Lee shouldn't be letting him hit him like this and actually acting like it doesn't hurt him. Oh no, Santos actually is building a bit of momentum. What are you doing, Lee? Finish this guy. Oh! Oh! Santos is building momentum, guys. I'm a little bit worried now. Oh, no. Oh, what a knee. Yeah, that one hurt Santos. Come on, Lee. Don't be the first fight I get wrong, man. We still have a lot of crazy picks to go, so don't be the first one. Oh! This is where they were talking. Young Lee was talking about fight IQ. He's got to move forward. He cannot move back. That's just IQ right there because he sees it. He sometimes when he throws a left hook, it's hard. He's not letting it flow. He's trying to throw every ball. That was a good body punch. The body shot. Come on. Come on, Lee. Come on, Lee. Yeah, Santos is gonna get tired with these spinning attacks, man. But I'm loving it. Let him miss, let him miss, let him spin and get tired so that Lee can actually take over. So it's hard to judge this round because both of them dropped each other, but I'd say Lee did a little bit better in this round. Yeah, Lee won. Oh, but it's close, man. I can see the judges just feeling like, well, Santos dropped him last. I guess. I think the judges' reasoning is crazy. So they might think, well, he dropped him last, so he had the last laugh. I mean, I can see the judges rationalizing that fight like that. Plus, it was close. They hardly judge close fights properly. But yeah, I agree. Lee took that one, but I don't like how close it was. Oh, the eye is closing.
Coming up 10 p.m. Eastern Time on pay-per-view, the newly minted UFC welterweight king Belal
Whew.
vows to kick off his era as champion style.
Lee must win this fight, man. Like he can't be the first fight I get wrong. I mean, for goodness sakes, I picked the Jessica Andrade and a couple of other fights, so I need to be perfect up until those fights come. Wow. Let's go, Lee! Let's go! Yeah, go to the body. Go to the body, Nodi. I think he should throw a bit more tip kicks. Bring out that Sean Strickland in him. Those tip kicks to the stomach would actually be nice in this particular situation. No, no. Come on, Lee. Oh, come on, Lee. Okay. Lee is not the prospect I thought he was. I hope he wins this fight, but man, if you're performing like this against Santos, I mean, that's not a good look. Man, Santos is looking good, man. It looks like Lee is the one who's slowing down. I actually expected Santos to slow down, but Lee seems like he's slowing down, man. I'm not liking this. Lee is very disappointing right now. I actually expected him to have been able to actually deal with this kind of performance. If you can't defend these kind of takedowns, I mean, it's not like Santos is doing anything special. I feel like Lee should have been able to deal with these kinds of takedown attempts. I mean, he does stand up, but I mean, it's not a good look. He also looks tired. He looks more tired than Santos. This is bad, man. This is really bad. Um, like I was saying, it looks like Santos. Yeah, Santos looks like the fresher fighter, and Santos is winning the second round. Okay. Yeah, 1-1. I mean, is the round over? I'm still behind, I guess.
Down for Daniel Santos. He was unable to ground Lee on his first 6 attempts. Now 3 of his last 3. And John, in the last one, Lee was more willing to sit against the octagon side, and now he has voluntarily gone to his back. At some point, he's going to have to get up. Santos let him up last time. That's why he got him. Santos is all over. Yeah, he is. He's just all over. Santos is
Yeah, I don't think
trying to take
Lee's
it to
going
the
to win
floor.
this fight, man. Unfortunately.
Under a minute to go, round 2. So after Jim Young Lee got off to a pretty
And
good start,
it looks
managing
like he's going
misses
to
to
lose
Daniel
not because of
Santos in the
skill.
sets.
He's not that as skilled as I thought he was, but
Both guys got clipped inside there. Lee lands.
he's not as skilled as I thought he was. But I think he's going to lose because of
Knocked
cardio.
him down. The fight will be even. Well, he dropped him in the first round, right? Yep. And you could say Lee won the first round. So for as bad as he's fighting this round, it's still probably 1-1. I don't need to say he's fighting bad. I hear you say I think Santos made good adjustments.
Hmm.
He's pushing the back. Look at these combos. Lee should not be fighting in the phone booth like this, though. This is not to his benefit. Agreed. Some really nice boxing for Daniel
I'm
Williams
so
Santos
disappointed,
down the
man.
stretch of round 2. Anybody's fight. 5 minutes to go.
I don't think Lee's going to be able to win the third round. He looks tired, and the mere
Right here, you
fact
see
that he was
Santos with a nice level change. I mean, Lee essentially stepped his hips into him on that shot. Santos elevates him
Lee's
to position,
probably
puts
gonna
him down.
lose. Yeah,
Beautiful knee to the body
and
as
that
Lee was trying
that
to work to
knee
get back
that
to
he
his feet. Look at this
pulled,
combo.
he might
Just
have been
breathe
able to
forward and a nice
finish,
left hook that just hits
or
him.
at the very
If Lee
least,
wasn't
rock
so dang tough, he would have
Santos.
went down from that
Like
shot.
he
That was
should have
nasty.
been, he should have followed through with that knee instead of faking it.
I need your
The mere
authority
fact
to
that
be very kind, and I need you
he
to be
faked that
focused on
knee,
something.
and
1, 2,
it
3.
would have landed
Listen,
flesh
you know
on
what this thing.
Santos's
I
face.
don't need you to be
I don't know why
confused.
he
I need
pulled
you to
that
keep your
knee,
distance. I need you to
but
hit him.
Lee is tired, man. Lee is tired, especially because of the grappling. If the fight was standing, I would say Lee has a shot, but Lee is tired. Yeah, Shoshat McGee, he is gassed. Yeah, I mean, I agree, which sucks, to be honest. But, I mean, it is what it is. It seems like this is a fight that and there's so many tricky picks on the card, man. I didn't want this to be the first
So
fight
I
I
thought
get
some pretty good
wrong.
advice, Tom, from Diego Lima and Ian Machado Gary in terms of risk management for Santos after a very effective round 2. Your thoughts on that? Well, yeah,
Yeah,
they just don't like
I
him
can
getting in the fight
see
like this, but I think this is how
Santos just
Santos
taking
fights
him
better.
down
All right, start of the third and final
and
round.
controlling
Coach
him
Gonzalez with his own
to a
19 on top to
decision.
us. What a scrap this is. I love it, and that's because a good portion of this has been fought in boxing range. So I challenge both of these guys. The first one to step in with an elbow in these boxing exchanges will
Lee
be
needs
in
to
my
avoid
favor.
getting
If
taken
Lee is
down.
not out of this
Oh
fight, if he
man,
steps in with an elbow, he might be able to win this.
that's a red,
Thank
boys.
you, Dean.
Yeah,
Santos just got off to the side,
yeah.
took it into a
Our
driving
hopes
right. Beautiful job
for
again.
getting this fight
Lee is a
have
jiu-jitsu
died
black belt
with the
for
third
career
round,
wins
or
by
rather died
knockout.
with that
No shirts
takedown.
on his resume as yet. But when you have 4 finishes in under 42 seconds, regionally or otherwise, it suggests that you absolutely go for it. And sometimes that has worked against Jin Young Lee across his 4 UFC appearances. This is Santos listening to his corners right now, being smart. Yep. He did really good in that last round. But do we know
This sucks, man. Like how do you make Santos look like Habib, dog?
Santos is minus 1400. So I don't know. I thought the first round was much closer. Because Lee hurt Santos. He dropped him in the first round. 3.5 minutes to go here in round 3. Nice short shot by Santos. Well, for those of you joining us now on ESPN2, we welcome you to live coverage of the UFC 315 prelims. We're in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. And you are watching Daniel Santos and Jin Young Lee. This is the third and final round. Santos has controlled the first 2 minutes of this final round, but we very well could be 1-1 if you are just joining us right now. Those are the numbers for you round by round. Big response by Santos.
I mean, you know, the disheartening thing about this particular fight is that Lee is up now, but I can anticipate that he's gonna get taken down again, and those takedowns are what's going to make him lose the fight. Unless he lands big shots, and because Santos hasn't been doing much on the ground, then maybe somehow he gets the decision. But Santos looks like he's still doing well even on the feet. Like it's competitive on the feet, and if it's competitive, then I mean, obviously the takedowns are going to be the deciding factor. And Lee is backing up. I mean, optically, I don't even know if that's a word, but yeah, Lee has been pretty disappointing. What a good shot from Santos. I need to actually stop. But obviously, that just goes to show how seriously I take my picks. Um, I mean, Santos is actually doing really well, man. And I should actually be hyping that up. I'm sure Shot McGee, damn, road to UFC let me down again. Yeah, clearly they are good at actually beating, like, I don't know, their own people, I guess. Both look like shit. One just has gas tank. Yeah, I agree. And the other one does not even have a good takedown defense. They both look trash, to be honest. You're right, actually. It's not like Santos will then go on to win every fight that he gets, especially if he gets a higher ranked opponent. Mm. Yeah, predicting fights. No? Predicting fights is not fun, guys. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I also think that too. Um, it sucks, man. It honestly sucks. Thirty 27. I told you guys. You remember? I told you. I was like, I can see the judges looking at that fight and thinking, you know what? He dropped him last, so maybe he deserves to get the round, and that's what they did. 30-27 is crazy to me, but Lee was trash, so I guess he deserves it. I have so many tricky picks on this card. I'm just worried, man. Yeah, I mean, but I told you guys when I saw how that round ended, I was like, I can see the judges just thinking, who dropped who last? It was Santos, so let's give him the round. Like the judges don't know what they're doing. That's why it's easy to predict how they judge fights. They just use stupid logic to actually judge these fights. And it's sad that even though what I was saying was just a joke, it's sad that it actually became a reality. Like, how do you give that first round to Santos? But I,
Takes Dominic Cruz's advice and sees how far he can take it at featherweight. Nonetheless, a big win for the Shoot Box Academy's Daniel Willie Cat Santos.
of course, the shooter box will win
Name in the octagon with UFC collectibles.
when you don't pick
On
them.
the canvas at upcoming pay-per-view events. Watch it live, then own the real thing. Your piece of fight use canvas, hand cut and framed to keep.
Let's get on to the next fight, guys.
To secure your spot. And I can tell you, DC and I did that for our sons. It's incredible. All right, the world's best grapplers take center stage at UFC Fight Pass Invitational 11 as world champions Fiona Davis and Adele Fornerino go head-to-head at BJJ's first women's marquee main event.
Off to a bad start. 1-1 is not good. You know, I like to pile up a couple of wins in the prelims, and then maybe even if I get one or two wrong in the main card, it's a little bit better. Another one.
Means necessary. Same can be said for that man, his Brazilian counterpart, the 10-time UFC veteran Bruno Blindado Silva.
Bruno Silva must win this fight, guys.
By knockout, and you can be sure on this big numbered card tonight, he'll be chasing the finish early and often in hopes of silencing the Quebec locals. Middleweight action is coming up next from
Bruno must win this fight, and he shouldn't make it too close because they're in Canada. They won't think twice about robbing him.
The champ retains his title almost 2 out of 3 times historically, but price is everything. And right about now, I think Belal Muhammad's a little bit overvalued, meaning there's finally a premium attached to his name. You had a ton of opportunities to make a lot of money betting Belal. In fact, only once has he lost for his backers dating back to 2017. But the market's efficient, and that's what we're looking at right now, and that's why JDM is alive. The man's got power. His striking is going to be extremely dangerous and solid takedown defense as well. This is a live dog. Don't be surprised if he's the next welterweight champ.
Did that guy get, what do you call them? Is it veneers? He looks like it feels like those are not his real teeth. Live finals and broadcast. I'm sure everyone's energy is just drained. Um, I honestly expected Lee to actually win that one.
Nothing like UFC X. If you are a UFC fan, your chance to step into the octagon, grab your fight crew, head to the Las Vegas Convention Center, June 27 and 28. Here at UFC International.
It is what it is.
Your favorite athletes, catch live panels, snag exclusive UFC merchandise, and so much more. The countdown is on. You can scan the QR code to lock in your tickets. So what were you doing exactly 11 years ago today? I'll never forget where I was, Dateline, Cincinnati. Shines on Eric Silva and Matt Brown. Here we go. These guys are getting after it. Oh, the body shot there for Silva. Matt Brown in a world of trouble. Huge elbows from Matt Brown. Round one, about as good a round as you'll ever see. Eric Silva has been very effective with the body shots. Matt Brown still looks very fresh. Matt Brown pouring it on. That is it. Matt Brown has done it again. One of the greatest fights in UFC history. Deafening here in Cincinnati.
That was a decent fight, I guess. Okay, that was a good fight. Let me not hate. Because Lee,
here at
Cheat the
great weight
bed.
against challenger
Damn
Della
Lee.
Maddalena. Also, Valentina Shevchenko versus Belal for UFC Flyweight Gold, UFC 315. Can be purchased right now on ESPN Plus. Go to
Whew.
UFC.com/PPV.
This card is gonna be brutal. There's so many close fights on this card. I'm not happy, man.
With the world title last July, CM Punk was not in the building, but he is in a lot of big buildings, and he's delighted in leading the celebration. To my good friend, my teammate, my brother Belal Muhammad, he won the UFC welterweight title. It's been a busy week. I didn't forget. Belal Muhammad is the welterweight champion of the UFC. He is the best 170-pound fighter on the planet today. You cannot beat Belal Muhammad. He's too fast. He's too pretty. He's got too much money. The B in Belal stands for billions, and we're coming for more gold. JDM, Jack, I'm talking to you. You're in for a hell of a fight, whether it be 5 rounds or Belal starches you in 1. At the end of the night, the man's hand will be raised at the Prince of Palestine. My fellow king of Chicago.
I like both
Belal
Bilal
Muhammad
and CM Punk,
will walk
but
out
this
of
feels a little bit
Montreal as
cringy.
still your UFC undisputed welterweight champion of the world. Thanks to the great CM Punk for that. Shout out to our friends at the WWE in St. Louis right now for WWE Backlash. Longest unbeaten streaks in UFC welterweight history. They are all chasing the Nigerian Nightmare, Kamaru Usman, Leon Edwards, 13. But Belal Muhammad tonight with a chance to pull into a tie for third all-time on this list with the great George Rush St. Pierre. All right, now with more on the undisputed king of the welterweights. Here's Fitz.
Thanks, John. I talked to Bilal's brother Hussein this week about his front row seat. He's witnessed his brother from going from fan to fighter to now UFC champion. He told me a story from before Belal was even a pro.
I
UFC
thought Lee won the
125
first round.
lost
Yeah,
January of
but you remember
2011.
what I
His
said
were there.
when
He
the
has
fight was
fans who
going
just
on.
see security
I was
was not
like,
as tight
I
knit.
agree
They
that
come about
Lee
in the
won,
afternoon.
but I
Here
can
are the
see the
fighters
judges
walking
saying,
into the
well,
arena before doors were
I
open, and
mean,
they tag
Santos
along with the
dropped him
fighters
at the
here
end of
to
that
get
round, so maybe we
inside.
should
Take a
give
look
him
at
the
this
round.
video.
And
Belal found
even though
himself
I was saying
octagon
it
side all of a sudden
as
in
a
an empty
joke,
arena, and he wanted to know what it
it
was like
actually
inside. So
happened.
he walked up the stairs and he let himself in. He felt that canvas beneath his feet, shadow boxed a little bit, shot a takedown, and he already had the goal back then to become a UFC champion. I spoke with Belal this week.
Sorry, I
And
got
asked him for a
distracted, man.
defining moment
So,
when he truly believed he could take
so
the
in all
all the way once
honesty,
he
like I was
joined
saying,
UFC
actually, I
under
feel
Bud
like the
Thompson
judges
back in
don't
2021.
know
It was
how
a symbol that after
to
being a
judge
fan
fights.
of
They
one of the
just
best
go
fighters in
off
the
of.
world for years, he wasn't
I
just
don't
fighting
know.
every John
I don't
Jones
even feel
at
like
the
they are
Roaches.
fans of the sport.
Nicely done,
Like
Fitzy. Thank you very
the
much.
kind of
Crazy to see that
decisions that they
virtually young
make
Belal
show that
Muhammad. A
they're
lot
not
more muscle
fans.
mass on the champion right now.
Um,
First title
they're
defense
not
rankings
they're
later
not
tonight
fans, bro.
on
Like
pay-per-view.
they actually
But
seem like
now, veterans with a
people
decidedly
who are doing
offensive
this for
approach
the
to the
paycheck.
game. Marc-Andre
You know,
Barrios and
like
Bruno
if,
Silva will be seeking
for
a
example,
defining performance
and I
here
know that the
to
fans
prove
can
their staying
sometimes
power
be
in the big
biased,
show.
especially even with us
Fighting in his
because
home
we
province of
obviously
Quebec for the
picked the
first
lead
time
to
since
win. So
2018.
obviously we
Game
won't
knows
necessarily
Marc-Andre Barrios.
maybe
Can always be
maybe
counted on
our
to leave it
view
all in the
of the
octagon.
fight might be a little
So
bit
for Eric
distorted.
Anders, Julian Marquez
I
enjoying
can understand that, but
establish himself
still,
as a clear
I
and
just
present
feel like
danger at
the judges don't
125
seem like they
pounds.
are fans of
Of
the
course,
sport.
the
They're
same
just
can be
doing
said
this
for
for a paycheck,
Brazil's Bruno
and
Silva.
that's why you get
Now that
such
his lengthy
horrendous
and easy
decisions.
knockouts of Wellington Turman, Anthony
Um,
Sanchez, Jordan Wright, and Brad Tavares across his
Asandulo
judges' scorecards
no
may not be
Onomalov.
called for
What
any
up,
of
bro?
these. Coming up next,
What's up,
Marc-Andre,
bro?
Power Barrios
What up,
versus
my guy?
Bruno
Welcome to
Leonardo
the
Silva.
stream. Another risky pick. A lot of people went with Marc Andre Barrio. I went with Bruno Silva. Oh my god. Ah, my goodness. I picked the Jessica Andrade. What time prelim start? They have already started, my guy. I think maybe these are early prelims. So I guess if you mean prelims, not early prelims, I think they start maybe in the next 30 minutes maybe, or in the next hour. Yeah, I assume that they should start at 2:30, and then they will end at, I mean, usually prelims play for like 2 hours. Black Swordsman, Bruno getting the KO. I hope so, man. Lee just disappointed me. That's not the pick that I expected to get wrong. Anyway, hard. I wasn't done actually breaking down that particular um that I don't know why I'm saying breaking down. So usually prelims start for like they play for like 2 hours as far as I know. So they started at 12:30. Now it's 1:30. Yeah, so it's been an hour, so they're probably going to end at 2:30, the early prelims, and prelims, the standard prelims are probably going to start at 2:30 and end at 4:30, and then that's when probably the main card is going to start. But the early prelims have started. I just want Bruno Silva to win this, and Jessica Andrade, especially because I feel like these are honestly unpopular picks. Picking fights is so stressful, man. I can't imagine how the people who bet on fights feel, but mm, predicting fights is honestly one of the most stressful things you can ever do.
All right, ready to go with this featured bout of this early prelim stack in the UFC's middleweight division, owned by Jacobs Duplessis. Balcante Barrio, 35. As is Bruno Silva. Power bar taller by an inch. You see, we highlight the weight list for Bruno Silva. He forfeits 20% of his purse. Both men with a reach, 74 inches. All right, now for the particulars. The great Mustafa. Ladies and
Fresh
gentlemen, this fight
Bruno
is 3
Silva needs to
rounds
win this
in the
fight, man.
UFC middleweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a striker, holding a professional record, 23 wins, 12 losses. He stands 6 feet tall, weighing in at 187 pounds. Fighting out of Curitiba, Brazil, Bruno Leonardo Silva. And now, introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a striker, holding a professional record, 16 wins, 9 losses, 1 no contest. He stands 6 feet 1 inch tall, weighing in at 185 pounds. Fighting out of Boca Raton, Florida, USA, the way of South Quebec, Canada. Mark Andre Powerball Ariel! And when the action begins, a referee in charge, Luke LaPelle. Jenny Andrade getting started for round 1 between the middleweights Bruno Silva.
Let's go, Bruno Silva. I need Bruno Silva to actually get this one done, man. Um,
And it started really good for Barrio when he got down to South Florida, but it's kind of turned on him. It feels like this is a must-win for Marc-Andre Barrio. Tommy had some great advice for him in the fight. Right there, that's what he's got to do. He's got to get there. He's
I'm so worried, man. Like both of them are not particularly good, so it could go either way, man.
Silva needs to be first. Because when you deal with anxiety and you deal with questioning yourself, it shows itself whenever it starts to go sideways on you. But if you're having success, you can almost feel it.
Silva stance looks like Alex Pereira stance,
Control of
man.
this fight. He may not be
Um,
sure if he
he's,
pushed him
he's,
enough to get in there.
he's looking decent. Yeah, let's go, Silva.
He's the fight champ when he got hit. Excuse me, Dom. Immediately brushing over the eye, and you're thinking shades of the Chris Weidman fight. Gotta keep your focus. This is where I see Belal being able to have the most success in this style fight, the whole fight, whether he's in the open or cage.
No. This is not gonna be a good night for me. The trolls are coming, and they're coming hard.
Who is still unconscious, face down. What a moment for the affable Marc-Andre Barrios. He
Wow.
went straight to the clinch, straight to the elbow, straight to the knees, and just got the job done in very
Power
fast.
bomb.
This is what it's all about.
Yes, absolutely. For a guy that's, like, I mean, really is up against the lost 3 in a row in the first round.
Did you
Look at
pick
his
Silva?
first
Yeah, I
finish.
picked
And Dom,
Silva.
and Dom, you called it, man. You said from the
I picked
clinch, where
Silva,
he found
man.
success. He got there and he ultimately got a finish.
And even the subscribers actually went with Silva. Silva needs to get a pillow and a blanket. No, I don't think any this one. Yeah, have you? I mean, obviously, I did actually say this fight is a coin flip.
The three-fight skid that DC mentioned, potentially fighting for his job.
Wait,
To do this in
so Silva is still sleeping,
and to
man.
see Patrick Cote to our right celebrating with his countrymen incredible. Look at these elbows here from the clinch. He's got that underhook, complete control. He breaks the posture of Silva, and then the nastiest elbow. Few of them, and then those punches. At least 4 punches to follow. Heavy. Silva is still down.
Hopefully, Silva
We hope that
is
he's gonna be
okay, man.
He's moving now, but we're still trying to get things okay. Look at these elbows. Look
Okay.
at the shots. I mean,
I'm glad to hear
that
that
the
they're
first
saying
elbow
he's
right on the
moving.
temple was the problem, and then the
Um,
follow-up. But when you're in there, you're just doing your job. If you don't
Shoshat
they don't
McGee,
go in
he's
there
there
keep punching,
to
you
what?
never know if these guys can come back or not. Look at these shots.
Remember there is Lord, he's faking it.
About 3
What?
or 4 shots before the ref
Why?
comes down.
What? You guys
There's
are
a good
crazy,
stoppage.
man.
Just that first elbow is right on the temple.
Shoshat McGee,
And there's the
he's on
reaction
a
that
beach in
Marcel
Brazil in his
Alban
mind.
saw. What a moment for Barrio, but you see ever the sportsman concerned
uh,
for his fallen foe Bruno Silva, who they are
lazy fighter.
attending to, and it looks as though consciousness has been regained, but my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he can't take a punch. I mean, he was fighting really well. But the moment he got pressed, he folded.
Waiting as they attend to his fallen foe.
Rene Derislos, I knew he would take a nap, and you were right. You were right, man.
You don't want to see that anywhere. Never do you
Shoshat
want to see
McGee, anything
anybody go
anything
out
to
on a
avoid
stretcher.
wrestling
That's not,
practice.
even though they're hurting each other, you never want to see that as a fighter, your opponent, none of it. You just don't. Bruno Silva, father to a daughter. He lost his father after 3 months of training.
Um,
Goals that Bruno
you know,
Silva
these
has
jokes
tried
are
to
so much
overcome.
better if my picks are
Tonight
right.
belongs to the local, though, Marc-Andre
So
Barrios.
far,
He was 6th
man.
UFC win.
And I
This
have
is by
Jessica
far
Andrade.
the biggest win of Barrios' career.
You know, I'm so worried about my picks. I don't wanna lie.
Any athletes that need to be attended to tonight medically will go to
So
Montreal
let me
General
see
Hospital, which
who's
is about
left. It's
10
Jessica
minutes away from
Andrade.
here. We have 4
Is
ambulances on site, and
I
Bruno
think
Silva
Natalia Silva is
will
probably
be
going to
headed
win.
to
I
one
picked
shortly.
Valentina Shevchenko.
Update his condition.
The Bilal Muhammad fight is also going to be close.
Tough to make it official.
Oof. There's so many underdogs that I picked. I don't know how it's going to play out for me.
27 seconds of the first round. Declaring the winner by knockout.
Bruno Bamda. Bruno Bamdado. Kabab Moto. Next one, I got the Navajo Sterling for the win. I'm with you, my guy. I hope he doesn't lose as well because, I mean,
I'm speechless right now.
these people, it just feels like they just enjoy losing fights. Alright.
It was my time tonight. I worked
Let's
so
see how it
hard.
plays
I've
out
been
though.
into so much struggle in the last couple months. I've been unlucky in my last couple fights, but I think I showed tonight that I belong in the UFC and I have my whole country behind me. So thank you guys. I love you.
Mark, did you feel any added pressure knowing that you were in Canada and it was on you to come out here and change the way the
That
results
guy,
have been for you?
I'm just
Yes,
so
absolutely.
disappointed in Silva. Like,
I knew what it was.
even the position that he was in, he shouldn't have
Everything
leaned
was on the line for me.
the way
So
he leaned
yeah, I
because
just trust my instinct. I
because
trust
he could
myself
have
that
been kneed as well.
you can
It
follow me
wasn't
through to a
just
good
the
fight,
elbows,
and here
like
I
the
am right
way he
now.
positioned
If
his
you
head.
were up against it and everything was up against you, take a look at the screen
And
up here.
Shoshat McGee,
This is your
Bruno
world.
trying to
Dominic
get
Cruz said the
free
clinch is
healthcare
where
while in
Mario is going to
Canada.
find success. Once you got there, you landed this nasty elbow, deep
Let's go,
fumbles,
yeah,
and you
man.
landed some follow-up
Um,
shots. You were
Renier the
aggressive
Wrist
tonight, man.
Lord.
Take a look. How
The
beautiful is
decline
that?
of
How good
Bruno
does that
Silva is
feel?
crazy. Yeah, man.
This is
It's
exactly me.
honestly
I've been
insane.
working on being more
Like,
patient,
he shouldn't
taking
have.
my time, working my jab
He
with
shouldn't
distance,
have
but
been
as
knocked
soon as
out.
my
Like the
instinct
position that he was in,
comes,
I
this
feel
is
like
power
it could
bar.
have been
I know
avoided.
boxing,
He was
and
leaning too
effectively clinch
heavily
and
to
get
the
the job
other
done.
side, even though
This was
obviously
your greatest
maybe
performance by far. Canada,
Mark
give it
was
up for
pushing
one
him
year
in that
old.
direction, but
Come on,
still,
Mark Andre
like to have
Barrio.
your head open for a knee or punches or anything in that particular way without defending is crazy for me.
15 gets his sixth win, and here you see
Bruno
Bruno
is being
Silva
stretched out.
on the stretcher being taken to an ambulance and eventually Montreal General Hospital.
I
But
think
he is
Bruno Silva should be cut
his
and he should
extremities,
stop
which is a good
fighting,
sign.
man.
He did appear to regain alertness. What a moment for Marc-Andre Barrio sharing the brace there with
Um,
Jourdain.
Shoshat McGee, dude was 1-7, not trying to rub it in, but how did you pick him?
So back in March of 2018, Shevchenko was cruising through the
I
flyweight
I
division,
mean,
shattering records, and the wills of
I
those
mean,
fighting for a
but
fight.
again, both of
But in
them were
06 and
on
85,
like
the
3 fight
landscape of the
losing
division
streaks,
was also
so it's not
significantly
like
changing. What ensued over
Mark
time
Andre
was a
Barrios
layer
was
line
on a
of mixed
crazy
martial arts
streak. Like
beauty.
he also lost like 3 of his last fights, right? So both of them were not particularly good.
First fight, I was winning the fight.
Renier the
Alexa
Lord,
Grasso is
keep
not
him
the kind of
around
takedown at all.
for
But
one
she
more.
caught me
Maybe
at the
next
moment.
time he won't even throw a single punch and he'll just leave the octagon. Short Bruno versus Smith at 205.
And the second
I
fight,
think
I won
Anthony
that
Smith
fight.
is going to
This
win
bout
that
is
one.
considered a split draw.
Renier the Riz
Everyone
Lord, he'll
saw
just
this.
show up for a round, get a
Straight
payday
title
of
fight in the
10 to
UFC for the new
20K and then
challenger
dip.
Shevchenko.
And in the third
I
fight,
could see that
it
the
was a
Renier
lot
the
of
Riz Lord,
pressure.
if he
Mexican
even makes it out
independence
of
day,
the first round,
even bigger arena.
Renier the Riz Lord,
Valentina
Smith versus
Shevchenko
Silva
still believes she
205.
can turn in a primal performance tonight
Short
and wrest
McGee,
the title
Smith
away
versus
from the
Silva in a
one woman
BJJ
at
match would end in a
125 who's now the recipe to
TKO.
beat her, the Mexican champion, Alexa Grasso.
That's
Having
crazy.
experience from the second fight, I knew the only way to win the fight leaves zero doubt.
Oh, she clipped her. Shevchenko has been supremely efficient on the feet tonight.
The determination of Shevchenko coming into this third fight, off the chart.
Valentina looks sharp tonight.
Beautiful timing there. Look at that. Just beautiful. The way she's flowing. Very, very impressive stuff by Valentina. Just determined to win.
She is not the same woman that we saw before.
We will hear and new.
To get back my belt, it's incomparable.
And no!
Shevchenko has restored order.
All the hard work, it's worth it. It's like dream come true. Every time I was defending my belt, and I will defend my belt, it's like a new chapter for me. It's like living life.
Another crazy pick or another worrying pick for me is Shevchenko. Like there's so many picks that I'm like, I'm sure if what do you call her, Jessica and George loses, sure Shot McGee will be like, I mean, why did you pick her? um, I think Bruno and Alex has unfinished business. I mean, you,
At some point, we're going to have the conversation like, when does she get a call? I mean, she's the best, and she's been the best for a really long time. Obviously, she lost that one fight, but came back and made it right. Got it done in dominant fashion, used her wrestling, and she is just showing that her skill set is actually growing this many fights into a long title race. She is amazing. On the other side, we have the challenger out of France, Manon Pure, Dom. Yeah, the big thing is with Manon, when you look at her style, she's really been watching Valentina Shevchenko making adjustments since the beginning. That's the problem with being the champion is you got people like this who are prepared. They're watching every move you make on the outside, ready to get in there and take you out with the target on your back.
that's that crappy part about having little fights on the card is that you're going to have to look at their preparation, their background stories, and how hard it was for them to get to this point. I mean, these things should be on the embedded or on the countdown, not on the actual card itself. You know, when you have 14 fights, when you have 14 fights on the, what do you call it, on the card, you don't get this much talking. But unfortunately, you are going to be subjected to it because two of the three fights in the early prelims ended in a finish. So I guess that's what we're getting at this particular point in time. It honestly sucks. Just want to get the fights done and over with so that I can see how it plays out. When I used to watch fights after they actually um, they finished actually airing, it was a little bit better because I could just check the results and watch the card without any emotion or rather any anxiety. At this particular point in time, it's even hard to enjoy a fight card because all you're thinking about is, I hope I don't get any more fights wrong. I hope I don't get any more fights wrong. You know, I'm getting to a point where I'm like, I'm just going to just use my mind and my knowledge of the sport to actually predict fights as opposed to actually relying on a bit of research. Because it sucks. It sucks to do that. Ooh, this UFC card has gotten off to a, a, a sad start for me. So far I'm 1-2. Not great, but let's see how the remaining fights play out. There's like 9 fights remaining, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, the breakdowns are really good, but they mean nothing if the picks are not as good. You know, I started off good with our Makan pick.
Quarterback inside. Center, the home of the Montreal Canadiens, but tonight, once again, the home of the Octagon for the first time in 10 years. UFC Hall of Famer Rashad Evans, Anthony Lionheart Smith alongside me as the fights have delivered early, Anthony. I would say the fans were ready for the Octagon to be back, and they got treated. Brandon, this crowd is so loud already, and we're only 3 fights in.
Oh my
People are
goodness.
going absolutely crazy. I keep seeing beers spilling all
Speaking
over
of
the place.
Anthony Smith,
Canada has turned up.
we are going to be subjected to listening to the commentators' opinions.
Just a vibe, but you hear the chants going, you see the fans excited, and we got some good finishes as well.
Gatineau, Quebec is where Marc-Andre Barrio is from. It's near Ottawa, but he certainly had a home crowd here, and he had
And
the
you can't
moment of the
skip
night
over these
so
things. You
far.
just have to watch them
Bruno
and see how it
Silva.
goes.
Anthony, let's look at this highlight. I mean, this was
I just hope Bruno Silva is okay, and I hope they just cut him from the UFC, man.
yeah, when Marc-Andre's on, he's absolutely
That was a
especially when
brutal
he can get into
finish,
the clinch. This
and
guy
it
creates
was a
so much
bad
power in such a
finish.
short distance. He had that nasty underhook.
And
Used his
he
head
put
position, used his head
himself
position to really
in
to
that
get those
particular
elbows going.
position.
Started banging those
If
short elbows,
if
and
if
Bruno
you
Silva's
are
elbow
a UFC
knocked out
fighter,
his
you need to
Yeah, I
know
mean, he
that
was exceptional. I
you
mean,
cannot
when you're
have your
UFC fighter,
head
really just need to do
exposed
all
like
that
that
practice. I mean,
to
he went there, had
like
a great performance, and he went
like
out
a
there getting
knee.
his moment. A lot of
It's
hard
not even
work.
just about the
A
hands.
lot of
Like
fans in the audience,
I
you
mean,
just kind of see just
Marc
the
Andre
passion
Barrio
and
could
just
have done whatever he
just
wanted at that particular
getting grilled
position.
tonight on the condition
Whether
of
it's
Bruno
punching
Silva as
him,
he gets
whether
a
it's
10-minute suspension.
elbowing him like he did, or even kneeing him in the face.
Getting it
You
done in
know,
a big way.
yeah, I mean, it
um,
was a beautiful
I
time.
like the
Beautiful time
highlights.
was illustrated.
Begzad Al
Anytime
Makan
for
actually
King,
performed
right?
really
And when you
well,
see just that nice
but it's hard to
uppercut,
enjoy
a few
that
follow-up
particular
shots
pit
from the jobber,
knowing
the things he's already done. I mean, Brexit is showing that
and
he has real
knowing
potential
that
in this
it's
weight
gonna
class. A lot
be
of power at 125.
a really long night for me. Sure shot McGee, the Native American should win. I pray so too, man.
Not really officially, but Mike Malott might be team captain of
Even
Team
though
Canada as the Toronto's
that's
ranking
pretty
carried around
wild,
the Stars and Stripes.
but
Things
yeah,
will get heavy in that one, and then Jessica Andrade puts her
I
ranking on the
do
line as she
agree, and I
takes on
hope he does
Jasmine
actually get it
Jazz
done.
Divisius Modestus
I'm
Bukowski. Someone wants
tired,
to take
man,
lava. We expect
of
fireworks
getting
in
pissed
that one,
off.
but Anthony, let's
You
start that
know,
feature prelim, and Mike
if
Malott
all
comes
goes
back in
well,
big way and
although
takes on three consecutive victories when he takes on Chuck Liddell.
the
Yeah,
comments
when I'm
video
looking at the tape on both these
is
guys,
not
Mike
good.
Malott
I
is one of
also
the better
picked Mike
athletes, I
Malott.
think, on this
Oh my
entire card.
god.
He's got a lot of potential, and the sky's the limit for this guy. But across from him, you have Charles Radke. This guy's just a fighter. He typically wants to be more of a grappler, but he's willing to stand in there and
I
with
just
the best
want
when
this
he's got
card
power in his hands.
to
And
be
I think
over
he's a
at
little bit
this
more than
point.
doggish type of fighter, which is probably the approach you want to take with a guy like
Oh
Mike
my
Malott. We have
goodness.
seen
So
him
I
fade
picked
a
the
little bit in
Jessica
the later
Andrade.
rounds
I
when
picked
he can't turn guys away so quickly.
Mike Malott.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
I
listen,
think Mike
Malott
Malott
fought
should
Darren
actually
Falls.
win.
Is gonna definitely go out
I
here
think
and finish off.
Malott
I think
has a
Malott
higher
is a
probability
dog
of
in there,
winning
and
than
he's gonna come out and fight in a furious pace.
Andrade. Even though I picked Andrade, and I still feel like Andrade should actually win this fight. But
Later on tonight, let's talk
after
about
looking
Malott's
at
teammate Jasmine Jazz Divisius, who
Marc
takes on
Andre's
Jessica Andrade. Jess
performance,
keeps winning, so she's gonna get these big
you know,
spotlights.
you never
But she
know what
has quite an
happens.
opportunity, Rashad, tonight to take a big leap forward.
I mean, she's taking on a legend in Andrade. Andrade's going to come with a lot of pressure for her, trying to land those big
And
punches, big
I
kicks.
agree
You know,
with everyone
Jasmine
who's
has shown in the
picking
past that she can do it anywhere. She has great
what do
stamina.
you call
She has
her,
a good
Jasmine
approach to
Jesu
the ground, and
Vicious.
she can find a
I
submission when
agree
she
with the
wants to.
idea
She's a
that
big
she's
test to
been
fight her
looking
tonight is
exceptionally
Jessica
improved.
Andrade.
She's been
Jessica Andrade, she's one of the
basically
people that
finishing
when
fights
you're up and
actually
comer,
even.
she's the one that you wanna test them against.
And
It's a little bit
I
of a
think it
drama
was
fight
Shoshot
with such a
McGee who
good
mentioned
grappler and
that
got
she
power
has
in
her
her hands.
own gym
But
now,
it does
and
create problems for someone like Jazz
normally
Vicious, who does want to get in
that
close and wants
that
to
is never
make it a
good for
little
a
bit
fighter
dirtier.
to
She
not
wants
have
to
a
get the
head
fight to the
coach.
ground. Jessica Andrade's
So that
not even less
honestly worries
dangerous than her,
me.
but she's
But you
undefeated.
know what?
Jazz Divisius right now
I
on a one-fight
like
win streak.
Jessica
Certainly the biggest
Andrade's
test so far. Prediction for this fight. What do you
experience
think?
at the top,
Fernando, don't
fighting
expect this.
people like
I'm always going to go Jessica Andrade. I believe in her. She's been
what do you
around a
call
long
him,
time, and I think
Valentina
she's got that vengeance
Shevchenko,
savvy that's
Rose
going to give Jazz Divisius
Namajunas,
some problems to face.
Zhang
Like I
Wei
think
Li.
with
Even
Jazz
though Zhang
Divisius,
Wei
I
Li
think that
just
her ability to
destroyed
just
her.
fight anywhere and really just kind of work an
I
inside game.
like
But the
the
submission
fact
game,
that
I
she's
feel like she
had
can
that
really take care of
top
it.
level experience, and I feel like you need to
Give me that
be
feature prelim at welterweight, Mike Malott. Charles
exceptional
Radke.
in order to beat her. And I
I
just feel
think the
like
dog in Charles Radke could be
Jessica
the difference.
VCS
I'm
is
going Charles
good,
Radke.
but
I'm going
she's
Malone. I got to go with the Dragon
nearing
Falls boy, but I feel like
that
he's got the size,
age
but he's got the will, he's
where
got the
I
family
feel
behind him.
like
Let's see
the
if
skill
Canada
level
fans
starts
are
to drop
cheering
off. I
in
think
the late
Jessica
prelim window
VCS
for
is
Mike
like
Malott and
36
Jasmine
at
Jazz
this point,
Divisius. We've got some
approaching
great fights
37,
coming up, and of
if I'm
course,
not
later on
mistaken.
in
I
this
think so. I think
some
she's she's like 36, approaching. I'm not sure if she just turned 36 or she's going to turn 37 this year. But still, like she's approaching that age where she's going to slow down. And despite the fact that I don't think Jessica Andrade is particularly good. I generally just feel like her experience combined with the fact that she's still in a prime. I mean, 33 is pretty good for someone who's been a champion, who's fought in two different divisions, and who's been in the top 10 for a large majority of their career. Shoshot McGee, Jasmine Jesse WCS all the way. I can respect that, man. I don't know. For me still, it seems like the obvious pick. Maybe maybe that's my problem. I let me just see how this whole card plays out, because even last week I was actually criticizing myself for picking a couple of the people that I picked, but I ended up getting what do you call him, Bo Nickel, right? I actually predicted Bo Nickel would actually win that particular fight. The card before that, I picked Ian Gary. You know, when everyone was saying Carlos Prates is going to actually destroy, when everyone was saying Carlos Prates is actually going to destroy Ian Gary, I was one of the very few people who were like, nah, Ian Gary is going to win that fight. Similar with last week, the pick of Bo Nickel. So let me just see how the fight plays out, the card plays out. Um, it has been pretty decent. So maybe I'll rebound. I picked everyone I picked for a reason. It's MMA. You get some fights wrong. That's normal. I guess let's just see how the whole entire card plays out. Obviously, it's never nice to actually have a bad start, but it's unavoidable at some points. As long as ultimately the final results are not too bad. So yeah, my pick of Jessica Andrade is based off of the fact that I feel like she has such high level experience. Even though she's not the best striker, I feel like she has enough skills to actually give Jessica Vicious a couple of problems, right? And if Jessica Vicious cannot finish her, I think it's gonna be a very interesting fight. So I'm actually looking forward to actually seeing how this fight card plays out as it proceeds forward. I think I'm concerned about every single pick that I have, but the most concerning of them all would be the Jessica Andrade pick. Right? It worries me more than any other pick. I think Mike Malott should actually do exceptionally well. Let me actually look at the fights that I actually went through that I picked. Okay, Mohammed Shoshat McGee. She just trains with the girls that she wants to date. Yeah, not a good look. That's actually not a good look, to be honest. Um, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. I'm not saying I'm confident. I'm worried, to be honest. I'm honestly worried. So Mohammed Mohammed versus Della Maddalena. Obviously, I went with Bilal Mohammed. I'm not particularly excited about that pick. Shevchenko as well. I'm not particularly excited about that pick. Natalia Silva. Well, I'm pretty confident in that particular pick. Shoshat McGee. If Mike gets hit hard one time, he will quit, or if he ends up on bottom. Whew. I hope that's not true, man. I still maintain that I feel like Mike Malott has fought better competition and has performed significantly well. If if Mike Malott had cardio, I think he would still be undefeated, depending on who he would have fought after that fight with Neil Magny. Because after you fight Neil Magny, you usually get like a really high level opponent after that, because Neil Magny is used as a measuring stick. Obviously, he's the gatekeeper. So once you get past Neil Magny, you get a high level fight. But I think in that fight it was cardio, and I think he should have actually addressed it. I mean, he went to a decision with Trevor Giles, even though it was a horrible fight. To be honest, both of them did not look particularly great in that particular fight. But I still feel like Mike Malott has faced better competition. To be honest, Shawshot McGee, he could outpoint him, but man, he has to be perfect for 15 minutes. And in all honesty, it worries me that Charles Radke trains with Bilal Mohammed. Um, because whoever trains with Bilal Mohammed, I can't remember who was mentioning it. That I can't remember what conversation we were having, and I was like, there are very few teams that actually worry me if you're training with them. You know, if you're training with Habib's team, I'm gonna be worried. If you're training with Bilal Mohammed's team, I'm gonna be worried because that basically all of them are really good. And if you're training them, for example, the fighting nerds, I mean, they are pretty decent as well. I'd say, to some extent, I'd be worried as well if you were training with the fighting nerds. But there aren't that many teams that worry me. But training with Bilal Mohammed is actually one of the few teams that actually worry me. And the fact that Charles Radke is actually training with them is, it feels, I don't know. And I don't know when Ignacio Bahamondes went to train with Bilal Mohammed, because up until that point I didn't hear them speak about each other. And Ignacio Bahamondes has been doing exceptionally well, you know. So I'm worried about my Mike Malott pick. Um, I'm worried about a lot of my picks, to be honest. But like I said, let's see how the whole card plays out. Hopefully Navajo Sterling does not lose this particular fight. Oof. Predicting fights is something else. I'm not gonna lie to you. And the crazy part about predicting fights is that when you don't pick the favorite and the underdog loses, everyone is going to be like, yeah, but why did you pick him? But then things like Bo Nickel happen, things like Ian Gary happen against Carlos Prates, and then they're like, oh my god, that was a good pick. So you can never really win with predictions, to be honest, because if your underdog pick does not go the way it's supposed to, it's like, yeah, but why did you pick him? And if it goes your way, it's like, oh my goodness, that's incredible, you know. So for me personally, at this point, you end up feeling like, man, you should just pick favorites only, you know. It's kind of like when I somehow picked what's her name, Belbita, yes. When I picked Belbita at that point, I was I was I was dragged for that. But in the same breath, had Belbita actually found a way to actually win that one, they would have been like, yeah, that was an incredible pick, man. So predicting fights is crazy, man. Um, I think I'm going to develop that the video of the comments. I think it's going to be a really entertaining one, and see how that goes. And I'm going to introduce more videos like that, and hopefully eventually, I don't know, because there's so much emotion that's involved in predicting fights, and there's so much effort and logic that goes into that. And when it doesn't go the way I want it to go, it affects my mood for an entire day or even a week, you know, and that's not healthy, especially long term. So if today I feel like my strategy is not working the way it's supposed to be working, I don't know, man. I think I will have tried everything, and that means I'll just go with my gut after that particular point.
All right, next
Oh,
two
they're already in
fights
the
are
octagon.
in the light heavyweight
Okay.
division, including this one, New Zealand's Navajo Sterling, undefeated at 27, taking on the
Hopefully
Croatian
Navajo
Belal.
Sterling
Ruslan
wins
was
this
wearing
one, man.
three straight
Because I'm not
title
gonna lie, I'm
exhibitions,
worried
trying
about
to
Evan
maximize a
Eslan.
whopping 6
Ivan
round
Eslan.
advantage in the reach to
I'm
top.
honestly truly
All right,
worried.
introduction. Mesdames et messieurs, et Montreal, bonsoir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from the Bell Center in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, for UFC 315, Muhammad versus Della Maddalena. And now, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC light heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 14 wins, 4 losses, 1 no contest. He stands 6 feet 2 inches tall, weighing in at 205 pounds. Fighting out of Zagreb,
Whew.
Croatia,
Islam. Ooh.
Out of the red corner, an undefeated mixed
Ah.
martial artist holding a perfect professional record, 6 wins, no losses. He stands 6 feet 4 inches tall, weighing in at 205
This
pounds.
guy looks like
Fighting
Israel
out
Adesanya,
of
bro.
Auckland, New Zealand, Navajo Sterling. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Eric Filippo. Chrissy Blair making it official for round 1 of a possible 3 in this division, now championed by Magomed Ankalaev. Sometimes I bring that up because I want viewers to know ultimately who these guys will be chasing. Sterling in the black trunks, Urslan in red. Fight Clock brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of UFC. Urslan is huge. And Sterling loves to keep it at kick range, so I'll be interested to see
Okay.
how he deals with
Urslan's striking abilities are pretty sloppy. I just hope that Sterling does not get clipped or get caught with
Really
anything.
enjoyed our conversation with Navajo Sterling this week. Just just in terms of his appetite to improve in all phases of the game. Wants to be a great wrestler, wants to be a great grappler.
Oh, he's eating that right hand though right now.
He is.
I mean, he is getting touched up by that right hand of Ursula.
A good time to wrestle.
Yeah. Said he wants to mix in some of those takedowns. He might have to do it much earlier than he expected.
Man, Urslan is just hurting him. Urslan is the kind of guy you need to avoid early in a fight, and then maybe start maybe approaching
Right? Ursula has 19 fights now. Sterling has 6.
later in the fight, because it just feels like he has a bit of height, especially because of size. Like Sterling looks a bit smaller for some reason.
And Urslan has fought for a major title, not once but twice.
That's got to be a stage name, 242 close. It's like Mitch Benz.
What I'm seeing is Sterling is really mostly kicking before he's punching, and so he's not setting up his kicks. He's throwing empty kicks. Now he's letting his hands go a little, but that's why you're seeing Urslan be able to just get ahead of those kicks and fire a right hand.
Yeah, I don't blame Sterling for actually using kicks. I mean,
A little small cut
um,
on the
I feel
right
like the
eye.
more
Can't take too much damage to that side.
the more Sterling tries to get in and try to land something, I feel like Tokos is waiting to actually counter, to be honest.
Mostly a kicker. I mean, the hand speed doesn't look quite as quick as Urslan's.
Ursula seems to be falling in love with the right hand. It's landed so clean 2 times, so I can see why, but he can't become one-dimensional.
Yeah, I feel like Urslan is waiting for that right shot.
He's caught a couple
So
of kicks from Sterling.
He's probably preserving his energy so that he can go for 3 rounds with the kind of energy. It looks like the leg kicks are starting to actually hurt him. His reaction was not good on that last one. Oh,
Time the right hand and check hook that one. See, that's what you were talking about being
no,
a
no,
mature
no,
opponent.
no.
See, now you're seeing Sterling starting to adjust.
But now I'm like, that's what you said about Sterling setting up the kicks. Now he's got to set up that right hand. It landed as a straight right hand off of nothing before, but now maybe you throw a jab in front of it or follow it with the left hook to try
If
to land it.
Sterling don't lose this
has
fight,
picked
dude.
up on it a little bit.
See how he slides that angle, though? He throws that right hand and then pivots. That stops any counter from Sterling. It's slick. He's got good footwork, good fundamentals in boxing. And look at the way Erskine keeps his elbows in. I was always trying to do that when I was fighting. Couldn't keep my elbows in like that. He's very good with his defense.
Yeah, I think Erslan is saving his power so that he can last the whole 3 rounds. But I think if he doesn't get the finish, he's going to lose a decision because he's waiting for the finish. I mean, credit to him, he's still like really dangerous at this particular point in time, and that's why I'm so quiet because Erslan looks like he can land something that might actually finish the fight anytime, and he still looks fresh. He still looks fast. I'm actually honestly worried, and I actually did point this out in my breakdowns that I think a lot of people are underestimating Erslan. Um, Even though I still feel like Sterling should basically win, the way Erslan is fighting, I wouldn't be shocked if he lands something crazy. But I genuinely want Sterling to win, man. I genuinely want Sterling to win, and the rest of the people that I picked to actually win at this particular point. But let's focus on Sterling because this looks like it's gonna be an interesting fight. But as the fight goes, it just looks like Ersland pop, is starting to fade a little bit. It's not as quick. It's not as impactful as it was in the beginning of the fight, and that's why I feel like he's probably going to lose a decision because of lack of activity.
30 seconds after this word from DraftKings Sportsbook. As a UFC announcer with a front row seat, I've been known to get pretty excited. And with this latest DraftKings offer, you can too. New customers get $200 instantly in bonus bets when you bet just $5. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, sign up with the promo code.
1-0 Sterling, yeah. Yeah, I fully agree with that assessment. I think Sterling won that one, but I'm holding my heart with my hand. I'm worried, to be honest. But it looks like Erslan is slowing down. I think Ivan 1-0. Nah, man. Ivan landed a bit like bigger shots, but it wasn't enough. Like there wasn't enough of them to actually give him the round. I felt like um, possibility. I mean, it's possible, but I genuinely do not agree with that because I feel like Sterling was a little busier, and there's nothing major that I feel like Erslan landed, and he landed like three shots or 4 shots that like were pretty good. And I don't think that should then give him the round, to be honest. I love that Sterling was able to defend that takedown. And the fact that Erslan is wrestling right now, it tells me that he's going to be a little bit tired moving forward. I just hope
He doesn't secure this takedown. Now he makes it a option in the octagon, and it makes it another thing that Navajo Sterling has to contend with, whether it's mentally or he actually does it over the course of this fight.
The other thing I like about it is that you're keeping a long, lanky kick range. Navajo Sterling up against the fence.
Let's go. Yeah,
Mixing it up.
make him regret trying to take you down. Oh damn, Navajo with the grappling. Yeah, I'm actually even surprised.
With the hustling. He started on the hustle
Um,
and then slowed down.
I
And
feel
Navajo just
like
got
the
better.
only good shots were landed by Ivan. I mean, you make a good point, right? But
Like more willing to
dude is
stay
strong. Yeah,
in the area and not
yeah,
move.
and he's getting Erslan tired. You know, that's the nice thing about this grappling exchanges. So even if the fight goes back to the feet, and that was one of my concerns. Yeah, I also was worried. Damn, so he can wrestle. Yeah, apparently I'm also shocked. So I like this because it's going to take the power out of Erslan.
You gotta attack hands like even before you're up. The moment you start coming to your feet, you
I think
attack hands.
Erslan wasn't
Because if you're
expecting this
attacking
as
hands,
well.
it
That's
stops
why
your
he tried
pace.
to,
It stops
and
you from triggering
he's
any type
wrestling
of
really
shot.
well. Like he's
You
picking at
keep
the
getting ready
angles
to switch there.
and everything. You know.
Not to mention, if you stand up with that hand control in wrestling, you get thrown.
Yep.
There's not a lot of throws here, but they all have them.
And I'm
JK, no skill, all dog. I mean, there's a bit of skill there. Hopefully, he doesn't guess out doing this. Yeah, especially because it's not something that he normally does in his fights. So that could actually potentially affect how he actually performs. Um, why is this thing buffering? Um, is my internet okay? But if I'm connected, okay, yeah,
because
it's
this is a
fine.
muscle set that if you're not working it every day inside the gym, if your arms are gonna blow up and you're gonna fatigue down the stretch.
Urslan, career-wise, has proven to be an endurance guy, a conditioned guy. He has gone 25 minutes prior, but your point is certainly not lost on us. Under 2 minutes, round two.
I think this is Sterling's round, man. The way it's going,
It's all
I
of
feel
this
like
that
it's Sterling's
Usman doesn't
round.
like. It's all the activity. Because Usman has been very accurate with the right hand. He can't miss it. But when he throws the right hand and he lands one, then Navajo kicks him 5 to 6
Erslan looks
times
horrible
before he gets
now,
an opportunity to throw another one.
especially closing distance. He looks terrible.
Urslan's just not
Um,
quite busy enough. He's not getting the respect.
and the pop in his shot is gone, and that's why I liked the grappling exchanges because I feel like it took the power out of his shot. And I think if I was Sterling now, I would actually try to just avoid this. Why did it stand? I mean, Ivan looks horrible, man. If Sterling loses this one, I mean, he's going to, I don't know.
Good body work from Urslan. Now he
Yeah.
goes up top.
I mean, Usman's landing the more meaningful shots in
Oh
this
my
fight.
goodness.
He's landed the harder punches.
Sterling shouldn't
Navajo landed a lot of
lose
kicks.
this one. I mean, Erslan
Gotta
looks
understand one
terrible,
thing that's
man.
missing for Navajo is
Erslan looks
whenever you
terrible.
see Urslan leap into that right hand, grab a hold of that head, get in the clinch, and use those knees and those elbows the way we saw Andre Burial use in that last fight.
JK, oh, hopefully he doesn't guess out. I agree.
Crash into.
Do this, guys. Yeah, yeah, Erslan, but both of them don't look particularly great. I mean, Sterling is not the prospect that Easy built him up to be. Because if you ask Izzy, Sterling is his second coming, and even better. Yeah, I agree. It's 2-0 in my opinion. I don't know about this round. For me, it's 2-0. Sterling. Um, Even in the first round, I mean, Erslan was landing big shots, but he landed like four of them. Right in the first round. In this round, I feel like Sterling had the more effective grappling. I think Sterling was, I don't know, had a higher strike count. So for me personally, I feel like Sterling has like it's up. I'd be shocked if Ivan actually won this fight. I generally feel like Ivan needs a finish, but obviously Sterling should not coast. He should actually try to win the third round. But yeah, he's not the prospect I thought he was. He's definitely not Carlos Olberg, that's for sure. Um, Renier the Riz Lord, yeah, let's start scoring it by what we think the judges and UFC will lean. Yeah, I think maybe that's how we should actually start scoring the fights, man. Um, but it's also important to include your opinion in the analysis. You can say, well, I think this is how the UFC might score it, but but not necessarily removing your own opinion, because then it'll make it seem like the UFC the judging is correct, right? Because the backlash is also important in order to change things in the sport. Because if we accept the horrible decisions they make, then it means we are basically allowing the sport to just be trash at this point. So we need to criticize how they judge fights. But I agree with you. It's also that's also how I try to look at fights, and how I try to judge fights. And looking at the first round, I feel like I think the judges like striking. The judges like striking, so both of them have been striking, and I feel like because of the volume of Sterling,
Well, you smother those kicks, Dom, right? If they try to kick too close, then they're in range for you to hit them, and they're off balance.
Urslan seems like he recovered. He recovers really well, man. Like he recovers really well. I think the grappling exchanges are what made him seem like he was tired. I think the grappling exchanges were a bit too much.
Ursulon did not like that left uppercut.
Sterling is terrible, man. Renier the Rizlo, yeah, let's start. Okay. Usually more accurate. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I just hope Sterling actually gets the win here. I think he's been doing better. As long as he doesn't get finished, I think he should get the win. But once again, my breakdowns are pretty accurate and pretty good. People were counting out Erslan like Sterling was going to run through him. And once again, I said I think people are underestimating Erslan. Um, and he actually showed why he shouldn't be underestimated. Also, it looks like Sterling is not elite. He's decent, but he's not elite. I think if he fights someone who's actually good, he's gonna be in a lot of trouble. Like for example, if I know the fight will never happen, but let's say if he fights Ming Yang Zhang, like he's gonna get knocked down. But obviously maybe it's because also he's still early in his career. Maybe the UFC still need to develop him and give him a couple of fights. But we'll just have to wait. Oh, let's go, Sterling. Let's go. Back up, man. Oh, I like the ankle picking. It prevents Erslan from trying to advance and take him down. Sterling, do not engage in the. Do not engage. Oh. Wow. Erslan is actually good, man. I mean, Sterling is winning, but the mere fact that, let me not say good, but Erslan is tough. Let me say Erslan is tough. Um, Let's go, guys. Let's go. Yeah, man. I'm just happy that he's winning, but still,
To 7-0 with this performance.
Oh, big ground strikes. And there's so much hype around him. And there's 10 seconds left. He's still trying to finish.
He hasn't stopped punching. What a way to close it out for the Kiwi. Navajo Sterling, in all likelihood,
nah. I think it's 30-27.
after this.
The
Frankie
ref
said,
had money
right
on the
hand that
other
went down the
side.
drops Ursland. And then all this going, watch this right hand hits him right on
Yeah.
the side of the head.
Why do you
But
think that? That's why he
come
didn't
on.
stop it. Are
When
you?
you get kicked on the side of the head, that's when you go down, man. Tremendous point by Navajo Sterling.
Sterling Urslan go the distance. Official decision on the other side from Montreal.
Oh my goodness. Oh gosh. The thing I don't like about prelims is that you're going to, after this fight, we're going to see Jack Della Maddalena's background stories and how he struggled to get to the top and how he's making it against all the odds. I don't know, man. I don't like that's one of the few things I don't miss. Or rather that I don't like about watching live fights. At least if you're watching it later you can just skip these parts. But hey, it is what it is. But yeah, I agree with you, Shoshat McGee. I think it's 3-0.
UFC 315
I
tournaments are
think it's
presented by
3-0
Club Life, who reminds you to drink
Sterling,
responsibly.
to be honest.
A lot of our athletes got a chance to be alongside Lord Stanley's Cup, Manon Fior, Valentina Shevchenko. Eamon Zahavi, Montreal Canadiens fan. He was 5 years old the last time a Canadian team hoisted that thing, but maybe this will be the year. All right, for the official decision now, here's Bruce.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. The judges score the contest 29-28,
Wow.
29-28, and 29-27 for the winner by
Wow.
unanimous decision.
I guess sure what Renier Darius Lord was actually right about one of the rounds. I guess 2-1
I'm here with
was
Navajo
actually
Sterling.
an accurate
Navajo,
assessment.
second UFC performance. That was amazing way to finish. You were up in the fight. What made you keep pressing like that against Ursland?
Oh, man, I took it up, man. So I'm going to show up, man. I'm going to show up. And what I liked about that is, I turned it back on after, things not going my way.
Look up here. City kickboxing style. A lot of pace, pressure, a lot of kicks. But it was the right hand that hurt him bad in the third round. That pace and pressure allowed for you to hurt him. Did you think you were going to get him out of there? Or were you surprised he was able to work through that?
Yeah, honestly, I thought he was
He
already
looked
gone.
shocked
About a
that
minute,
he was
I
punched.
had to quickly change it. And
Crazy
move on.
scorecards tonight, all
Yeah, it's
over
just
the
like,
place. Yeah,
choose which one.
it
Wanna
makes me
scroll or
worry
make it
for
competitive?
the non-Canadians that I
For the
picked,
crowd.
Well, you keep
like
hitting him and you got another
Jessica and
victory.
George.
Congratulations
If it
on a
goes
great
to a
performance. Ladies and
decision,
gentlemen, give it up
it's
for
almost
Navajo
guaranteed
Sterling.
that she's going to get robbed.
If you knew just
So I
how
hope
easy
if
it was
Jessica is going to win, she somehow finds the
by the
knockout.
now 7-0 City kickboxing product, Navajo Sterling, 2-0 in the UFC. Well, don't miss the season premiere of the Ultimate Fighter Team Cormier versus Team Summit to celebrate 20 years of the groundbreaking series. Coaches and UFC Hall of Famers Cormier and Summit lead teams of welterweight and flyweight hopefuls as they compete for a UFC contract. Tough Season 33 begins Tuesday, May 27th, 10 p.m. Eastern on ESPN2, ESPN Deportes, and ESPN Plus. All right, now with more on our next prelim, also at light heavyweight, back over to Brendan Fitzgerald.
This next fight will be the best one on the
It's a
card.
father-son effort for Modestas Bukauskas and his father Gintas. Now, Gintas was
Damn.
actually an MMA fighter before the sport was even established back in the 1980s in the Soviet Union. He is in his corner tonight, as he always is, and as he was.
Oh,
Modestas
I
Bukauskas made his one of
forgot.
his
I
careers
picked
3 months
Ian
ago.
Goodalaba, but in all
Certainly
honesty, I'm
impressive,
pretty
but he
confident in my
increasing
pick,
the
to be
pressure
honest.
these moments bring to do it again tonight. He takes on Iwan Kutelaba, who's from a new training home in Las Vegas at Freestyle MMA. His coach Gokor Ambarian said after years of bringing raw
Kebab
power,
Moto.
you'll start seeing more
Next
depth to
fight
his
is
game.
Kyle
Worked in their first fight together
Propeller.
when he earned his
I bet
first
on him.
submission win in 10 years. Light heavyweights, ready to throw down.
No, it's
Coming
not
up
Kyle
next.
Propeller. Why would you put your money on that guy, man?
All right, so the light heavyweights are next, but here is your pay-per-view main card coming up at 10 p.m. Eastern. Eventually, all roads lead us to the welterweight title fight. Belal Muhammad in defense
Propeller
against
comes
WWE's
in the
Della
next
Maddalena. Valentina Shevchenko
two
taking
fights,
on
I
top
think.
25. She takes
No,
on
three
former
fights.
world challenger
He
Manuel
comes in the
Ramos,
next
who
three
will already
fights.
know Damon Zahavi trying to make it 6 straight wins against the legend and Hall of Famer Jose Aldo. All right, could be some car crashes in this next matchup, and we are all here for it. Let's get back to the
I
205.
think Ian Gutelaba should actually win this fight, man. I saw a couple of people picking Modestas Bakauskas. Um, I just think Gutelaba is just much better, but I guess we'll see. The fight is about to happen, so I guess we shall find out.
And now, after back-to-back finishes of Marcin Prachnio and Rafael Cerqueda, the Baltic Gladiator may just earn a number next to his name should he pass this test presented by veteran Iwan Kutelaba. Through the ups and downs of an extended UFC tenure, Moldova's Kutelaba has never wavered in his commitment to the game. And as he carries an all-important two-fight winning streak into Montreal tonight, he is confident his best form will continue at Bukowskis' expense. Coming up next, Modestas, the Baltic Gladiator Bukowskis squares off against D1.
And a guy who's like a 205 guy who can do a backflip is pretty scary. But I'm still sticking with Ion Kutelaba, to be honest. But I'm a little bit worried about this one as well. Oof. Uh, MMA predictions. Something else. Predicting fights feels like an extreme sport, to be honest. Uh, I sh- oof. Come on. Why are the workouts taking so much time to actually finish happening? Um, I feel like today I'm a little bit more impatient than usual. Do you guys think, but again, the UFC is going to go to Netflix because obviously WWE is there, and it feels like what the UFC is basically planning on doing is to actually maybe spread out a couple of things in order to, so maybe pay-per-views and main cards will probably be playing on, for example, Netflix, and then prelims maybe might continue to air somewhere else. I doubt it'll still be ESPN if they leave ESPN currently, like right now. Um, and I think that's probably why the UFC maybe is trying, even though the main events or rather the fight night cards have not been that great. It feels like they're trying to improve them. The most recent ones have been pretty decent. You know, Davison Figueiredo versus Corey Sandhagen with a Bone Nickel versus Renier Derrida co-main event. Even before that, Ian Gary versus Carlos Prates. Before that, I can't remember. Was it a pay per view? But I feel like the fight nights have not been that terrible. So I honestly just hope it goes to Netflix. It'll make things a little bit easier for everyone. You know, I think it'll make things and it'll make the sport a lot bigger because now over 100 million. How many subscribers does Netflix have? Or rather, yeah, subscribers I'd say, or members, whatever it is that you want to call it. I think it's around 300 or 200 million, which is massive. It's close to a billion. Okay, not close to a billion, but obviously it'll grow the sport incredibly and significantly.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC light heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a combat combo fighter. Holding a professional record, 19 wins, 10 losses, 1 draw, 1 no contest. He stands 6 feet 1 inch tall, weighing in at 205 pounds. Fighting out of the Republic of Moldova. He won the Hulk Kutilava. And
I
now,
like that Bruce
introducing
Buffer
his
was
opponent,
getting in between
fighting
them.
out of the red corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 17 wins,
Upholsterer,
6 losses.
welcome to the
He
stream, man.
stands 6 feet 3 inches tall, weighing in at 203 pounds. Fighting out of London, England, by way of Klaipeda, Lithuania, Modestas, the Baltic Gladiator,
Bukowska.
and when the action begins, a referee in charge, Dan
Modestas.
I mean, Buff, we can get you a blue jacket if you want to do security tonight, my man.
I could. It's possible, you know,
Thanks to
but
Jay
I
Armstrong, your
genuinely
biggest
feel
story.
like Kudelaba is better. But
Dan Mergliata,
I
our
guess
referee for
maybe
Yuan
I might be
Kutelava
dumb. I
and
guess we'll find out
Modestas
pretty soon.
Bukowskis. Bukowskis is in
Right
green.
now, I
Kutelava's
was
in white.
like, Bilal, Bekal,
What I think makes this
the
fight different
Manis.
is Bukowskis
I
has
don't
a
know what that means.
hard style. He's kind of hard to find because of that karate style that he has. He's deceptively hard to find. Kutelava came to the
Kudelaba
UFC
looks
22.
huge,
He's now
man.
31 as he makes his 19th
Kudelaba
UFC
looks
debut.
huge.
He's been in there with a lot of high-level guys. Magomedov Ankalaev twice, Glover Teixeira, Khalil Roundtree Jr., whom he beat in 2019. Good jab by Bukowskis. Nice leg kick by Kutelava.
Another. Molestas Bukowska. Wow.
Toyo Tires, the official
Wow.
tire of UFC.
I don't even know how to
I mean,
respond to
Kutilava
that.
is 31 years old. To say that we've been watching him fight here as long as we have is crazy. Tells you how young these guys are getting into the UFC now. Tonight he's fighting behind a lot of kicks. Landing those kicks, and it's going to really slow down Bukowskis. Oh,
That's a nice connection with that rear right hand for Bukowskis. Kutelava corner telling him to relax a little bit. That right hand has been there.
and it's right off that left hook. We talked about that last fight.
Oh, let's go,
Hey,
Kudelaba.
but if you're Modestas, you better be ready for this because if you go Kutilava into a brawl,
Right.
he'll be more than willing to oblige.
Yeah, and I love the way Kutelava's mixing in the kicks, the boxing. I mean, he's mixing it up just right so that it's not just a boxing range, it's not just a kickboxing range. He's mixing up their timing.
I love that when he doesn't get the like when he feels like it's too far from the boxing range, he tries to maybe land a kick or something like that. So far, the fight is pretty even.
Hands up by Kutelaba.
Um,
Kutelaba trying to
I'm not
press him.
particularly sure how it's going to play out as the fight progresses, but so far, both of them have landed pretty decently. Um, Objectively, from the judges' perspective, I don't know who's winning. It's a pretty close fight, to be honest. But obviously, whoever gets the biggest reaction from the crowd will probably win. And it looks like it's Ian Kudelaba at this point.
Right to the chest.
Shoshat McGee, Ian needs to wrestle, and I thought he would. I agree, but I don't think he needs to because he's landing really decently, man. Obviously, if he wrestles, he's going to maybe avoid any possible bad decisions, or maybe even losing. I think it's really like close at this point. Like, but I genuinely think Ian Kutelaba is landing or rather, is getting the crowd's reaction a little bit more.
Into Kutelaba,
Um,
but because Kutelaba's going forward so much, he's never feeling comfortable to just let his punches go.
Someone could get the chin here. I agree. I agree. Someone could get chin. Um,
That was nice by Modesta.
I honestly don't know who's winning this fight, man. I don't know. What do you guys think? Who's winning?
Throws, he lands.
I honestly don't know. I feel like it's Kudelaba, but probably maybe it might be my bias because I picked him. But this fight is honestly pretty close. Both of them have had, but I feel like Kudelaba needs to wrestle because I can see him starting to miss a little bit in the striking exchanges. I think he should try to wrestle in the second round. Um,
You hear the coaches saying, let's win this round.
Shoshat Negi needs to wrestle. Yeah, I agree. I hope he wrestles in the second round, to be honest.
Clearly, in this round.
It's hard to say who won. But it seems Kutalaba had more activity. It looked closer from the. It looked closer from without knowing the numbers. It looked like they were both pretty even as far as striking goes. For rather volume, as far as volume goes, it felt like they were pretty even. But when you look at the striking numbers, it looks like Delava was actually the more active, the more active fighter. You're right. It's hard to say who won. That's right. Yeah, man. Especially like you were saying, from looking at it from um, the judge's perspective, because they don't have the numbers. So even though we know that Kutelaba was landed probably twice as much as Modestas Bakauskas, the judges probably don't know that. And I'm not gonna lie to you. Before I saw the numbers, I actually didn't know who to give the round to. But because of the crowd reaction, because I felt like um, Kudelaba was pressing, was moving forward, maybe it could have gone to him. But I think it's a coin flip for me. Shout out Shoshod. Renier de Rizla. 1-0 Kudelaba according to Verdict MMA. Okay. Okay. I'm happy with that, but I mean, you know the judges. And the scorecards have not been great
Said that they feel that
this
Modesto's
whole
leg is
night.
getting beat up. I mean, he's landed so many of those kicks.
Oh, that was good, man. Oh, hopefully the judges saw that it was him being off balance and not necessarily being dropped.
Yeah, and you know, he's
So
much
far,
more
Good Love is
tonight.
doing
Very,
better,
very
but
smart
it's still
fight.
early in
A lot
in
of
the
kicks.
round. So hopefully this continues.
Big punches every now and again.
Kudelava gets a
And
bit
he knows
sloppy
that
as the
because
fight
he isn't
goes.
engaging as much as he needs to.
Take him down. Okay. Wow, Modestas has good takedown defense, man. That was good.
Very good. But
I love that he's
he needs
clinching.
to
Short
get
Shot
a little
McGee,
bit more.
you said he should wrestle. It clearly seems like he's trying.
Ewan all week, right? He was much more. I mean, even his weigh-in, it was less
Right.
crazy.
Well, I think he's coming into his own in terms of
He's a man now.
maturation, right? 31, and at least tonight unofficially
Wrestle.
they debut. He's weighing
To be honest, I want Kudelaba to win. I don't care if it's a boring decision,
Beautiful head of
but
hair.
I need Kudelaba to actually win this one. I think they're going to break them up
Yes, I want to see
from the
more out of
fence.
Bukowskis. Just that knee. Play the game in the clinch. Throw something. Punch him. Hit him in the legs. Hit him in the body. Knee him. Do something.
Bukowskis looks to me to be fighting extremely safe.
Yeah.
Yes, Nami is.
Well, he's got 2 straight wins, both finishes, maybe on the cusp of the top 15. Mindful of the Kutelaba power, but you're right, little tentative.
Take him down, Kudelaba.
Man,
Take him down.
Alexander
This fight is
Volkanovski
so
pressure
close.
for years.
It's uncomfortably
You
close
earn
for me.
pressure. Nobody goes, you're a great guy. Let's give you some expectation.
Right.
You earn expectation. And when you get it, when you get a little
Get the takedown, Kudelaba. I knew it was good. I knew it was coming.
Dan Murgliano looking for a little bit more action. Back to the center of the octagon. 2.5 to go, round 2.
Kudelaba needs to stop doing these things, man. Like, try to actually preserve your energy. Wow, Kudelaba is the favorite.
A lot of things.
Okay.
At times,
I guess
you
maybe
don't know
it's not,
what that thing
even
is
though
gonna
it's
lead
close,
to.
but it clearly shows that
I
I'm
guess
not the only one who thought maybe.
just
Okay, I'm not the only one because even Renier the Lord actually called it and was like, MMA verdict said it's Kutelaba. Oh, nice land for Kutelaba.
The Bukowskis corner feels like he has
Kudos
a speed
to
advantage.
Bakauskas for
Necessarily
taking it
physically,
like
they
that,
also
man.
feel like he's
I
far
actually
the
thought,
better, but just 39 significant strike attempts for Bukowskis thus far. I would say Bukowskis is using the speed, but he's using it to be defensive, not using it to offensively use his
yeah, I
speed.
mean,
He's
Kutelaba is
moving
more
really
active.
well. He's seeing things, but
I
wants to go
think,
to.
Watch here. Kutsalaba's gonna kick you. Just right there, they're in range. I can't reach with my hands. I'll give you a couple kicks. Inside leg kick, outside kick. Just constantly doing something
yeah,
to try to hurt
I
Modestas.
agree with what DC is saying.
And Modestas is looking at him, taking pictures.
Yeah, too reactive.
And then figuring, when can I take my chance to blitz him? And to this point, Ewan's been able to pick up on those blitzes.
I mean, both of them don't look gassed. I mean, Kutelaba needs to stop this, man. Like, he's giving me heart attacks. Now, like, what if he gasses out?
I don't think they are looking to see too many more of those attempts.
He just falls every time.
Yeah, that's how I look throwing it, so that's why I don't throw it. Oh, Bukowski's trying to load up and got caught.
Well, you remember when Modestas hit him with the 1-2-1-2? We need more of that. That's where the speed shows in the fight. When you start to string
Ian
combinations,
Kutelaba should
and
stop
maybe you
doing
put a
this
1-2, then you
back
change the
what.
speed of the second 1-2. It's not all in rhythm. You gotta mix up that tempo.
Kudela, I mean, Modestas Bakauskas has not thrown much. Wow, it's crazy, man.
Final seconds of round 2. Bukowski's
Oh! What an ending to the round. What an ending to the round. I think it's 2-0 Ion Kutelaba, to be honest. Short McGee, I'm with you there. I think Bakauskas needs a finish at this point. I think Bakauskas needs a finish. Short McGee, who did you pick? Because I saw a lot of people picking. Renier, you picked Bakauskas, ne? Short McGee, Bud is just letting the fight slip away. Yeah, to be honest, I think, like I was saying, to be honest, I feel like what do you call him? Kutelaba is the better fighter, all-round fighter. And even in my breakdown, I didn't actually expect it to be this close. But even in my breakdown, I was like, I can't see a path to victory. Short McGee, I picked Ion. Oh, okay. It makes sense. Um, but in my breakdown, I was like, I can't see a path to victory for Bakauskas, to be honest, because I don't feel like he's going to out grapple Ion Kudelaba. I think Kudelaba has pretty decent striking defense and offense. So that's why, and even output, I knew that he would have more output. But I mean, Bakowska still looks fresh and dangerous. Both of them still look good. So I mean, he could land something pretty brutal. But I hope he doesn't. I like that he's trying to take the fight to the ground to avoid any risk. I thought we would wrestle more. I think the problem is that he probably came in knowing, and that's something that I also pointed out. I mean, both of them have good takedown defense, so maybe he was trying to avoid wasting his energy too much, trying to get the takedown, and when he knows that it's gonna be difficult, so he probably maybe is just that's why maybe he's trying to preserve it and started wrestling in the second round. And even here, he is basically trying to wrestle. But I think Bakauskas has good takedown defense. I think this is just the just him giving him that look to say, you know what, let's just mix it up. I'll try to take you down, but I don't think he's actually trying to take him down. I could be wrong, but I don't think he's actually trying to take him down. That was a good punch from Ian
and what we
Kudelaba.
said and the decision, and they go back and go, oh, man, I guess I didn't do enough.
Sometimes they say that. Ha!
It's every time.
Finally, the spinning attack works as Kute Lava hits the body of Lakowskis, but if you're Mo, you gotta go.
Yeah, he's got to go. And he has the power. He has the ability to finish this fight.
Yeah.
Like that. Like that. That's what he's got to do.
Such a hard shot. I cannot believe Kute Lava just ate that. Oh my gosh. And that's why Lakowskis waits, because eventually one of those lands, and that usually knocks people out. Oh my gosh, again.
Look at that, though. He's going now, and he's finding a lot of success.
Just gotta keep throwing. I cannot believe he ate those two, though.
Or you can hear his corner. You hear Kiwan's corner now urgency, like, yo, move, move, move. They knew they won the first round.
Yeah, and what happens, Bukowskis is pulling him into these right hands by circling him to Kutulava's weak side. So he's circling to the weak side, which is the lead hand, and then the right hand comes the second you see Kutulava square. Bam, 1-2 down the pipe. He's trying to time it with the feet, but
Bud can't fight going backwards. Yeah, sure.
Iwan was able to take
I'm
those
with
shots
you
also
there,
in
man.
the third round. If he lands those in round one, when he
I
starts
think
to fight,
that's one of the biggest problems since the first round. It's because Kutelaba has been going forward. Take him down! Wow. Modestas has good takedown defense, man. Modestas has good takedown defense, I'm not gonna lie. That was a good entry from Kudelaba, and Modestas was able to actually defend the takedown. So, in all honesty, I don't blame Kudelaba for not even trying too hard to wrestle, because I mean, it's unless if you are going to tell yourself I'm going to have a specific approach, which is not always a good idea, because what if it doesn't go your way?
what we learned from just listening to the corners. The corners watching the fight with rose-colored glasses for their guy. And if they tell
Kudelaba
you,
is
hey
landing
man,
really nice knees in the clinch, man.
you know they're telling you the truth. You gotta fight.
Wow. Uh, Vegas has Vegas has Buck winning. Nah, man. Nah, Bakauskas is not winning this fight. No way.
Bukowski's is fighting a beautiful third round. This is a really good third round.
He also had some moments in round one, if memory serves. I mean, I think technically it's better, but this holding against the fence doesn't serve his purpose from the first and second round. I think he needs space.
He needs to finish. Yeah, he needs to finish.
This isn't.
Yeah, I agree with the commentators. I mean, they are also saying exactly what we're saying. Bakauskas needs a finish. Like this thing of Vegas having him as no Gutelava, do not brawl, dude. Like you want us to lose, Wena.
Nice spinning attack to the
Alright,
body, right at the gun by
X-Tape,
Bakauskas.
what up,
Covers the
man?
distance.
Um,
Kute Lava in this light heavyweight division. All the quote scorecards coming up next from Quebec.
I'm also surprised that Rene the Lord. I mean, like it's crazy for me to for that Vegas has Bakauskas winning. Oxtave Modesta's gotta start hitting like what the fuck, man. Yeah, I think like Short McGee was saying, he seems to be struggling to fight going backwards. I think 3-0. I think it's 2-1. I agree with Renier's scorecard. I think it's 29-28. Am I right? Something like that. I think Ion Gutelaba actually won 2 rounds. I think the final round potentially went to Bakauskas. But, the judges are high, so you never know, man. We could find ourselves in a split decision or a draw, or even potentially a robbery, especially because the only two clear
21-year-old
rounds
ascending phenom Michael
are the
Burks looks to
second
keep his
and
perfect record
third.
intact against the hardened Brazilian veteran.
The first one
Taking
is
3
close enough
April, May
for
card at
something
7 p.m. Eastern
weird to
on
happen,
ESPN Plus
and
from Las
that
Vegas
worries me.
next Saturday,
X Tape
May 17th.
could go either way. I feel
All right, so
like I feel
Modestas
like Ion Gutelaba won
Bukauskas
that fight, but
in his 10th UFC appearance going
it
for a
could
third
go.
straight
And the
win.
fact that Bruce
Ion
Buffer is not
Cutelaba
in the
and
octagon,
UFC star number 19
it's
also
it's
chasing a third
potentially
straight
a
win.
split decision. Oh my
Both men
god.
potentially could have a number next to their name next week if they get the nod here. And as you look at the
Ah,
scorecards, we've
Ion
got
was
now
way
2
more
happening in the
aggressive, and
round.
there
Rounds
was
2
no
and 3
damage. Yeah, and
seemingly
not
easier
just
to
aggression,
score.
but
All
activity,
right, it is
right?
now time for the official decision brought to you by Bud Light, the
Let's
official
see.
beer
Let's see
sponsor
how
of the
the
UFC.
judges score this fight.
Here's Bruce.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Come
after
on,
3
come on,
rounds, we
give
go
me
to the
this
judges'
win.
scorecards for a decision. Jerry Belal scores the
Oh my
contest
God,
30-27
split
to
decision.
Labra. Pasquale Procopio scores it 30-27 Balkauskas. As Salvador Diamato scores the contest 29-28 for the winner by split decision, Modestas, the Baltic Gladiator, Balkauskas.
All right, so the
That's
split
trash.
decision goes to Modestas Bukauskas, champ.
That's trash. That's actually a very bad decision. 30-27 for Bukowski.
I don't get it. Well, and you can argue against the 30-27 for Cutelaba as well. Broadcast booth thought Cutelaba had done enough.
I thought Kutilava lost round 3, but that was the only round I thought he lost.
Yeah. Aligned.
That is so bad. I mean, I don't understand how are they watching 2 different fights? I don't get it.
Pascal Procopio gave
Well, that's
Bukauskas all 3 rounds.
I hate that I
That's
was
why,
right,
because who is
man.
Pasquale? Who is
I hate that I
Procopio?
was
All right,
right.
so we'll find out. Bukauskas has now won
I hate that I was right. To be honest.
Yes.
Um,
Yes. They should have to put their face next to their card.
See your name in the octagon with UFC
yeah,
collectibles. You
X
can
Tape.
put your name on the
Yeah,
canvas
man.
of the
I'm
pay-per-view
just
event. Watch it
tired,
live and
man.
own the real thing. Your piece
It
on
sucks.
the
It
Fight
sucks
News
to have,
canvas
and I was complaining
and
about the
right now,
judges.
be there, be part of it at UFCcollectibles.com.
And I was
to
talking
secure
about it a
your
bit
spot.
earlier on this
Big things
particular
coming
stream,
up later this
and
month.
I was
As the Vegas
saying like
Mavericks take center stage
the
at UFC
judges,
Fight
the
Night.
way the
Jason
judges, and
11
I even
champs
said
Marlon
it.
Davis and
I was like, I
Adesanya
wouldn't be surprised if they
head-to-head in
robbed
BJJ's first
Ian
women's
Gutelaba,
marquee main event.
because
FBI 11 streaming Thursday, May 29th, live and exclusively
I don't
on
even know
UFC
what to
Fight
say,
Night.
man. I'm just tired at this point. My bed is still going. Awesome for you, man. Linear the
Please
Lord.
give me a
Wow,
chance.
what
No,
the?
no.
I mean,
I want to fight in UFC. Please give me.
um,
Athlete from Tajikistan, Nabotov Dorobshaw.
Ash.
So the Volkov Shop stands up at the press conference and basically tells me he's this undefeated
I'm
fighter.
tired,
He's an
man.
elite athlete. In the moment, I
MMA,
said, you know what?
MMA at this
Come on
point
up. I pull him up on stage.
sucks. I genuinely hope I can start to create more entertaining
Problem was
videos. And if they get success, guys, I'm going to just start to introduce a bit more content, entertainment content, and if it does well, I can see myself just leaving the predictions to the subscribers, man. The amount of effort that goes into predicting fights is a lot, and then when you then get and I think Shoshan McGee mentioned that Vegas had Bakauskas winning, which basically goes to show that it's probably rigged. I agree with DZ. It's probably rigged. Uh, I'm going to start including a bit more entertainment content on the channel, and if the views agree with me, I'm just going to avoid. I'm just going to avoid what do you call it? Predicting these fights, man. It's exhausting. I'm not gonna lie. It's honestly exhausting. Um, X Tape, robbery saved my parlay. I mean, I'm happy for you. DZ, yeah, it's rigged. I mean, there's very little you can do. How do you can't outstrike and run the whole fight and win? Now, I saw it from the beginning of the card that this is probably going to be how the fight plays out. I'm so tired, man. Rene the Rose Lord, Molesters 3027. I'm speechless, man. I'm honestly speechless. Rene the Rose Lord, crazy. Yeah, man. Like, it kills your. Like, things like this kill my mood, man. They kill my mood. That's why I hate this part, man. Sometimes he ran and got outstruck, which is crazy, and they still gave him the fight. DZ, no way. I done an in-play bet while I was paying times 2.5 because I was so sure he would win. Clearly, they wanted Modestas to win. Absolute mockery. 100%, man. Like, I don't feel like even the UFC is taking this seriously. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it benefits them somehow to have the judges score these fights so horribly. I've never heard of any judge facing any kind of repercussions for horrible scorecards, and that's why they continue to give us horrible scorecards, horrible decisions, because there's no repercussions. Like, they just tell you, okay, take a break, you'll come back. That's what happens. And these people affect people's careers. Um, these people are costing people money. You know, Ian Gudelaba technically should be on a 3-fight winning streak, but that's not gonna happen. Um, he should be getting his win bonus. That's not gonna happen. The people who actually bet on Kudelaba to win were correct, but still, that's not gonna happen. Um, I think I place my heart too much into predicting fights, and when outcomes like this happen, they just obliterate my mood. Like, I know for a fact that depending on how the rest of the card goes, um, I'm gonna have a bad day, potentially a bad week. Yeah, this sucks, man. This honestly sucks. But yeah, I'm going to try to include more entertainment MMA because what's the point, man? Like, it feels like the point of predicting fights is starting to I just feel like it's becoming a little bit more pointless at this point, because ultimately, even if you are right, your decisions or your predictions can be affected by nonsense like this, and it's like the UFC is fine with it. DZ, absolute mockery. I mean, I agree, man. Like, I'm so drained. Like, I even can't be mad because I don't have the energy to be mad, because it just punched the life out of me. Renier the Lord, yeah, it's a massive robbery. X-Tave, DZ, how much you lose? Renier the Lord tweaking as judges. I agree, man. Short McGee, that was at least 2-1. And Eon, maybe 3-0. Yeah, I agree, man. Canada is always on some BS. And they keep going there. I don't know why, man. Modestas won the third, not gonna lie. I agree with you. He won the third, but not the first two. But the first two he lost, yeah. Renier the Reslo, 2-1 Eon. I agree. Dizzy. Oxtave, it was an in-play bet, so my in-play is still safe, but I slapped a quick $100 on it for 235. Dizzy, I slapped it only on because I seen he was playing so much. Shoshat McGee, hopefully that's the robbery of the night. Yeah, hopefully there are not any more robberies from here onwards. The near the Rizlog, I smell an Aldo getting robbed. I think if you're not Canadian and you don't get a finish, you should expect that. X-Tape Dizzy, honestly, fair enough. I'm Dizzy. This is why we need KO. Yeah. Kebab Moto, wake me up when women fight finish. X-Tape, this is just a sign you shouldn't bet the big on UFC. Yeah. Another thing is, I don't know, man. X-Tape, because you are bound to lose money because of judges. Yeah, that's true. DZ, mine, I got 250 on Belal, and for that Kazakhstan guy who won first round, so I just need him to win. Okay, good on you, man. I'm cool with a bad pick, but not a robbery. I'm with you, man. At least you can say I was wrong, but in this particular situation, you can't really say I was wrong, man. Jasmine is huge, dog. Jasmine is huge. Andrade, I hope Andrade wins, but she has to dominate or she's gonna get robbed unless. DZ, the judge is a mug. X-Tave, all those last robbery was bad. I hope it won the B. It's the same thing again. Same here, man. DZ. This is why we need this fighter to get KOs. I agree, but I also think the scoring criteria, or rather the process of judging fights, should change. I actually have an idea, but I mean, it's. Wow, just the VC is massive, man.
Jasudavicius has really worked hard on making her ground game more violent with ground strikes, with submissions.
Look at what happens when Andrade tries to get up. Every time she tries to get up forward, Jasudavicius moves her forward and knocks her back to her hands. The last time she pulled her back in her lap, got a hook in and she's trying to submit her. Could you imagine what this place would sound like if she finishes this fight?
I can. Jaws in a world of trouble early.
She should flatten her out. Oh my goodness, there it is.
She's all over Andrade right now.
Oh, she's gonna choke
Oh
her.
no.
That's sunk in there. Yep. Knocks us out. Post attack with the other hand. 5 in a row for the fighting flyweight contender. Flawless victory.
Yeah, I'm cooked this card,
What a
man.
moment. Here at home, still perfect in Canada. Jazz Divisius is coming.
I'm cooked this card. Like,
Huge
I'm
win
sure
for
the
her.
comments are going wild.
Did exactly what she said she was going
Um,
to do. I mean,
Shoshat
it's
McGee, he
continuing to
missed
hit
weight so he
flawlessly.
can throw
But
him
now time to take
off
a look
of
at
the
tonight's
fence.
crazy knockout moment brought to
I
you
don't know.
by
Should I put my bet on Aldo or just cash out? I'm not sure, man. You could be right. What do you think about the red key? My picks have not been good this card, man. I think I'm on 2 and 4 at this point, so not great so far. So maybe not. Don't listen to what I'm saying actually, but I think my lot. But yeah, I think
and there you see
at this
Chris
point,
Cricketnell. That was actually Mac
the
DeMarco team up here.
robbery plus Jessica losing. I
Jazz
mean,
Divisius with her
this
Brazilian
was my
Jiu-Jitsu black
worst
belt.
pick of
First
all
rear naked
time.
choke for her since her pro
Next stage,
debut
just
in
lost one out of
2017.
my parlays.
Jazz Divisius with a huge win here in Montreal. Let's get
Ash,
into it.
Next stage added on 1.5 rounds. The Shoshat McGee. Ah, good on Jasmine Jessica VCS, man. She did really well. But I think and I've actually started. But I think it's about time for me to actually. Okay, let me see. There's a bot that was trying to post here. Xtave had headed on 1.5. I mean,
The UFC 315 prelims are presented by Bud Light, who reminds you to drink responsibly. And in part by Cuervo, official tequila of UFC. Please drink responsibly.
my picks are terrible
All right, to make this one official,
on
here
this
is the
card.
response. Ladies and gentlemen, referee Jason Herzog.
Wow, Jasmine is huge.
At 2 minutes, 40 seconds of the very first round. Declaring the winner by submission due to a rear naked choke, Jasmine Jazz
I'm here with Jasmine Jazz Divisius. Jasmine, on paper, this was supposed to be the toughest challenge of your career. You went out there and absolutely dominated in front of your fans. How good does it feel?
Oh, it feels amazing to do it in Montreal. Everyone cheered. I felt like I had cake on my back.
During the week, Jessica spoke about her takedown defense and said it would take a truck to get her to the ground. I guess you were a truck. Did you know you could take her down and do it in that way?
I know my skills and abilities, and
You know,
I
it
knew I'd be able to
sucks
get her
to
down. I
put in
guess
so
you could
much
call it
effort
that
into
truck.
predictions.
Jasmine, let's take a look at your work up here.
Even
You get
though
this
like there was
wonderful
one
takedown and
robbery,
you
but
went right to work. Look
to
at
put
this.
in this
Get
much
up in a
effort
position, put
into
on a head
making
here, get the
predictions and
takedown, take her back, and choke her out. Did you
to
know
get these kind
that
of
once you got her
outcomes,
down, you
man.
could submit Jessica Andrade, a
I
woman who
think
has
the
a
more
very
time
credentialed resume
progresses,
and her black
it's
belt?
becoming more and
Yeah,
more
no,
easier
I knew she was
for
gonna be
me to
tough. I
make
knew this was
videos.
gonna be a huge challenge, but
Um,
I've been
I
working so
love
hard,
the
and
the
I
analytical
knew that
aspect
if I got her down, I'd be able
of
to find that
making
finish.
Well,
making
you just got
predictions
a
and
black
everything
belt.
like
That is
that.
a
But
massive accomplishment. But winning 5 fights in a
I
row
need to think about
puts you
doing a
right
little bit more
in the title
entertainment. I love the
conversation.
comment,
Is there
the
anyone,
best
Jasmine,
comments of
that
the
you would
week.
like to face the next time you step in the
Um,
octagon?
I
That
need
gets you
to
closer
come
to
up
a
with
championship
something
opportunity.
else that's more entertainment than it is analysis.
I want that number one spot. I'm coming, girls.
Well, you have probably earned it. Congratulations, Canada. Give it up for your own Jasmine. Jasmine, this is.
What a prop from the Quebec crowd.
I'm
Jasmine
looking
Jasmine
forward
Izzy
to next week's
might be that
comments.
fighter of the year conversation if she's not careful. 2 wins already in
I'm
2025.
probably going to have to
5 in a
do some
row.
type of
Could be in the top 5 when the rankings come out next week.
a comment that calls me a
All right,
casual.
John, and
I
again,
wonder
inside Bell
how
Center,
I'm
some
going to
champions
visualize
come
that.
in all different shapes and sizes
But
and from all different
damn,
walks of life. But more often than not, there is a common thread, one of hard work and dedication. It certainly applies to the
this
UFC's
hurts. I'm
undisputed
not gonna
welterweight
lie.
champion, Belal Muhammad, a man worth
This
getting
hurts
to know.
big time. The only way
In a
I
sport in which
will
actions
feel
will
better
always
is
speak
if
louder than
from here
words,
onwards
holding
I
an
get
undisputed
every
title is the
single fight
greatest statement
correct.
that can be made. Sometimes,
Otherwise,
if you look closely enough at what the surface of that gold is reflecting,
I don't
you
know,
see
man.
a man who gives his everything.
I
A
honestly
champion
don't
who
know.
fights for every square inch. No matter who doubts you, no matter who hates on you, if you believe in yourself, you can achieve anything.
I actually thought that Jessica
While be argued
Andrade
no
would
other
actually.
competitor in the sport of
I'll do the
MMA
best.
lives,
Okay.
breathes, and sleeps fighting like
I
welterweight
genuinely
champion
thought that
Belal
Jessica
Muhammad.
Andrade would
The trite
do
phraseology just isn't enough.
um
To give
better than she
110%,
did.
to be willing
But
to
I guess
die,
Shoshat
to get
McGee
up
had a
when
point.
knocked down.
You know, the
Really words
moment
it, but to truly live it, to believe it,
you
and
train
become it,
with people you
that's
want
why
to
we should
date, I
remember the
mean,
name.
that's the end of
Do you
your
really know
career, I
Muhammad?
guess.
The proud Palestinian American,
So
heartful enough to take in a young boy named Jude who'd been wounded in Gaza, the coach who was always there for his fighters, the role model, the unconditionally loyal
predicting
teammate
fights
who insisted on staying home in Chicago to
is
train for his
depressing.
first title
I'm
fight,
not gonna lie.
rather than with the great Khabib Nurmagomedov, who saw his
Predicting
champion
fights is
experience as
depressing.
well.
Oh, and an uppercut. One point. The thing about Belal, you better be ready to fight at this pace.
Perhaps you've seen the largely false narratives about his fighting style, but the tape doesn't lie. An 11th fight on Beaton Street, dominance of this kind has its own aesthetic. As he heads into his first title defense against Jack Della Maddalena at UFC 315. The unsung nature of his sacrifices fills in the rest of the story. For a devout Muslim to answer the call to train and fight during Ramadan is only a glimpse into his mindset.
You don't know how hard you can push your body until you actually have to push it. It's getting comfortable with being uncomfortable.
You say he can't, and he does. You say champions falter at 35. He says at that age, greatness is only getting started. Scoff if you will, but GOAT has always been the goal.
The difference between the top 5 and then the champions, it's mentality. I think that's what separates me from a lot of guys.
Defiance?
Guys,
Nobody is as married to the game or the gym as this champion's natural habitat, because nothing has ever been handed to Belal Muhammad.
time to lean
Well, I
more
didn't write
towards
that
other
essay like
things.
I did for my guy Daniel Cormier, but what a human being this Belal Muhammad, and with no margin for error on this unbeaten streak, he rose to the world title. Yeah, 11 fights unbeaten. That doesn't happen because it's a fluke. That happens because you're fighting smart. And not just smart, but really, really smart. Yeah. It's hard to hit him. It's hard to stop him from taking down and getting taken down. And at the same time, he pressures you so much, you get overwhelmed by his cardio, and you get overwhelmed by his offense. And these are the things that Jack Della Maddalena is going to be dealing with. Champ, I know the extent to which you've been impressed by Belal Muhammad. Lot to work with on the telestrator. Take it away.
Yeah, he's fighting very smart. He's fighting very, very good. Look at this fight against Leon Edwards. So look, Leon knows that from a conventional stance, he knows how to defend takedowns. But watch Belal Muhammad switch now. Now he's southpaw versus southpaw, and he's having to defend that same takedown. But watch as he gets his hands, he swings him off the octagon. But there's one thing that's very key in his takedown, and it doesn't happen unless he does this. When he swings him, look at that. His hands are locked, but they're locked immediately. He doesn't get to swing him off the fence if he doesn't lock him the moment he gets to his hip against the octagon side. And then right watch here. Leon Edwards did a great job against Belal with this. He fought the
Hackett,
hands
what did you
beautifully.
think of
But
the
against Belal,
Because
Belal
fight? I
goes,
thought
okay,
the Lava one.
you want to fight the hands?
I
Let
agree
me
with you,
change
man.
position. Switch to the high
I
guard.
think
Get up and
the
put
judges
position
robbed him.
and put him down right on his head. Watch this.
but it's something that happens so
What a kick
often
up.
that
Put it down. That is how you do it. If you
it's
belong on
honestly
him,
even
don't
exhausting
wrestle
to
him around
try
the body.
to
He's good there. Keep to the high spots.
argue with
Get
it
him off his
because
feet. Get the takedown.
what
That dude
sucks is
fought
that it
great that
feels like
night.
the UFC
Nobody
doesn't
breaks it
care
down like you as we go inside the
because
numbers.
this has been
Leader, the
happening for
name.
such a long period
One
of
way to put
time
it,
and
the
no one
on-field
is
streak is
getting
11. George St. Pierre had 12. We'll
penalized
see how those
for their
roll out on that
decisions.
front here tonight.
Yeah, 30
Significant
27 for
strike splits.
Bukowskis was crazy,
Took
man.
seventh most in
I
UFC welterweight
100%
history with
agree,
43 takedowns.
but I mean, it
Tied for
just
eighth
feels
of all
like that.
time
That's
in
why I'm like,
his
it
history
doesn't
in the
feel like the
UFC's
UFC cares.
welterweight division.
I think they're
So when it
fine
all
with these
goes
horrible
down,
scorecards for some reason.
later,
Only they know why. But it seems like they're fine with it because it doesn't feel like they're doing anything. Maybe the controversy of fans arguing online is good for publicity, I guess. Maybe I don't know, but it doesn't feel like the UFC cares that these robberies are happening, and they are basically costing people money, both the fighters and the fans. And it affects even the legitimacy of the
trying
sport,
to turn
you know.
back the challenge.
But
Chicago,
yeah, it is
Illinois'
what it is, man.
Chicago, Charles Radke. Like his opponent, he's got a black belt in jiu-jitsu,
It's
but he's been
either
known for a
it's either we
wrestling.
start our
He's
own
known multiple
sport,
UFC opponents,
and I
we'll
feel like
see
there's a way.
which of these
Just
title
that I don't
battles
have the
moves forward
finances or
on a
resources
night
to
on which
actually
the belt
develop
in this ruthless division
such a
will be on
sport.
the line.
But I think there's a way
Radke
we
on the
can
line.
eliminate judges,
Next at UFC
and
315,
actually,
see who's left.
especially in MMA, there's a way we can eliminate judges and have a sport and have MMA have a definitive winner, right? As opposed to having judges who are going to make horrible decisions all the time and get like 2 months suspension and then come back to continue robbing people, you know. So I guess it is what it is, man. It sucks. I'm not gonna lie, it sucks. Oof, this card, this card has been brutal so far. Um, I haven't seen my trolls in a while. I'm sure they're coming back today. Um, I'm sure they are probably already hard at work as we speak. Let me actually check
Je suis un mauvais match-up pour Valentina car
how
j'ai une
they are
meilleure
doing.
puissance et un meilleur
Let me
cardio. Je veux montrer au monde ce soir qui est la vraie
let me
championne.
check the comments. I'm sure everyone
It
is
doesn't matter
trashing
how
me
strong
hard
or how
right now.
dangerous my opponent, I every time have the ability to find the better position, to turn the fight into my favor and to get the victory.
That's it. Wow.
Ce soir, je vais faire un des plus grands combats de ma vie.
Oof.
Je vais prendre cette ceinture.
MMA, no?
I will put all my power, all my strength, everything what I have to the very last second of the fight. I will looking for the finish.
Pick your poison when going against Valentina Shevchenko, but we know that Manon the Beast Fior is all about the striking. She is top two in divisional history in significant strike differential per minute, trailing only the Brazilian Natalia Silva, who we will see compete tonight against Alexa Grasso. Backstage at the Bell Center in Montreal, Brendan Fitzgerald with you. Now, this women's flyweight division was basically one that was built on the dominance of Valentina Shevchenko. Now, when Shevchenko won the belt, back in 2018, Manon Fior's pro record was 0-1. Now, I asked her this week about how she felt.
But I
when she
mean, you
started
know
her
what?
career
Last
that way.
week
She
my
can laugh about
subscribers
it now, but she says
did
that
pretty
losing feeling
badly.
was so
You know,
horrible. She
I
vowed
think
to
they were
never
six and
do it
six,
again.
and it
Mission
feels like they
accomplished
are
so
coming
far
back
as she
this card.
reeled off 12 straight
So
victories to earn this
maybe
title
I'm
opportunity
being
here
too hard
tonight.
on
I asked her
myself,
what
but
she thought
still,
about Valentina as she was building
it
her pro
genuinely
career
sucks
to get to
to
the
have
UFC, and she said simply,
these kinds
I
of
did it. I
results, and
didn't watch
then for the
Valentina. I
judges
wasn't
to,
a
on
fan.
top of
I
that,
barely watched the UFC. I
make
only
their
thought of her
horrible
once I was in the
decisions.
UFC, and I only thought of her
But
as a future opponent.
it is what it
I asked
is, man.
Manon about the possibility of being France's first undisputed UFC champion. She, of course, has thought about what a big moment that would be, but a bigger
Uh, Okay.
to fulfill that promise. John, back to you.
All right, Fitzy, nicely laid out. We'll see how it goes from an
I'm
all
trying to
pure
see
later tonight
what
on
the comments are
pay-per-view.
saying. I'm sure I'm being
Right
trashed
now,
hard
you
in
are
the comments.
experiencing the UFC 315 prelims presented by Bud Lights. All right, pay-per-view beckons at the top. Plenty of banter from Charles Radke over the course of Fight Week here in Montreal tonight. It is proper Mike's chance to respond as all the words give way to the action. Proudly repping Burlington, Ontario, Canada. Mike Belal has been one of his nation's most promising fighters since debuting in the UFC in 2022. And with the fans firmly in his corner,
Let's
proper
go,
Mike
Mike
plans to kick
Malott.
off what he hopes will be a massive
Hopefully,
2025
go
with a
moving
statement
forward.
here against
I get
Charles
every
Radke.
single pick
The fans
correct
are actually looking at the most
because so
exciting fight
far
of the night, the
not
most
great.
anticipated fight of the night. This is
Um,
going to be the fight to
in
watch.
addition to
I'm
the
going to have the
judges
performance of
just
my lifetime tonight. I'm so
effing
excited
us
to go in front of the
over
Canadian fans and put on a
completely
show.
With a
for whatever
91%
reason.
finishing rate across his pro wins, Mike
It's
Malott
getting
took the
harder
beating
and
in an
harder to
MMA flesh wound
enjoy
before expeditiously
the
rising up
sport,
the UFC
especially
ladder,
because
thanks to finishes
the
of Mickey
horrible
Gall,
things,
Johan Lainez,
maybe
and Adam
horrible
Chandler.
is an
Now he's on
exaggeration,
home
but
soil for a fourth straight
the
fight,
bad
ready to
things
do
that
what he
actually
fears
impact
once again.
the
I expect
quality
this to
of
be
the
a Bull
sport
and Matador type fight.
are
I know
not
my
being dealt
opponent likes
with.
to come forward,
Like I
focus on
said, I don't
myself,
feel
and I'm
like the
prepared
UFC care
extremely well
about
to
these horrible
pick my opponent
decisions
apart
because
and find the finish.
Eager to
in the
witness a
past, the
signature
people who
performance in
face
his
a lot
opponent's
of
backyard, Charles Radke.
backlash or who
Did that
face
in his
any
third
type of
UFC win last November.
repercussions, it
He
seems like
stopped the
the
notoriously
referees
tough Matthew
and the
Summerall in less
fighters.
than a round.
Those are the
Up
only
next,
people that
another
I've
stiff
seen
test on the
have
road, but Chuck Buffalo, of
any
course, is here
consequences
for it.
to things
So
they
like
do
being
or say,
huge over in Canada,
especially
a lot of people are going
professionally.
to be watching this
Like, for
fight,
example,
so
the
it's
guy
going to be an
who
opportunity for me to
bid
be able to knock him out on the big stage.
Felipe Lima, after biting Felipe Lima, his career, UFC career is over, right? The judge who let the fight go on too long and was allowing the unanswered shot to be landed was removed and replaced. So something is that it just feels like the consequences mainly affect the referees and fighters. If you are a judge, it seems like you are immune to any repercussions. You can make whatever decision you want, and it feels like everyone is gonna be okay with it. Well, not everyone, but it seems like the UFC and the commission are like, oh, you make horrible decisions. I mean, welcome to the team. You know. I also don't understand why they keep going to collect boxing judges to judge MMA. Like, I still don't understand that. It baffles me why they are even doing that. But I mean, it's their sport, unfortunately. I know it's a promotion, but I mean, who owns? Damn. This dude went to a decision with Umar Nurmagomedov. Bruno Silva is not winning, bro. So far, the trashing has not started, but I anticipate it's going to start pretty soon. um, let's see how the rest of the card plays out. But yeah, I'm not particularly excited about this card. Um, Last week I was so happy. I got so much energy. It looks like today after the card I'm just going to sleep, man. I'm just going to sleep. Hopefully it's going great for you guys. mm What's happening? Ah, This card has been brutal. It has been brutal.
No fear walking in here tonight. Fought back live inside Bell Center, ready to go with Ortiz. The Canadian Mike Belal, 33. He's the minus 220 betting favorite against the only fighter rep in the USA tonight here in Montreal. Charles
Wow. Mike Malott is a favorite. This is not good.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC welterweight division.
Now, why is my internet doing this, cunt? Like, I don't understand. Oof. My internet is just buffering. Okay, we're back.
Mark Goddard will also handle the co-main event later tonight on pay-per-view. Finzi, before we let you fly out of here, I understand you have a health update for us on Bruno Silva.
Yeah, Bruno Silva, all x-rays negative, all imaging normal, so that is great news. UFC medical department expects him to be released tonight as long as things keep moving in the right direction. Still at the hospital just cleaning up some of those lacerations he suffered.
Bruno Silva must be cut. They shouldn't update us on him. As long as he's fine, I think they should cut him from the UFC.
Radke's left hook is something to watch. Keep an eye out for that. That's what he's really been messing people up with. Colors 1, 2, 3, very basic, but he heads you off and then fires that left hook heavy. Belal has said all week, however trite, that this is a bull versus matador fight, and he's got to be a mindful matador tonight.
Wow, Mike looks massive.
Radke trains under Mike Valley alongside Belal Muhammad in Chicago, Illinois. Big night for that team, to say the least. One of the things I love about it.
Oh no, my internet is just. It's sabotaging me. It seems like a mess. What's happening, guys? I'm buffering.
No big movements. He slides really in and out.
Come on, internet.
Moving his head. The Canadians are telling Radke what they feel about him.
Wow.
Oh, nice 1-2 there by Radke.
Right hand got through. Yeah, that was nice.
My internet is just acting up, and of course it's gonna act up, on this card that's just busy kicking my ass.
Good job. Right there, ate him.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I can't even break down the fight properly because this thing keeps on buffering.
Malot's combinations are nice when he lets him go.
I wonder who's winning the first round because like my internet is just. I'm seeing small pieces of it. I'm like, oh, this is happening now.
Great flow, great different techniques, a
Yes.
complete mix of techniques that it's hard to read.
Ability to throw that punch.
Partially blocked, but still lands with a thud. Well, the reason you're seeing Radke switch stance is he's having a hard time dealing with the footwork of Malott, and he can't head him off. So to head him off, he's trying to switch stance.
Oh,
And a good left hand counter from
Redkey is
Malott.
looking good,
After
man.
Radke hit twice landed.
Some jabs before that right hand.
Yep.
Beautiful knee and tight there by Mike Malott.
I'm not liking.
Under a minute to go, round one. Some redness now on the nose of Mike Malott.
And
Significant strike advantage
okay,
there, 3-1 for Malott.
Mike Malott has been landing more, but
But like Malott's landed 3-1, and looks like he's winning the round. But as we saw earlier in the Montreal Screwjob, Sterling and
the Montreal screw job.
Yeah.
the Montreal Screwjob earlier, you could be winning and not win.
But they're in Canada, BC. Don't worry, they're going to give Mike Malott
Final seconds
this
of round
one.
one.
If it's close, they're not going to give it to the other guy.
Land a shot of his own. Round two next.
The Montreal screw job. That's pretty crazy. Shot McGee, Mike 1-0. Okay. I was buffering for most of the fight. I saw bits and pieces in the last part. So I'll take your word for it. Um, it's only now that my internet is functioning properly. No, my internet sometimes does its own thing, but yeah. Hopefully it's 1-0 Mike. Plus he's from Canada, so even if it was close, we all know that they're going to give it to Mike. So I'm happy with that. Even if it's a robbery, at this point, I'd like to get a robbery win as well because they robbed me at some point. So
YouTube, and we'll be watching. Dino, what do you have for us on this one, kid?
Well, for tonight, I got to tell you this. It's important for Mike Malott not to get discouraged. Because sometimes when you hit a guy with a good shot and they don't budge, you start to question yourself.
wow,
Pressure on and say, you know what?
Mike Malott is looking nice. Oh, the Malott, the Mike Malott splash. Mike Belal brought back my energy. I was at a funeral, burying my prediction strategy. Like, you had a good run. Wow. Say it again, Redkey. Slugfest started tweaking.
That was bad. That was really bad. Those follow-up shots were so clean.
I'm started tweaking. I was at a funeral, guys. I was at a funeral. I wanted a submission, but anyways. So you also went with Mike Malott. I mean, it's good, but I mean, still, I'm not doing particularly great. I'm emotionally scarred by the horrible decision, the bad Bruno Silva pick. I mean, the bad and George pick. I mean, But hopefully we recover, man. For me to be right, I need to get every fight from here onwards correct. Like, if I can get every fight correct, then I will recover.
Mine is going to be a lot harder because I'm off that center line. Tremendous by Mike Malott. Look at these follow-up shots.
Wow.
What a moment for the Canadian.
Let's go.
Canada back in 30 seconds after this
Wow.
word from DraftKings.
But I called it, but I can't celebrate this because I mean
As a
I'm
UFC
still
announcer in the
down.
front row seat, I've been known to
Man, I was wrong on that one. I mean, we're all wrong, Shoshat McGee. But it's similar to you asking why I picked Bruno Silva. Sometimes you feel like the guy, especially in that situation, both of them are on losing streaks, and everything like that. This fight also looked close to me, but I felt like Bakauskas, Modestas, is it Modestas? Not Modestas. Modestas Bakauskas has robbed me, has traumatized me. I mean, so what I was trying to say is that sometimes your analysis tells you a specific fighter is going to win. In this particular fight, for me, I just felt like Mike Malott has fought better competition, and he was doing well in those particular fights. But it could have gone the other way. Had Mike Malott lost, I'm sure I would have been trashed for that pick as well. You know, so don't 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 feel too bad. I'm sure your picks are doing pretty well on this card because you went with Marc Andre Barrios, you went with Jasmine Jasu Davicius. So far you probably got one or two fights wrong, which is still pretty good. You know. DZ, nice one. I predicted Canada. Yeah, I'm with you there, my guy.
No, don't boo him. We're celebrating now. That's done. We're celebrating now, baby. We're cheering. This is our time. No negativity, only positivity, baby. And when it comes to defending this country in the octagon, know one thing, Canada. I stand on guard for thee.
Mike Malott, let's take a look at your work up here. You got
Mike Malott needs to fight more often. He's destroying his own career by fighting once a year in Canada.
Did you know that that would be available? And how good does it feel to land those follow-up shots?
It felt pretty good to land those follow-up shots. He looked hurt. I was like, okay, we're not rushing in and spazzing out just in case. I'm gonna take my time, and even just that half second extra, I feel like gave me the time to see what the shots were. Kind of when you interviewed me in Vancouver,
Oof.
I might have rushed in a little bit and led to the guillotine. But I'm like, no, we're taking our time. I'm gonna land the
MMA, man.
shots necessary to finish this guy. Or we're gonna
I was
keep
having a
going
funeral
tomorrow.
for my prediction strategy. Like,
Montreal,
you had a good run.
proper Mike Malott.
I still love you.
Kid from Ontario producing a
It's
moment
time to move on.
he will not soon forget.
But I'm still going to try and do more entertainment MMA, just in case I get, because this is emotion to all the people who kebab moto Canada power. To all the people who keep on asking me, why don't you bet, this is why. Look at the reaction I was having. I don't have, like, I don't bet on fights, but the effect of this affect me like I have. Imagine if I was betting on fights. I'd probably go to hospital because of stress. I'm 4-3, but should be 5-2. Yeah, I'm with you there, man. It sucks that, like, the decision was
Just legendary fighters.
horrible, man.
I want to be in the same category.
But the thing about me is I like solutions, and that's why when you go through my channel, I try to be as innovative as possible. Guys, I'm excited for the next one. What's the next
Just
one?
a cool opportunity, and yeah, just
Is
want to hit the
it
guns blazing. It was an
Benoit
exciting
Saint
fight. It was
Denis?
blood. It was. I sort of
So,
pushed the pace of my lungs
in
with
all
it, so
honesty,
I
for
was
me
pretty confident I'd
personally,
get the contract.
what was I saying?
Oh my goodness.
And then
Oh, I
very
like
soon we hear that
I
Dana
like
White announces
solutions,
that you
right?
have a contract in the
For me
UFC.
personally, I prefer to come up with solutions. That's why I came up with
How'd it go for you? Yeah, that was like a
subscribers
dream come
picks,
true. Just
because
all the work
I
up to that
didn't
point
want to
just
be
sort
the
of
only one with an
set
opinion
in,
on the
and
channel.
just think, oh, it
That's
was
why I
all
came
worth
up
it.
with
But
things
also
like
at the same
risky
time,
and
it's like,
safe
nah, okay,
picks,
you've got a lot of
fight
hard fights to do.
IQ,
This is the end of the road. This is literally
cardio,
just the
best
beginning.
gym, things that I felt
The last
like
time
were
we saw him
not
in action,
being
of course, was
done.
against Gilbert Burns
And
last year.
even
Talk to me
the
about
best
fighting back and
comments,
forth war. Then you get a late
no one should
finish.
steal
Yep,
these
it
ideas,
was a cool fight,
otherwise
big challenge. You know, someone in the top five. I
we're
was
going to have
ranked
a
10 at the
problem.
time, so it was a
Anyway,
big step up. But
so that's
he's a
what I
legend. It's
prefer to
awesome when
do,
I
and
thought
in
I
this
could beat a
situation, it
strong
bothers me that
grappling
I
pedigree.
can't do anything, right?
I
Because
was
the
getting
UFC
held
are
down,
the main
times taken
people
away
who
from me,
can
but I was
do
able to
something about
reverse
it.
and then
Or
attack,
maybe as
rise
the
up and
channel
finish
grows, maybe I can have a big enough of an audience
as soon as I
to
thought
make
over. Yeah,
them
that's the money
maybe
shot.
follow or do something, maybe get a petition, do something. I don't know, maybe have enough power to influence
This is a big
the
opportunity for you.
UFC somehow.
Yeah, I was just
But
stoked.
something
The
needs to be
opportunity to
done
fight a
about the
champion,
judging,
really.
man.
Biggest
And
opportunity of my career. You know,
unfortunately,
the
the
main event
UFC
spot.
does not
Got to go in there.
interact
I'm going
too
to take
much
him out.
with
I'm going to prove that
creators,
I'm the best welterweight. And
which sucks
have
because
to finish
if
it
you
in
look
that
at
position.
WWE, I feel like WWE interacts a lot with their creators, and I think it's
You
helping
think you can knock him
the
out on the feet?
WWE
Yeah, I think I can
to
finish him. I
grow.
think I can get in
If you
there,
look
do
at
some
their
damage. I
numbers
think,
right now,
yeah,
they're
get the referee
crazy.
to sort of before
For
he
example,
gets to do that
WrestleMania just
damage.
broke its own record.
Has
So
proven
it
himself,
shows
and
that when
I
you
know how
listen
good
to
he
your
is. And I'm
fans,
gonna go in there. I'm gonna push the
it
pace from the
it
get go. Put him on
improves
the
the
pace, and
quality
I'm
of
gonna
your
get the
product.
finish
But
deep
I
in the
don't think the
fight.
UFC
Forfeit
feel
the
that
belt
way
and prove that I'm the
because
best.
they ignore basically everything that the fans are complaining about or the fans want. So, for example, when we complain about trashy fight night cards, they don't really give a damn. When we complain about horrible judging, they don't really give a damn. When we complain about not, but when we complain about them not promoting the cards enough, all they do is just post the embedded vlogs and a couple of fights on their page, which is not too terrible. But the lack of promotion, like there are no interviews leading up, like there are certain things like I'm not a boxing fan, but there are some things that boxing does. They are trailers. They're so incredible. The build up, like they build up the fights. The UFC no longer does that. Well, as far as I've watched the sport, they no longer do that, and which is honestly sad. And that's why I was making the reference to WWE. WWE is doing amazing right now. Why? Because they listen to the criticism of their fans. Like for example, last year, by the way, I watched both the UFC and WWE. Criticize me if you want. So last year, I think I don't want to bore you guys too much with the WWE talk, but I'm trying to make a point, a UFC related point. So please bear with me. So last year, Cody Rhodes won the what again? What do you call it? Royal Rumble or whatever the case is. And then he was supposed to face Seth Rollins at WrestleMania. The fans revolted against that. They were like, "No, we don't want to see that." The Rock was actually supposed to be fighting his cousin. Um, the Rock was supposed to be fighting Roman Reigns, right? And the fans actually revolted, and actually the WWE ended up actually changing the fight card because of that. Um, and today they are making like they are breaking their own records as far as attendance, as far as the money generated by the company. And when you look at the UFC currently, apparently I'm not particularly sure about what I'm saying right now. I saw this on a news platform, but apparently the UFC is struggling to secure the kind of deal they want with Netflix because their numbers have been bad recently. And I think that's basically why a lot of the fight night cards have been a little bit like have been improving a little bit, mainly because the UFC's numbers especially pay-per-view numbers. That's don't shoot the messenger, right? But the pay-per-view numbers, but obviously the pay-per-view numbers are might be dropping because of the fact that the 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 pay-per-view cost is so high that an average fan cannot afford to actually what do you call it, to actually buy a pay-per-view. So maybe that's basically why. But as far as the news article said, the UFC was struggling, and which makes sense. Like, why, if you're Netflix, why would you give a billion to a company that, for example, the fight nights are inconsistent as far as the numbers, right? So I don't know. I just feel like if the UFC starts listening to its fans, starts working with creators, because, and especially creators who interact with their fans. Like, I don't like creators who think they know more than their fans. Actually, I don't like calling my people my fans. My supporters, yes, because without you, I don't exist. Well, I exist, but my platform does not exist, right? So if they don't want to interact directly with the fans, at the very least try to interact with creators, and especially creators who interact with directly with the fans, with the supporters, so that it improves the quality of their product. Maybe we are blaming them and they are not aware of this, but I've even tried to communicate with the UFC. I don't feel like they're interested in actually um, listening to any sort of criticism. For example, I've emailed them multiple times about their incorrect statistics, for example, because obviously I do statistics on the channel, so I'm able to identify a lot of their errors. And I sent them an email, and I was like, I've noticed that a lot of the information that you provide on on the website is sometimes inaccurate, especially the grappling statistics. They are badly um, posted. I don't know how to describe that. And then I was like, you know what? I don't mind doing the leg work for you guys. Just give me the numbers, like the striking numbers, the attempted striking numbers, like all these numbers. Give them to me, and I'll calculate and I'll create my own percentages. And I don't feel like they're even concerned with that. So yeah, it honestly sucks. I feel like the sport will be 10 times better if the UFC starts to listen to the fans, and it's been proven. That's why I was using WWE as an example. But I don't think that's ever going to happen, at least not under the current administration. And if you look at WWE, the only reason the WWE is where it is right now, and the reason why it's growing, it's because the old management is gone now. There's someone, Triple H, obviously. There's someone who's in charge, who's new. So maybe for UFC to get to that next level, Dana White might have to move, right? And someone who takes over should be someone who's a fan of the sport, right? We can't have someone who's, oh, this was a good promoter in boxing, so let's get him to run the UFC. We don't need that. It has to be someone who's a fan, and I'm not talking about picking like a random fan and making them a manager. No, like there are pretty educated or skilled people who are also fans of the sport. I don't like the fact that UFC keeps on taking, um, um, whether it's analyst or whatever the case is, they keep taking skills from boxing, and what that does is that it takes away from the element of the mixed martial art of the sport. Because if you take someone who's coming in with a boxing background only, they are going to focus on striking. They are going to ignore every other aspect of MMA, which honestly sucks. So I'm sorry to go on such a rant. I mean, I'm not going to listen to Anthony Smith. No shot at him, but I don't know. I wouldn't even listen to his podcast. Anyway, so that's basically my take. It sucks that decisions like today, Ion Butalaba should have actually won that fight, but
to
He
lock in
didn't,
the
and
pay-per-view
nothing's
and
gonna be
two
done,
title fights from
unfortunately.
Montreal. Our night is just getting
If
started here
anyone
at
is
UFC
expecting the
315.
UFC to
Main
do
card starts
something,
right now on A+.
nothing's gonna happen.
On
They
ESPN,
honestly
top-ranked
don't give a
boxing title
damn.
fight from San
And
Diego.
like I was
Ronaldo
saying,
Cejudo, take it away.
it's possible that Dana White might need to step down in order for the UFC to get to the next level. Because I remember, and I said I also watched WWE. WWE was on the decline when Mr. McMahon was in charge, right? After the whole scandal of Mr. McMahon and everything, someone else took over, Triple H, and the company is just thriving at this point. They are on Netflix, breaking records after records after records, and that's because there's new management. So that's what I think needs to happen in the UFC. Someone new needs to take over and take the company to a new high. You know, because especially when you take into consideration the fact that um, what do you call him? Dana White is now basically a boxing promoter, right? And which makes sense. Like it's not like it's shocking because he doesn't promote MMA as much. The people who promote MMA at this point are people like me, are people like the MMA guru, MMA Joey, Mujahid, Full Mount MMA. Those are the people promoting MMA. Full Send, okay, Full Send does not make that much content. They just cover the sport. So people like Mujahid, people like MMA Guru, myself, there are people who just I don't think the UFC, and I like what MMA Guru said. Without MMA social media, or rather without MMA creators, I think UFC would be irrelevant at this point because they do very little. Like if you remove channels like mine, because for example, my channel gets about 400,000 views, right, per month. I average about 100 and something thousand views per week, right? So, and I'm still a small channel. Imagine people like MMA Guru. Imagine people like Mujahid. Imagine people like, okay, MMA Joe is still growing. Imagine people like Lucas Tracy. Those people are basically, including me, are basically carrying the sport. And actually, as far as promotion, I'll respond to you, X Tave. Those people are actually carrying the sport as far as promotion, because if you remove every single channel, every single MMA channel, I don't think the UFC would. Obviously, maybe that's when they would feel like they need to invest in actually promoting the fights, which honestly sucks. But in all honesty, I think Dana White is tired. Um, Obviously, he still likes the position, and that's why I made the reference to Mr. McMahon. The company became better after Mr. McMahon left, which is the founder of WWE, and I think the same needs to happen with UFC. Dana is one of the main founders, even though after they bought the company, I don't know if it's one of the main founders, whatever his position is, but still, he was there in the beginning of the UFC. So I think that needs to change hands as well. Um, anyway, let me DZ, the fight I lost is the Kutelaba. Okay, that's actually that's actually pretty decent, man. X-Tape, how sure are you about Bilal? I'm not particularly sure, man. That's going to be a close fight because I still feel like Jack Della Maddalena is pretty decent. And if he can't get the takedown, I still feel like Bilal's striking is honestly underrated. Um, I genuinely feel like Bilal's striking is underrated. So even if he can't get the takedowns, I feel like he should be able to perform exceptionally decently. But um, both of them are really good. And I do consider, like, I think Jack is one of the most skilled strikers in the is one of the most skilled strikers in the welterweight division. So purely because of that, if you were to ask me, the my top three of the best strikers in the welterweight division, I'd say number one, Jack Della Maddalena is number one. I'd say number two would be, a part of me wanted to say Prates, but after what Ian Gary did to him, I can't. But also Michael Morales is also pretty decent. Um, mm, Number two is pretty hard. But the point I'm trying to make is, for me personally, at this point, I think Jack Della Maddalena is the best striker in the welterweight division at this particular point in time. Um, so, in all honesty, it's gonna be a really tricky fight to actually call, because I think both of them are pretty decent. Bilal's age, father time worries me, especially when you look at Alexander Volkanovski. Even though he won the belt, he looked slower. But I mean, what do you call her? Jasmine, just with the VCS, is like 36, approaching 37. Just got to finish, you know? So maybe I'm insane about what I'm saying. Um, did Bilal already fight? Build your physique. No, Bilal has not fought yet. The main card is about to start, but basically. So Xtave, do you think I should cash out before the fight? You know what, Xtave, I always give people this advice. I hope you're still around. I took too long to respond to you. Is what so what you are waiting for basically currently, is it worth losing what you already have? That's the question I have, right? So what do you have currently? Let's say, for example, the money that you've won, let's say, is 1,000, and what are you waiting for? If you wait for the fight, are you going to get maybe another 1,000 on top? Basically, the question that you need to ask yourself is, the money that you are waiting for, is it worth losing the one that you've already won, right? Because that's the most important question that you need to ask yourself. Or is it worth it, right? So for me personally, I don't bet, but if I was betting and I had won 1,000, and I was like, okay, if I stick around, I might get maybe 5,000. Then it becomes a little bit more worth it, because I'm probably going to get four times more or five times more what I already have. But if I wait, and the only amount of money that I'm going to get is an extra 500 or an extra 200, I would much rather go out with a win than with a loss, right? So my advice is, decide if it's worth losing what you already won. And if it's worth losing it, then you can take the risk. But if it's not worth losing it, then don't. That's what I think about that. um, Early prelims is live now. Let me see. Oh my goodness. Is the main card up now? What's happening? So I hope I've answered your question, man. Thanks for the advice. You're right, man. No, my pleasure, man. Is Valentina fight locked? That fight is similar to the main fight, to the main event for me, because I genuinely feel like Manon Fiorot has a shot at winning, because Valentina looked slow in her last fight, right? Even though she won via grappling.
But she was never a fan,
Um,
only looked at her as a future
and for
opponent,
me
so she will
personally,
not be intimidated.
I'm not particularly sure. I just feel like Valentina is the better fighter, but her age and the fact that she's slowed down worries me a lot. So yeah, I agree with X Tave. I wouldn't bet that fight. I think just stay away from the risky ones, man.
Oh, I'm sorry, Austin. That's Fagan. That's Missy Megan. Walking and talking.
That's definitely a risky fight. I'm not gonna lie,
All-time in 11 of 32 statistical
because
categories in women's
like I
boxing.
said, it's like the
Tied for
main
leading
event.
the most categories in a single weight class,
It's like the
alongside
main
the
event.
future Hall of Famer Demetrius Mighty Mouse Johnson.
What I think Valentina will get better in later
UFC
rounds. Yeah,
President
she will, especially
Six five.
especially because I feel like she's going to be able to mix it up really nice.
It has its ups and
Um,
downs. There's the weather. Should have brought a coat, mate.
is everyone experiencing this thing of
Whatever that is.
like you're seeing one
Good
thing,
signing. Shocking.
you're seeing one thing.
He's not much better either.
My audio is
Oh,
behind.
here we go.
Am I alone?
The good news is, our racket gives you insurance, free bets, and big odds
Okay,
places. So
I
whatever
hope
lets you down,
this
it
gets
won't be your
fixed.
acca. It's a gaffer of an acca from Ladbrokes.
Um, yeah, but you're right. Valentina is probably
Yo,
going to
listen
be
up.
doing
We're
well.
BetMGM Casino. So
In
when
the
it comes
later
to
rounds,
Vegas,
especially
no
if it
one
gets
beats
there.
Vegas than us. We got
But
over
if she can't get the
338
takedowns, I'm
free
going to be a
fast
little bit
players
worried,
and our
man.
exclusive BetMGM Joker Cash Free. Play live from the
A Black
MGM
Swordsman,
Grand
not
and
worth it, man. I
Bellagio.
agree.
It's Vegas, baby.
I agree.
Right
It's not
here in
worth
your
it.
pocket. BetMGM. It's showtime.
Let me actually try
Tesco.
to restart my stream because oof, it's not looking good at this point. Before the fight start, and then I'm here looking depressed, starting another funeral for my predictions. Mm, oof. Ah, UFC, UFC, UFC. I feel like we could be so much better, man. I feel like we could be so much better. It is unfortunate that it doesn't feel like um, Dana White is taking a lot of the things that we complain about seriously because they basically know that we're addicted to watching basically UFC. So they know we probably don't we actually don't have an alternative, and that's why competition is sometimes important, always important actually, in order to keep in order to keep each other on their toes, right? So I don't feel like UFC feels like there's anyone who threatens their position. Otherwise, they would actually make a bit more effort. And things like horrible scorecards would not be as frequent as it is. They will try to improve the sport as much as humanly possible. Um, but yeah, it doesn't seem like they care. Anyway, let me see.
back in the UFC for the first time since a
um,
two-fight stint in
I wouldn't bet
2019.
on the fight. The Black
Ontario's Kyle
Swordsman.
Prebelik is eager to
What do you
reintroduce himself
think?
to fight fans around the
I
globe.
think I answered this.
Situated
What I
Canada,
think
of course,
Valentina
is a
will get
focus
better
for the
in the later
southpaw
rounds.
striker, but he comes in high on
Um,
confidence on the
Black
heels
Swordsman, I
of his
just worry
recent
about the
success
reach
with first-round
advantage.
knockouts.
I'm just worried about Valentina to get in the takedowns. If she can get the takedowns, I think we should be fine. Xtave, Black Swordsman, not worth it, man. I agree. Xtave, I have Natalia to win. And over 1.5 rounds. What do you think? I'm with you, man.
Spider walkouts are brought to you
I'm
by
with
Kelly
you.
the Dog Cage's stand and fight as
I'm with you on
ex-Hollywood
that
king
one.
Slayer and a medieval warrior
I'm
Zorro
not
make the
particularly
man
sure
Hero
about
tonight. Why Thompson
one and a
got some
half
years from
rounds,
Pop
but
trouble with
I
kickboxer
genuinely think
since
Natalia Self is going to win.
2019 when he fought
I wouldn't be
Austin
surprised if
Harper.
she is
He's
dominant.
been producing knockouts on the regional scene. A lot of people believe that he
Um,
can make a statement here
if she
tonight.
wins
Harry thinks
and
he will
Bilal,
get a win.
I
He has
will
a
get
vision to
7
succeed.
times of
And
what
you
I
wonder why
currently
this fight
have.
gets made up with
to cash out. So not worth it to cash out. I think. Okay, okay. I mean, that's that's a reasonable logic. Like I told Xtave, like if you feel like it's worth it, like if the risk is worth it, like the potential outcome is high enough, and you are prepared, because that's how you have to look at it. You have to be prepared to actually lose the money. And if you're prepared to lose the money, then that's also fine, right? Because now it's a problem if you are not prepared to lose the money, and you are somehow telling yourself that you are going to actually get it. If you're staying, then prepare your mind. Or if I lose, I lose. It's fine. And then if you look at it in that particular way, then you'll be fine. Oh my goodness. Okay, the stream was messed up. Hopefully it's fixed now. I hope I answered you though. Black Swordsman. All the best. Who did you pick? Who are you relying on to get that amount of money? Because I heard you say, well, you're going to get about 7 times more. So who did you bet on basically? Who does your parlay rely on? Um, my stream is buffering. I'm still trying to fix my internet. My stream is just buffering, and I don't know why it's deciding to do this at this time. Um, my internet connection is sometimes trash, which which is annoying. But I mean, it is what it is. Let's see. Let's see. Come on. Come on, stream. Don't let me down.
Do you know how to get it done in the judge's eyes? And that's something that we have not had to see at a St. Denis.
Oh, the internet. I mean, if 5G is performing this badly, I mean, what else can I do? Maybe I need to contact the network provider. Or rather, we.
Prevalent is 35, something he's taller by an inch. He'll try to maximize a 3-inch advantage in reach. Right now for the
Oh my goodness.
Live from the Bell Center in Montreal, Quebec, Canada.
Oh.
For UFC 315, Muhammad versus Della Maddalena. Presented by Skilled Trades College. The Building Championships Scholarship is now accepting applications. To enter, visit skilledtradescollege.ca. Lightweight division. Introducing first, flying out of the blue corner, a mixed martial artist holding professional record, 18 wins, 8 losses. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall, weighing in at 156 pounds. Fighting out of Windsor, Ontario, Canada.
Yeah, nah, I'm with. I agree with you, man. Benoit should actually win this one pretty handily. I mean, if he doesn't, then I think it's a problem. But I heard someone was like saying he currently trains with the same with the same coach that trains Naso. Is it Nassourdine Mavov? Nassourdine Mavov is no longer with Cyril Gaon's coach, right? Or am I tripping? I'm coming.
Thank you, Chris. Ready to go with round one of our pay-per-view opener here in the lightweight division. Was to be Benoit Saint-Denis versus Joel Alvarez. Instead, Kyle Prepelik stepping up and stepping in here in his home nation, trying to spring what would be a monumental upset. The UFC 315 Fight Club is brought to you by Timex. A Timex on your wrist is a reminder that time belongs to you. Get yours today at Timex.com. Saint-Denis in white, Prepelik in black. Straight to his tactic. This is not what Prepelik wanted. Didn't defend the first shot taken, and going for Kimura here was not his idea. I promise that.
One thing about Benoit Saint-Denis is when he level changes, he has the ability to take about anybody down. It's just a matter of conserving his energy and making sure that he can do it over the course of 25 minutes. That was the problem in the last fight. He said that he made a ton of mistakes and he gave up the first takedown, took so much damage early that he really was fighting from behind the entirety of the fight.
Whew.
The way Prepelik is staying on this Kimura lock here.
Not sure actually, JK.
Getting his back taken. Like to see him give up on that.
Benoit Denis out cold. Nah, man, don't be like that. That was a sloppy takedown entry, but still good. We got him down, and that was a bad look for Prepelik, because that means then this is the whole fight then.
Can that be a bit of a downer? Yes. Saint-Denis said that he needed to dominate. This won't get it done.
Unless he
He's got to submit him. He can't just ride him out.
Yeah.
He's got to take some chances. This guy took his fight on very short
Benoit is actually doing this. I mean, maybe Prepelik has good grappling
about as close as a
grappling defense.
feature fight that you can get.
Right. Showcase.
Sorry.
Oh, what is happening?
Yeah, I'm a little impatient at times. I'm like the Canadian fans.
Wow.
After what we've seen today.
Con, what's happening? Why isn't Benoit doing anything? He's just holding him.
Until he gets a submission and just not give him an inch the entire round from Saint-Denis' corner. That's what I'm telling him to do right now. What this does, though, champ, is give me an opportunity to remind UFC fans that Crypto.
What's happening?
The chance to win 2 tickets to an upcoming pay-per-view event. Experience the action live. Scan that QR code to enter.
Active, not sure actually. Remember JK, Renee, there is no BDS, just boringly holding on.
It's just going to get worse and worse for him.
No, like, why isn't he doing anything?
He's got to get his right elbow in between him and Saint-Denis, go to his back and restart the position, because right here he can't get away.
Oh, that's good here. There's something wrong, right? Doesn't for you like this.
He's got to go to his back. Big elbows right on that heel line by Saint-Denis.
Keep on hitting him, dude. Okay, he got it. Okay, it's on his chin.
There we go, Benoit. Now he's working. Oh, look at him being physical. Grabbing the face.
That left leg, that left hook of Saint-Denis is in, splitting the fence of Prepelik.
You have his hand, dude. Okay,
He's
it's.
just going to get tortured here. Prepelik back to his feet. Under 2 minutes
I,
to go in the round.
he should have went for the ground and pound, dude. Like,
Prepelik doing a pretty good job hand fighting. Tried to throw a wayward elbow there. Probably ill-advised.
yeah.
Nice job by Saint-Denis using that left leg behind the knee, moving him back towards that body triangle. There it is. Now he's got it. Now he can start to work his choke.
I wonder how far behind I am, but I don't think I'm that far
Like
behind.
he's trying to move over to the opposite side, Benoit doing a really good job of using his left leg to make sure Prepolek can't rotate back into him.
Prepolek doing a nice job staying composed.
There was a time when some people got the back and it was almost automatically a submission. Fighters are so skilled now in defense that it doesn't happen as frequently. Now Benoit's working, man. This is that grind that Benoit Saint-Denis showed that he possesses in some of his biggest fights.
I mean, Benoit St. Denis is doing decently well, but I mean, it's not as impressive as he should have been, to be honest.
Might be a late submission attempt here.
To be, but he's dominating.
Prepolek will try to survive the final 10 seconds. Oh, that is crazy pressure.
He's going to.
Left turn by Prepolek and he survives. Tonight's corner cam brought to you by Prime Hydration, new flavor Sour Nova with only 20 calories, zero added sugar.
He wanted to do the Hamza Chimaev and break his jaw.
Have a seat. Let's sit down. That's perfect, baby. All right. Hey, keep that distance going. Start playing some chin music. You got no choice. Okay?
Sweet gin music. I expected Benoit St. Denis to dominate, even though maybe Prepolek might be doing the right things to defend, but
Get ahead of yourself.
bro, I just won 1K
And then you go to wrestling.
on roulette. That's crazy, man. I could use 1K. That's awesome, man. I'm happy for you. It's always nice to see people actually making money. YouTube needs to pay me, guys. Like, I can't have these numbers and not get paid by YouTube. I think the problem is I started with shorts, but we're getting there pretty soon. Good on you, X-Tape. Good on you, bro. I have been down for so long, man. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy to hear that you're doing well. What's Benoit St. Denis doing, dude?
I don't understand with this guy at all. Prepolek needs to keep throwing.
Is Benoit the guest? Guys, no.
Throws a left of his arm.
Oh, Benoit took so much damage in that last fight against Renato Moicano. It's like the
Benoit looks slow.
they get cut because they took so much damage over the
No, Benoit.
Good lateral movement by Prepolek.
Go down. Take the fight to the ground, dude.
Swung by somebody. I
So I'm glad that you're back up, man. X-Tape. Is it X-Tape? I'm glad that you're up. I feel like Benoit is playing it more safe because he's on a losing streak. I agree, but at the very least, I mean, Prepolek is touching him. Is touching him up, and it doesn't look good, man. Even if he wins, the fact that the Prepolek is in the second round and having a competitive fight with him is a problem.
UFC, he is still UFC level.
Take him down, dude. Benoit St. Denis is clearly not what I thought he was. Then it means Joel Alvarez would have knocked him out, and I actually thought Benoit St. Denis would have won that fight. But now looking at his current performance, it just tells me. Take him down. Or maybe Benoit felt like, oh, Prepolek looks tired. Wow, Prepolek has a chin, man.
Prepolek's got to get off defense, got to get his feet and not let himself stay here against this man.
Wow, he's beating him up, though. Kudos to Pepper Leg for staying in the fight. Bro, he submitted him. Wow, really? I'm behind. By how long am I? Am I behind? Okay, by I think okay, I just saw it. Wow. So I'm behind by like 30 seconds or something like that. Wow. Oh, I took him. Well, it took him a round, but he got it. I, Benoit St. Dennis looked horrible in this fight. He won, but didn't look like a future champion. Maybe might be able to maintain his position in the top 15, but I don't know if he can get into the top 10. Renier Derislow, Joel would have beat his ass. Yeah, he would have whooped him, man. I see that. He would have whooped him. But Benoit is pretty terrible, man. I didn't actually realize how terrible he is up until now. So it's clear Benoit is not a future champion, unfortunately for him. Hopefully, hopefully he knows. Hopefully he knows that, and it's not a, 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 a discovery.
In line on the regional circuit for this weekend, but he was stepping into that setting, so he did not have a full training camp. He stepped up tonight. He was admirable in defeat, but this one belongs to Benoit Saint-Denis and needed a win. He gets his 6th year in the UFC, and in all likelihood, that fight with Joel Alvarez could very well be remade. All right, to make this one official, we send it inside where we find Bruce.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Luke Lefebvre has called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes, 35 seconds of round number 2. Declaring the winner by submission due to an arm triangle, Benoit God of War Saint-Denis.
Not a good performance.
I'm here with Benoit Saint-Denis. Benoit, when you got the opponent change, you said it meant something to fight here in Montreal. To put on this type of performance, how good does it feel to stay on the cards?
Salut Montréal. C'est un honneur, un privilège. Je pouvais pas rater l'opportunité de combattre ici.
Let's Dave, should have finished in the first round. Yeah. I honestly agree. I think it's a bad look for him to have to take him to. And it was even competitive in the first minute of the second round, and that was a bad look. You know.
Hey everybody, thank you Montreal. I'm glad to be here. It's an honor and privilege to fight here. First round, I had to listen a little bit to my corner, you know. They are putting a lot of work. Second round, you guys are amazing. My coach told me, you wanna take a bit fun with Montreal people, bring a little bit the animal out, a bit violence. So this is what I did. And Gamrot took Gajian here. Gamrot, you are looking for an opponent. Don't worry, brother. I respect you, but I'm gonna bring you violence.
Benoit, you did bring violence. Let's take a look at your work up here. The pace, the pressure.
Why does he think he deserves to fight Poirier or anyone in the top 10? Like he's on a losing stage. He just won a fight against someone who's not even ranked.
Doing tough fights, but I know if I put the animal out, it's gonna be violence out there.
You have done that to so many fighters.
I agree. That fight with Joel Alvarez should be rebooked. And then if he beats Joel Alvarez, maybe then he can call out someone else. Not now, man. Stop being crazy.
Congratulations to the entire corner. Chris Lewis, Nicholas Ock getting it done in a big way tonight in Montreal. UFC stars are out tonight, repping Boston, Massachusetts. There is the bantamweight contender, Rob Font. Also with us tonight, Charles Air Jourdain and the the UFC Hall of Famer, the Red King Roy McDonald, fellow Hall of Famer. Joanna Jacek with us here for UFC 315. Sponsored by Bet365. TNT Sports, powered by Berghaus.
At William Hill Vegas, we're bursting with great casino games and offers. We're packed full of brand new slots like Buffalo Blitz, Cash Collect, and Fishing Frenzy, even bigger fish too, Rapid Fire. We've got the classics, all in one place.
So far so good,
Over
man.
10 million
Okay,
pounds in
not so far so
jackpots.
good, but
Plus, you
as
can
long
get
as the
10
fights
free
keep going
spins
my
on
way, I
spinning
should be
riches
fine.
too. That's 10 free spins for new and existing customers. Only at William Hill Vegas, bursting with entertainment.
TNT Sports, powered by Berghaus. Sponsored by Bet365. Live from Montreal, UFC 315 is presented by Skilled Trades College. The Building Champion Scholarship is now accepting applications. To enter, visit skilledtradescollege.ca. Get the skills to pay the bills. On moving night in the women's flyweight division, these rankings presented by Beat Chains Be Better earn rewards for sustainable choices. So next up, it will be Natalia Silva.
I'm pretty confident that Natalia Silva is going to actually win this one. So I'm not as concerned as I was about the other fights. The other fights that the other picks that I'm concerned about are maybe the main event and co-main event. I think Natalia Silva is probably a future champion, in my opinion. She's really talented, and I've always felt like Alexa Grasso is a bit overrated. Not to sound mean, but for me personally, I felt like, wow, Natalia Silva is beautiful, man.
The keys to get my hand races right is give everything I have to let my hands
Grasso
flow
too,
and let my heart do.
but Natalia is like,
In 2023, Mexico's Alexa
wow.
Grasso scored one of the biggest wins in UFC history when she submitted Valentina Shevchenko to win the flyweight championship. Now, after 2 more engagements with the legend Shevchenko, Grasso gets to see a new face in the octagon in the form of the oncoming Natalia Silva.
I'm excited for this fight because she's a striker. I'm a striker, so I'm pretty sure it's gonna fight that everyone will enjoy.
Soaring into the flyweight top 5 on the strength of 6 UFC wins over the likes of Jessica Andrade, Viviane Araújo, and Jasmine Jasdivizius. Brazil's Natalia Silva has won 12 in a row.
Wow, Silva's win over Jasmine Jasdivizius has aged really well, man. I mean, Jasmine Jasdivizius looks like she's going to be a champion until you realize that there's a girl that actually beat her up in the rankings. So yeah, that's quite impressive. So that win is aging pretty beautifully, and I genuinely still believe and I maintain that I think she's probably going to be a champion at some point. So in all honesty, out of all my picks, I'm not too worried about Natalia Silva losing this one. I mean, Alexa Grasso is a former champion, and she's very persistent. She's not easy to put out, so it might be a difficult fight, but I still feel like Silva is miles above what I hit. If Zahabi wins, it's probably decision, yeah. I fully agree. And even in my analysis, I felt like it might be a bit close. But I think Jose Aldo is significantly better, man. I think Aldo is still fast. And both of them are pretty old. Okay, not old, but still, they are almost past their prime. But Aldo is a little bit faster. better takedown defense, striking. I mean, I think Aldo should actually win that one as well. But I'm more confident in Silva than I am in any of the remaining fights.
So I think that creates like a mental strength that's hard to go against because it's like being a champion when you have that kind of streak going. You're just so ready. You're so mentally prepared. Your habits, your rhythm. You understand what it's like walking in here. You've got a system. And I think all these things are making her very prepared for an Alexa Grasso who's a former champion. And this will really tell Silva how good she truly is. And we're going to find out against somebody like Grasso if she's got what it takes.
Only 1 year difference, yeah. That's why I'm like, and it won't make any difference to be honest. I feel like Jose Aldo is the better fighter to be honest.
Against the recently retired Marina Rodriguez at Thunder Fight 14 in Sao Paulo. At that point in time, she was 6-5-1 as a pro. She is now 18-5-1. And look at a potential.
Let's go, Silva. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Flyweight contender. All right, so here's the former UFC flyweight champion and now #1 contender, Alexa Grasso, and she has been on a business trip, Fitzy, all week. She was very intense in our fighter meeting. I kind of felt like she was ready to engage then. I'm glad this fight is upon us.
Yeah, I mean, no matter how high you climb in this game, you never stop learning, and she did that, a hard lesson in September. She said once her rhythm was off, she got frustrated within the fight, and as it went further and further, she just got more and more angry. She couldn't turn it off. There's her coach and Uncle Francisco, always in her corner, said he's seen extra discipline from her as she returns to the octagon here tonight.
I'm cashing out before Belal fight. Not risking it. Yeah, that's probably a smart decision. I mean, that's why I was like, if you're staying in, then it should be because you are willing to lose the money. If you're fine with losing the money, then I mean, go for it. That's all I'll say. But if you're not willing to lose the money, then don't do it.
I will be so much better this weekend. This young lady has amazing boxing. The way that she pivots off of her punches and combinations is super high level. And normally
rather go on, rather end the night winning something than to say, I wish I could have pulled out had I known. Right? And even if those people end up winning, you can feel like, oh my God, I should have left it, but still, at least I have something, you know? As opposed to like, I should have pulled out and I don't have anything. That's how I look at it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC flyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner.
Yeah, because there's always next week. Yeah. Yeah, and even my philosophy is, I used to also trade a little bit, you know. So my philosophy is, even if you make $10, you make profit, right? So why risk it? I think your goal should be to make some, like, as long as you make profit, that's a win for you. So even in future, when you are able to bet, like, although I don't encourage it, but like bet like 100,000, you are able to pull out on time as opposed to just trying to get more and more. And that's how people who gamble lose their money. They normally try to get extra, and the more you try to get extra, is the more the probability of you losing goes high or goes up. What I'm saying, I agree. No, I also agree. I'm just elaborating. No, I know you agree. I'm just elaborating.
Our referee, final assignment of the night for him. The beautiful Jenny Andrade with us. All right, 4 fights still to go here on pay-per-view at UFC 315. Alexa Grasso trying to preserve her status as #1.
That's how I lost a lot the way you explained it. Yeah, that's how a lot of. That's why I'm going more safe now. Yeah, it's the smart way because ultimately it's gambling for a reason. That's why they call it gambling. It's not an investment. So whenever you have profit, take it and move, right? And then try again next time. As long as you made profit, don't try to make. If you doubled your money, then don't take too much risk, man. As long as you can learn to double your money, then it's gonna work out for you because eventually, when you are able to bet like 100,000, you are able to double it, right? And then you can make 100,000 in just one night. So it's better to be safe and consistent than to risk and be inconsistent.
Being completely stationary. She's always bouncing, moving. It's much easier to explode into someone when you're doing it from a moving position.
She represents Team Bohasha, Carlos Bohasha Costa, her head coach. Outstanding work with Natalia Silva over the last several years. I've really been just waiting for this fight to see how the footwork would match up because
Profit trading, no, a little bit, but I got a bit greedy at some point. So, but in all honesty, I didn't do it long enough for me to actually understand it because I had to decide between YouTube at the time. I had to decide between doing YouTube, and doing trading. And for me, I was like, YouTube is a little bit more guaranteed for me. I know if I put in the amount of effort and the skills that I know I have, I'm going to be successful. And with trading, you can learn trading for like years and not even be that good at it, because there's so much information, there's so much inconsistency, there's so many elements that are involved that I was like, it's not worth it. So I decided to focus on YouTube, and it actually worked out for me. It's still crazy to me that I get over 100,000 views that I still get 100,000 views per week. Wow. So Alexa is trying to wrestle, and she was the one saying she likes that it's a striker. It's a striker versus striker match. Wow, Silva is just picking her apart from the distance, man. Um, yeah, I've been watching you over the years. I appreciate that, man. Um, I haven't. Oh, you mean on the shorts, né? I just recently properly started doing lives, but I appreciate the support, man. A lot of the people who are on my channel, like people who have been, I don't even know what I'm saying, like the 16,000 people on the channel. So obviously, there's a portion of them that have been here since the beginning of the channel. But yeah, I mean, sometimes people can subscribe and unsubscribe. Yeah, actually, what I was saying was actually factual. So a lot of the people on my channel are people who've been with the channel for a very long time, which gives me confidence in knowing that it means I'm doing a good job, and also um, I'm basically useful to you guys, I guess. And I appreciate the support. I'm not taking it for granted. And that's why I wake up in winter nights and I try to stream and try to give you my commentary as much as possible. Natalia Silva shouldn't let Grasso do what she's doing now. Whoa, let's go Silva.
A lot of times, takedowns happened in my fights, not even shoot. Because I was so close and they tried to kick that they would just fall over. And this range, though, Natalia's kicking with no consequence.
Good leg connection with the jab by the former champ.
That was Silva's round, man. Not a lot of power in her shots. I don't know how she's gonna do against someone like Valentina Shevchenko, but Um,
First breathing.
X tape. I just need the 230 next round. Oh, okay. Sounds like you're going to be making a lot of money.
Whenever she comes in, listen, your cross is going in deep. Right now, you continue to in and out and then come back with a jab. You were missing the jab. Your jab is really quick, right?
Look at this kick, straight to the face.
Wow.
I mean, a perfect side kick.
She made her eat her toes.
She tried to time it, move out of the
That's
way.
pretty nasty.
Just ate it. Round two is brought to you by Monaco, the official canned cocktail of UFC. 2 shots in every can. Natalia Silva in yellow, Alexa Grasso with that high right guard and black. I think Grasso's going to have to make this grimy, dirty boxing style. You know, get a hold, double jab, get a hold of her, drag her around, break her balance, hang on over under, throw her on the fence, and then make it dirty boxing from there. But at this distance stuff, it's tough. Yep. Well laid out, Dom, as usual. We'll see if Francisco Grasso and Student can make the proper adjustments here. Every step of the way, at least to this point, Silva's been ready for prime time. Got off to a real fast start tonight. And a nice head kick by her there. We saw Jasmine Jazz Divisius with a huge win in this division earlier tonight. She fought Natalia Silva in what was Silva's UFC debut back in 2022.
Oh, nice check hook right there.
Grasso can't set her feet to throw the punches she wants.
What's happening with the stream?
A little bit. If she starts kicking that leg, maybe Silva starts to get beat up a little bit in the leg and can't move as
It's not the dollars though. It's in DKK. So let's say 1K. That's like 150 in dollars. Oh, okay. I mean that's still pretty decent though. That's still pretty decent.
Yeah, anytime Grasso steps on that center line to throw punches, you're seeing Natalia Silva step off the center line and check hook, and that stops Grasso from wanting to come forward, as you saw right there. It's the curl. You circle instead of move straight back, and Grasso can't find it.
I want to see Alexa throw a right hand after that double jab.
There's a right hand.
That's the right hand, and it landed. And don't throw it at Natalia Silva's shin. Throw it at her neck, because Silva actually goes back. You throw it at her neck, and maybe you land and hit the chin on the exit. Chasing that head. Sorry, John. Go ahead.
No, it seems as though Grasso wants to grapple if she can get inside, but she has had no opportunities to do that.
But there's no entry because she's moving too much.
She wants to hit.
That's the looking like 2-0 to Silva. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I mean, if the judges do not decide to rob us again, I mean, they've been on a roll tonight. They've been making bad decision after bad decision. Well, not bad decisions, but I feel like they've been preparing themselves all night to have bad decisions. Wow, that was a nice left hook. Oh, was it a right hook? Yeah.
She's going sideways. I need to press more. I need to do more. So that when she gets hit, she's like, okay, that seems bad. She's also an analyst.
These punches don't seem like they hurt, you know? Maybe I'm crazy, but man, they don't seem like they hurt.
But she's just chasing and playing catch up.
Grasso has yet unable to close the distance. She has attempted one takedown unofficially, but Silva comes in with a takedown defense north of 90%. But grindy's an adjective, right? I mean, at some point, Grasso's going to probably have to. It's not going to be pretty. She's just got to make it super ugly and get into the pocket.
Canelo Alvarez fought last week, and this guy just ran the whole time. But he didn't try to win.
Impossible to rob this one, bro.
She's moving, and
I mean,
this is a difference of
Not impossible. The judges are very resilient in
Russell
robbing
lets very
people.
more punches. She'll be good.
They don't take no for an answer.
Taking a right hand too fast.
They're like Diddy.
Well, Asha, though, in the
They
corner
have
for
to
Talia
tell
Silva,
Diddy
she's the
no.
champ. They've wanted Talia
I'm
first
kidding.
official here before.
I'm kidding, guys. And the Diddy party has been over for a while, so I don't even know why I said that.
In the pocket with Grasso,
Next
she can
thing I'll
knock him
have
out.
comments in the
No
comment
doubt. She's
section
waiting
saying
for him to
crazy
do that.
things.
She's like, please sit still and train with me. Come forward.
And Alexa's doing the right thing. She's not chasing Natalia. She's not following her back. She keeps cutting her off. Natalia just keeps switching directions.
Oh! Oh, Silva! Let's go! Wow, Silva is landing nice, man. Wow.
That was some water right there. That's what's needed, though. You got to make it ugly.
Remember when we trained? You remember? Listen, you need to push pressure right now.
X-Tape, the skill gap is just insane in this one, bro. Not even Diddy can do it. Yeah, it's sad. And to think that Alexa Grasso is a former champion is crazy. Like, it's honestly crazy to see.
They were trading shots in this sequence.
But like I said, I've been saying, I think Silva is a future champion. Just that I don't like how she's fighting right now because Valentina Shevchenko is a bit more aggressive and a lot more skills that a lot more skill than Alexa Grasso.
Begins Tuesday, May 27, 10 p.m. Eastern on ESPN2, ESPN Deportes, and ESPN. See Grasso trying to make it aggressive and grimy now, and Talia Silva's countering perfectly. Good right hand by Grasso. Pressure has got to be the buzzword here in round 3.
It has to be. And you saw her try to throw a kick on the exit. There's another kick. This is good by Alexa Grasso. She needs to be kicked. I mean,
wow.
Silva is so fast.
Silva is just picking her apart, man.
Causing a lot of problems for Grasso as well, because when Grasso tries to pressure in the pocket on the line, she gets hit with a check hook on her side kick. Nice double there.
She's got her hands locked around the body.
I think Grasso knows she's down by 2. Yeah, she has to know because I mean she's been chasing her the whole fight. She's been touched up. I think she knows. I mean, she probably knows, and I think this is a different fight than what she was expecting. I think in her head she felt like I'm a former champion. I'm going to run through this girl.
Grasso's trying to make this fight her fight. These are the things she needs to do, and she's doing them. It's just Silva has.
You hear the crowd saying, "Let's go, Grasso." That's not a good sign. Because the judges right now might be like, "Oh my God, we've been judging this whole fight wrong. Let's change the scorecards." Let me not even say that because that's a possibility, unfortunately. The way she swings says a lot. Says it all, bro. Yeah, I agree. Imagine it happened. I mean, it's not even crazy. That's the sad part. What I just said is not even crazy. That's how stupid this charge is. Oh!
This style would be tough for anyone in this division to deal with.
Anyone. It look. I feel bad for Grasso, man.
Oh, nice by Alexa there. You hear her corner saying, "Go, go, go more."
Grasso stalking her prey, pressing forward. Got to admire the urgency here, late for the former champ. Got hit with the left hand. I mean, you got to work your footwork mixed with everything. You just have to, because this is what happens. If somebody's got different footwork, sometimes it can be tricky.
It's not something you see, right? You don't see anyone bouncing in front of you for 15 minutes and just constantly moving. The entire octagon. And then just exploding into little combinations, then exiting and finding safety. Silva has done this Wonderful.
Well, and if you're seeing Natalia Silva fight for the first time tonight, she hasn't lost in 8 years. She's won 12 fights in a row, and now she is to the check hooks off the center line.
Well, she can't reach with the jab, right? So she's hitting her right in the chest with that kick. And then another combination.
So she stands her ground. She's got a weapon on the center line, the side kick, and if she decides to move her feet, she's got a weapon there too.
I gotta tell you, man, you give your hats off to Alexa Grasso. She is trying to find a shot that will end the fight for her.
Doing what her uncle says they train to do. Easier said than done.
Oh!
I didn't see it.
Grasso needs it and continues to press forward just over a minute
Oh,
now.
my buffering internet. Damn you, internet. Damn you.
Right under the eye.
Oh, yeah.
I heard the crowd reacting, but I didn't see what landed.
And this is honestly Natalia Silva at her best. She's won fights before, but not at this level, against this level.
Wow.
And this clean, honestly.
I mean, cap kick to a spinning heel kick. This
I
is
mean, she's beating Alexa Grasso on the feet.
killed shots, but man,
She's doing better against Alexa Grasso than, unfortunately, Valentina Shevchenko did.
create a striking angle.
So,
It's a foot to the face.
I'm doing MMA maths right now. I mean, that means Natalia Silva is the uncrowned champion.
Silva with tremendous defensive vision as well. Her athleticism certainly helps.
Yeah, she's a tremendous athlete. I'd like to know what else this young lady did growing up before she started fighting, because she was good at whatever she did.
Well, when if she did anything but train, she said she does like to sleep.
She knows she won. Grasso
Natalia Silva
knows that.
Grasso's #1 ranking.
Guess I'm cashing out on one bet. Yeah, man. Congrats on that. Congrats on that one, man. I still have Aldo left on another. I mean, that's actually pretty smart, man. It makes sure that
Silva,
you don't rely on one bet to make money.
by
You
Natalia
know.
Silva. Crazy exchange at the end of round 2, where Alexa found some success, but also took some damage. Nice high kick there by Natalia Silva. Cuts Alexa Grasso. What a tremendous performance by this young lady. 7-0 now, it would seem to be right in line for a championship opportunity.
The unauthorized reproduction or distribution of this copyright work is illegal and punishable under law. So, Natalia Silva. Looking to secure a 13th consecutive mixed martial arts win. To make it official, here's Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' cards for decision. All 3 judges score this contest 30-27 for the winner by unanimous decision, Natalie Silva.
Not only silver. I've never been so happy to hear another person's name. Natalia is so beautiful.
Thank you to be here watching my fight. The first thing I will give it all the glory for Jesus. Jesus.
Not in Canada.
And your striking really did give her
In
problems
Canada, those are
in the
fighting
footwork.
words.
Did you realize that this would be a
No shot at any of my Canadian peoples, but I don't know. The LGBTQI plus community is so strong that
Eu
side.
sabia que esse era o
I feel
caminho.
like
O meu estilo de luta
religion
é
sounds like an
diferente.
insult.
Como eu disse, vai Natália Silva.
What's the time over there?
Yeah, we knew there was
It's 5 o'clock in the morning.
And like I said all week, is by Natalia Silva.
Natalia,
It's five
they are
o'clock,
fighting for the
5 a.m.
championship
in the
in your
morning.
weight class later on this evening. You have now won 7 in a row and just beat the number one contender.
I
How
tried to
closely
get
will you be
Dricus
watching this
Duplessis.
fight?
Natália, você acaba de fazer mais uma vitória, você deu 7 vitórias.
Being a small channel
Lutando pela tua
is
categoria agora pelo
is a
título.
problem,
Vai ficar de
but
olho.
it's fine.
Claro que eu vou
After
ficar de
he
olho.
retires
Acho que eu mereço ser
and I'm
a
still
próxima
going, I'm not
estreante.
going to
Eita,
interview
Ana.
it. I tried
Esse
to
coral
contact
tá
his team to
caindo
get
comigo, hein?
an interview
Vamos
with
com essa
Dricus
aqui vai
Duplessis, and
aí
they
o
were like,
Pereira.
"We
That
only
belt's gonna
do
look
paid
beautiful on him.
promotions,
Ladies
or
and
rather,
gentlemen, give it up for
we
your
don't
winner,
do
Natalia Silva.
interviews." I was like, "Oh snap! I've seen interviews, so are you telling me they paid him?" Anyway, um, you sleep after this, or you just stay up. Usually, I stay up, but I'm so sleepy right now. It's rough, man. It's rough.
With us tonight, former UFC lightweight Sam Stout, Mark Hominick, who challenged for the featherweight championship back in 2011, and also on the side, one of the best welterweights in
I
the
don't
world,
care.
the Brickhouse himself, Sean Brady, the number one welterweight.
One day, Squid,
You know what it is?
how are you, man? Welcome back. How are you, my guy?
See the rematch for Rob Dwalishvili
Where have
and
you
Sean
been?
O'Malley coming up June 7th when we return to
How are
pay-per-view.
you?
First meeting went to
How is the picks going? They're going pretty decent. I mean, I need to get the rest of the card perfect in order to get like 8 out of 4, because obviously Kutelaba was robbed and I picked Kutelaba. So far, let me see. There's 3 fights left, which basically means there's 9 fights that have taken place. So I think I'm 5-4 currently. Yeah, I'm 5-4 currently. Yeah, I think so. I was on a Diddy path. What do you think about Bilal versus Jack? I think it's very close. Um, I think Bilal is more well-rounded. Um, I think Bilal has the striking to stand, but I'm worried about his age. I feel like, irrespective of how much he prepares, ultimately everyone slows down as they get older, and I'm worried about him slowing down in that particular fight. But I feel like his pressure and how he mixes everything up might be an advantage for him, to be honest. Hopefully, he actually um, succeeds. Because I genuinely feel like, on the other hand, Jack Della Maddalena is probably one of the best strikers in the welterweight division. And if his takedown defense is good, although I don't think it's going to matter, even if he has good takedown defense, I still feel like, what do you call him? Um, what do you call him? I still feel like Bilal's chain wrestling and striking is going to actually um, be a little bit problematic to actually deal with. So I'm going with Bilal Muhammad, but I'm still worried. Squid, I actually sent you an email. When you don't check your emails, man. I remember you saying you wanted to actually get something. Um, but I actually even created the packages in order to make sure that, because of the shipping costs, I created packages. Um, that's good. Nah, man. Like, I don't feel like the picks are good. My picks will be good. My picks will be good if I get every single fight that's remaining correct. That's when I can say, okay, the picks are not that bad. At least they will produce some type of profit. Um, Let me see. Bilal, X-Tave, Bilal haven't met someone like Jack. Might be too much. I don't know. I mean, Gilbert Burns was able to take down Jack Della Maddalena. Basil Hafez, who's not particularly good, was able to take down Jack Della Maddalena. And I don't think, even though I do believe that Jack is improving.
His flurries
He's
are
been
news of the
he's
day.
been injured, so that means
But you're gonna wish that you never fought me again in your
he
life.
started maybe working on his takedown defense
You want to talk
probably
about
this
hands?
year, maybe,
There's no one like me talking about.
or
You
maybe
want to talk
even
about violence?
late
He's one
last
of the
year,
most
which
violent
I don't think
stand
is
guys
enough
that's ever
time
done
for
it.
him to actually have a good improvement as far as his takedown defense goes. So
Whatever hit,
the
he
fact
will put
that
down.
Gilbert Burns took him down and Basil Hafez took him down is not a good sign for me. I feel like Bilal can also take him down.
Vitor Belfort was great with his
Um,
hands,
yeah,
played on the
Bilal is a
ground,
bit
was an incredible athlete, strong,
is a
fast,
bit boring
explosive.
though.
He's beat some of the greatest
I
fighters
mean, I
mixed
hear
martial
you.
arts has ever seen.
Really?
Knocked out Michael Bisping,
Um,
knocked out
Squid,
Dan Henderson.
really?
Vitor
Let me
Belfort
check.
has done
I
it
have not seen it
again!
yet. Yeah, I sent you
Vitor
an
Belfort
email.
will be remembered as an
I
absolute legend.
think a couple of
Scary
days
man to
ago.
fight up until the end.
Um, I even ended up
What do you
creating
think of
packages
pride when you think of UFC? When you think of all
for,
the
like, for
ultimate
example,
men
if you want
you
like
can't help
the
but think
clothes
of
and everything
Vitor.
like that, you can
The
just
sport wouldn't
become
be what it is
a
today without
member,
him and
and
his
then I'm going to
influence.
send you like
Of the most
like
dangerous, if
premium
not the
items
most
of my
dangerous
brand
fighter in UFC
annually,
history. It didn't
or
matter if the fight
even
was on the
every six
floor, if the
months,
fight was on the
like
feet, you were always in danger.
including like
He
socks. I'm
is
going
one
to
of the
make sneakers
pioneers
at
in this
some point,
sport,
but for
one of
now,
the absolute legends of the
I'm
game.
making like bucket
It was
hats,
what it
caps,
is to be a mixed
t-shirts,
martial artist at the
shorts.
highest level.
The
Vitor
next step,
Belfort
I
has
think, after
always been a
this,
fighter's
socks.
fighter. He's
And then
always
the
been
next step, I
must-see
want to
TV,
make
and he's a
sneakers.
guy that deserves his place
Um,
here in the UFC Hall of
so
Fame.
yeah, you can also
Congratulations
just
on a
become a member
remarkable
on
mixed martial
the
arts career.
Buy Me
A
a
fighter
Coffee
here in
platform. The
Guadalajara,
link to become a
Vitor
member is in the
Belfort.
bio, is in the description, and then you'll get everything basically sent to you on an annual basis or every 6 months, depending on which type of membership you choose. X Tape, let me do picks with you next week so we can
And Hall of Fame
get
being the toughest news in the
most.
world crime.
I don't have a problem with that, man. We can do a
It's amazing, bro.
um what do
What
you call
Vitor
it?
Belfort did
Join me.
across
Like, you
his
can join
entire
me
career,
live. Just send
nothing short of
me an
spectacular.
email
What he did in 2013
on
in
at
knocking out
once
Michael
upon a
Bisping, Dan
slugfest
Henderson, who
at
both fought
gmail.com,
successfully.
and then
One of the
maybe we
biggest
can
wars
talk
this
about
UFC
doing
has ever seen.
a
Anytime you
live
can get
together.
away, don't
I
try.
don't
Beat
mind
those
that.
odds, let it go. Let those
But
chips go.
we
My guy,
might have to do them
congratulations.
We all grew up watching that guy. He's a legend for
maybe
sure.
late in the
All
week
right,
next
three fights
week.
left to go for us on
Maybe have a
DraftKings Sportsbook.
conversation
The
on the
crown is
channel.
yours. Jose
And
Aldo,
then
the
you can
minus
give me your
190
reasons for your
favorite.
picks,
Damon Tom comes
and
back
I
plus
can. That will be sort of like a
160. This fight
breakdown.
initially
Obviously,
signed
I
as
break
a
down my fights
bantamweight bout.
throughout the week,
Moved to
but
featherweight
I don't
on
have a
Friday.
problem like
We'll see how it
going
fares for
live
Mercedes
with
here in
any of my
Montreal.
subscribers or my supporters,
Well, Hall of Famer
so
Jose Aldo's giving
we
fans in
can
the
do
Red
it.
White North a lot to
I've
cheer
been
about over
saying,
here
like, a lot of
tonight.
people have been asking me to
Crowd
do
likely
it,
to
and
be
I'm
in the
like,
corner of
dude,
Montreal right
if
now.
you're
The
not afraid of
offense
the
is
camera and you have
waiting
good
to
internet
start.
and you have a place
Jose
whereby you
Aldo's
can
fighting
stream,
legacy is
I mean, just join me on the live stream and like let's do a watch along. I mean, not a watch along. Let's do like we break down the fights together on the same stream. That would actually be fun. So yeah, hit me up, send me an email, and then we can do it. Squid, did you send email or Instagram? I can't see nothing. What is your email? I sent you an email from Ed once upon a slugfest at gmail.com. I didn't send you an Instagram email. Maybe but again, an Instagram inbox. Maybe I should try to inbox you on Instagram, but I responded, I think, to your Outlook. I responded to your Outlook email. Um, Xtave, good internet, but don't have a cam or PC. But you have a cell phone. A cell phone is enough as long as your camera quality is fine. Then a cell phone is enough, my guy. You don't need. As you can see, I'm not using the internet. I'm not using. I mean, a laptop to stream. I'm using my phone. Like what you're seeing right now is a cell phone, right? So you can use your phone, and I stream every day with my cell phone. So you can use your cell phone. all you have to do is just join the link that I send you. Yeah. So if you are truly up for it, you'll send me a message and then we'll talk. Oof. Predicting MMA is one of the hardest things, man. Oh, it'll break your confidence. Uh, but for next week, Xtave can ride a parlay here since next week ain't here yet. You might agree, you might disagree. Okay, no, I don't have a problem with it. I can actually read it out, and whoever maybe feels like it makes more sense to them, maybe they can apply that to what they do, or to their parlays or something like that. But I don't have a problem with that. You can write it here, and I'll also give you my opinion. But obviously, I'd need to do extra research so that I can break down the fights
Right,
properly.
when you start coaching, then you move into mixed martial arts, or you refocus on your career, it's much easier. People don't understand how much you learn whenever you're coaching someone or coaching
Um,
something. I asked him as a hobby, I said, hey man, lately
okay,
Jose Aldo seems
I
to be
gotta. You
predominantly a
remember when
boxer.
you
What Jose Aldo did you prepare for?
donated
Because
that
prepared for the kids? He goes,
$20?
because I have seen him try to
It
box
came
at
with
high
an
level when his strike
Outlook.
was
I
high
think it was
level.
an
The
Outlook
coaches
email.
tell him start to kick.
But
Right away, he
okay,
picks up the legs, and you're really
okay,
dangerous.
no
He says,
problem.
so I
But
prepared for the kick.
you know what? Just
The
to make
best
things
version of
easier,
Jose Aldo.
send
But these keys to the
send me an
difference, like
email
your initial
on
guard
at
circulation,
Once Upon a
circle
Slugfest,
speed,
just the
circle
name of the
range,
channel
all
as
the
it
emphasis
is,
on
and
hands. What
then
I like him to
and
use
then
fakes and
add
fakes with
at
high offense to poke
gmail.com,
Aldo back
and
on
then
his
I'll
back
respond
foot.
to
Even
that
a kick
because
that
I
you
sent
have
you an
to
email.
come up
I
with a
use
case
the
by
email. I get
pressure
it
and then
whenever.
also put Aldo on the fence for as long as
Okay,
he'll
no
allow him to
problem.
do it. We've seen him
Yeah, and
shut down
then
on the
we'll
fence
talk
fights
from
against
there.
fighters where he has
Send the
had a lot of
email
offense
because
against you. He's going to
um
need that against
when
Aldo.
you when
Perhaps
last
a bit
week when you
easier for me
donated that
handling Aldo on
$20,
the fence than
it
any of
comes
the
with your
professional fights
email
like as a
underneath.
hobby
The
trying
email
something
that you
new.
were using there is the email that I actually used to respond. So, but if you send me an email, it's cool. I'll respond. So once I'm done with the stream, I'll respond to your email, man.
Mixed martial arts royalty doesn't
Okay,
even begin
bro.
to describe
I don't
Agent
use
Jose
that
Aldo
one, but
Jr. His
yes,
23rd
I
UFC
will email
appearance.
you.
He
Okay,
does come in as the
I'll wait
undefeated
for that
lightweight
email,
with
man,
the
because
gold, two-time UFC
I also
heavyweight
assumed that you
champion.
wouldn't see it, but also social media. I was like, you probably don't check your
135.
inboxes,
You know, it's
so
an
that's why
advantage
I
when you've
didn't
got
even
candidates
send
who
you
just might come
a
through.
message
Allowing two fighters at that weight. So they have
on
the
your
ability to weigh to
Instagram.
145, but they can't
Yeah, but
make any of
email
those
me, and then
heavyweights
we
out
can
of
actually
weight
have a
class. So
conversation
instead of
and
Zahabi
talk.
getting 20% of Aldo's purse,
Um,
he's just got to fight
X
another weight class
Tave.
up
So for
above.
next week, I
Now
have
he's got to go tough
Costa,
because Zahabi is
Morales,
game plan.
Paul
Now he's got to
Craig,
fake strong Aldo, not break
Ruziboyev,
in the weight
Sadiq
where you saw
Yusuf,
Zahabi get
Thiago
worked outside.
Moises.
This guy is huge.
There you
He's
go.
strong.
Damn.
He's a killer. He's
Okay.
got power, and he is so good.
I agree. I actually thought
Does Zahabi
I
fill that
would be
gap
the
where
only
he gets
one
a
who's
little bit extra
picking
strength and extra hydration?
Sadiq
Aldo,
Yusuf.
he's one of the best to ever do it.
Um,
And man, it's going to be fun to watch him perform. Yeah, Zahabi was
hmm,
down.
Even Thiago Moises is a good pick. Costa is a good pick. Morales, good pick. Paul Craig. You know what? There's so many risky fights next week. I could see that happening actually, but unfortunately they are risky picks. Squid, what do you think about Shevchenko? It's similar to the main event for me. Um, it's similar to the main event for me because both of them are fighting very skilled strikers with, but at the very least, Manon Fiorot has a little bit better takedown defense than Jack Della Maddalena. But I still feel like Valentina Shevchenko is the all-round better fighter, better striker, obviously better grappler, mixes everything well together. But once again, she looked a little bit terrible against Alexa Grasso, and Alexa Grasso just lost, right? Maybe it's because Natalia Silva is that talented, but it could also mean that Valentina Shevchenko is, um, I don't know what I don't want to say deteriorating, but her skill level is decreasing, obviously with age. So it becomes a little bit more difficult to actually determine how that fight is going to play out. I think it's going to come down to, can Valentina Shevchenko take down Manon Fiorot, and if she's struggling to take her to the ground, can she keep the fight on the feet long enough for her to maybe long enough for her to get Manon Fiorot tired enough to get her to the ground, right? But as far as skill for skill, I think Valentina Shevchenko is significantly better than Manon Fiorot, right? Just that both Bilal Mohammed and Valentina Shevchenko are older, so that worries me because usually that decreases speed, it decreases durability, maybe your ability to take a punch decreases. So yeah, I'm honestly a bit worried about that one, but I still feel like Valentina Shevchenko should win, but it's also important to also what I just mentioned. Valentina, what do you call it? Alexa Grasso made it close with Shevchenko twice, and Natalia Silva just beat the Grasso pretty easily. So if ever, I'm putting 500 euros on Valentina and Jack. Wow, that's crazy. I would have assumed that maybe then you would probably maybe take um, Jack and Manon Fiorot if you are going to go that route. So you truly believe that Jack can actually finish, or rather can beat Bargain Bilal Mohammed? Squid, I'm putting 500 on Valentina and Jack. Down. Okay. X-Tave, Squid, if you're putting on Jack, take it on KO. Okay. Squid, just win. Damn. You could be right. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But you could be right. You could be right. Because it's a close fight. Like I said, I criticized the fact that I'm worried about what do you call him? Um, Bilal's age, his striking. If the fighter is, if he's forced to stand on the feet, it might be a little bit of a problem. If Bilal make a boring fight, then he win. He might actually not even need. People forget that Bilal actually knocked out Sean Brady, and Sean Brady clearly is good because he's only lost to Bilal, and look at what he did to Leon Edwards. So and Bilal actually knocked out Sean Brady. So Bilal has some striking. I guess it just comes down to who he's fighting. So we'll see. We'll see. Um, but I think Jack can win. Yeah, that's actually very true. He definitely can win. Um, the fight is pretty close. I think for me, if I was to give it a percentage as far as who's probably going to win, I'd say 60% Bilal. I'm not very, very, very confident, largely because of age. Squid, yeah, it's true. Bilal should not be overlooked, even if he's older. Yeah. That's why I picked him, but I'm worried. I'm not gonna lie. I'm honestly not gonna lie.
They either grab him and hold him like Mario Bautista did, or they get overwhelmed. The speed of
Jose Aldo looks good, man.
right that he's been in the game so
Jose Aldo looks good.
I think also it's because he pressures, doesn't throw a lot, and then when he does, it's like a
I
crazy
mean,
fast explosive
Zahavi has been
It's like no
getting
speed.
wins that I didn't expect him to get.
Andre
So
Pendergrass
hopefully
leans
this
over
is not one of
Song,
them.
kicks
But
out
so
of
far
his
so good for Jose Aldo.
Now Aldo was really perturbed after his last fight against Mario Bautista.
Ooh, nice body shot.
We've seen him drop several people with those body shots, and that's what Zahabi leads his hands very high to cover his head. He's got a high guard, so I promise you Aldo's going to keep ripping that body.
Azrael, what happened with Grasso? Grasso lost pretty terribly, if I might add. Aldo is like a machine. It's crazy how he still fights. Yeah, it's honestly insane, especially when you consider the fact that he's like 37 or 38, something like that, and he still fights like he's in his prime. Like the mere fact that Mario Batista had to hold him against the fence tells you how good he still is, you know? Someone as young as that feels like the only way to actually win is to put him on the fence and knee him on the thigh. You know, so it's honestly quite impressive.
Figure out the timing a little bit. You see him smiling?
No!
That's a nice left hand from Zahabi. Nice deep kick there. Hits the body and now left hand up top.
Jose Aldo is playing with fire though, because
good jab by Jose Aldo, now a right hand. Just missed with the knee. Zahabi willing to stand in the pocket.
Jose Aldo should maybe throw uppercuts a bit.
Zahabi wants to pressure him now.
Good body shot. Now Zahabi counters well. I love the deep kicks from Zahabi.
Oh, what a good shot from.
This is good. Make him fight at a high pace if you're Zahabi. Sure.
Wow, what a first round. I don't like how Aldo was fighting there, man. I mean, he was slipping and he was actually moving the right way, but that was too close for my liking. Bro, I love Aldo, man. He's just amazing. Yeah, he is, though. But I don't like the fact that he's getting into a dogfight, man. I don't like dogfights, especially when I need him to win. I need everyone I pick to win, actually. I need everyone I pick to win so that I can relax a bit. Because at this point I'm still worried.
Let's take these replays here. We see nice combinations from these guys, but right now Zahabi walking him down, looking to hit Aldo against the fence, but Aldo's body work. I mean, he threw about 4 hard combos to the gut. Zahabi, look at this clinch. Nice work done by Zahabi to just keep the pressure going, but it's nasty check hook from Aldo there.
X-Dave, he pulled a Muhammad Ali. But that's not a good thing because Muhammad Ali, as he got older, people started being able to land on him, you know? So, oh no. I'm not sure who won the first round, to be honest.
I don't know if there's a striker that's better in a clean fight than Jose Aldo, where Max Holloway took advantage of him. Max just kept putting things on him, and Aldo couldn't really keep up with him.
Because Zahabi is Canadian. Aldo, bro, come on. Zahabi is Canadian, man. The fight is close enough for them to rob Aldo.
Very efficient with his striking game. He's got great balance. That's what makes Aldo hit hard and always just so well defensive.
That was a close one, yeah. It was a close round, so it's close enough for them to give it to Zahabi.
42nd professional MMA fight for Jose
And
Aldo.
you hear the crowd cheering for him, so. But also, the fact that maybe Aldo is a legend maybe might help him not get robbed, and also because he's a striker. And the head movement and everything, the judges might like that because I heard they judge boxing, so maybe they might like the head movement and the striking, the flashy striking of Aldo. But it's Canada, so they might rob it. They might rob him and give it to Zahabi somehow.
real good with the guard. Look at his elbows come all the way up right there. And that's why you're seeing Aldo just keep attacking the body of Zahabi. He's covering the face well. That body's exposed. Oh, nice
Wow, that was a
body by
nice
Aldo.
body
Aldo
shot, man.
sees it. He's going to keep wrecking into the body because Zahabi's high guard. That is there for Zahabi as we show you the strike discrepancy.
Zabi's brother is screaming, relentless pressure.
Yeah, Zahabi's fighting a great fight. I mean, he's not out of this fight by any sense of the means, and he's pressuring well. He's just not quite as quick as Aldo, not getting off the same hand speed combinations. He needs to start pouring it on with the pressure, like his coaches are saying, and hanging on Aldo maybe a little.
Yeah, it also seems like
I mean, I feel like this fight is closer than it has to be.
it feels like they're
Um,
I mean, the weight
and I don't like close fights, man. I don't like close fights. The judges will favor the local guy in most cases, and especially because a lot of the time when UFC visits these places, they want to have one of their judges on the panel, and obviously because he's a local guy,
Murgliata says fight on. That is how we'll pause.
because he's a local guy, they'll probably whoever the local guy is will probably give it to his countryman basically.
Coach Dean Thomas, what do you have?
Yeah, I think Zahabi, like you guys said, he needs to start pouring it on because there's a reason why Aldo slowed down. He doesn't really trust his cardio. So if I'm Zahabi, you got to trust your cardio, keep pouring it on, and force Aldo to fight. Because there's a reason he slowed down. It's not because he trusts his cardio.
Yep, absolutely, dude.
That's a great point. Zahabi now dealing with a pretty significant cut on the right side.
Yeah, I agree with you. So I'm worried, to be honest. I'm worried, and I actually even actually did specifically say Zahabi had a shot, but I just felt like Jose Aldo is better everywhere.
Pressure. Zahabi
So let's see how it plays out.
two.
Okay.
That's on the bell line.
I mean, he jiggled the cab.
That illegal strike. That didn't. Yeah.
All right, let's go. Watch the corner.
Kind of needed to be that grimy if you're going to get in there. And Aldo, not that you want to land
Squid,
strikes,
but I
but
feel like also look Aldo
against Aldo.
looks better overall right now. Yeah, he looks good, but my problem is Zahabi is also landing, right? That's why I'm like maybe the judges might like the fact that Aldo is a legend. Aldo has good movement, so maybe they might give him the round based off of that. Um, but because Zahabi is the local guy, like objectively, when you look at the fight, it's close, especially if you don't know the numbers. You know, so they might. I wouldn't. Let me not even say it because the way the judges have been scoring these fights, I'm just exhausted, man. These judges have been just doing terribly. XT, nah, this is crazy because of the judges, bro. Like, I don't know. Nah, this is scary because of the judges. I agree, man. I'm also worried because the fight is close. Aldo is winning, but because it's close, and you have to consider that Zahabi is from Canada, or at least lives in Canada. That's a massive thing to consider
Right there by Aldo.
because Canada does not mind
That cuts him. Oh,
giving out robberies as long as it means that people win. Like normally, some of the worst decisions have happened in Canada, Canada and Brazil. Oh, and that Taito Ivasa decision, I remember they gave him the decision. One judge gave him the decision over Jairzinho Rose's strike. Like that was one of the craziest things I've ever seen. But my point is, number one is Brazil as far as robberies. Number two is Canada. Actually, between Brazil and Canada, they will fight for the number one spot for the best robberies of all time. So because Zahabi is from Canada, I'm worried, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie, I'm worried, but I genuinely hope I'm wrong. Um, Aldo can't allow this shit to be close. Yeah, I also don't need that. I wish he could have dominated him. But I also anticipated, man, Aldo has good head movement, man. Aldo has good head movement. It's so impressive.
He hit him. Now you want to see Zahabi follow that up.
Squid, what do you think about Sean versus Merab fight? Who will win? I'd still need to do a bit more research, but the only three people that have given Merab a hard fight. Oh, let's go, Aldo! Jose Aldo Jr. Go, 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 go. Finish him. Finish him. Zahabi is quite literally running. No, Aldo's tired. Oh, okay, he's not tired. Oh no, there's still 3 minutes left in the fight. Hopefully Aldo didn't gas himself out.
He just tried to get the finish, and that was a big sprint. Let's see if Zahabi's got the read.
No!
I don't think he can read that he's tired.
No, Aldo, no. Survive up until a decision, man. Please. Sheesh. I agree with you, man. Aldo is tired, man. No. Oh no. Zahabi's also tired. Come on, Aldo, survive, dude, please. Come on, Aldo, come on. Please. Zahabi's also tired. Aldo, survive, please. Come on. And what I'm worried about is the judges might give him a 10-8 round. Aldo might still lose a decision. Oh no! Oh no! The fight is almost over, Aldo. Come on, no! Zahabi might actually... No! How do you score this round, man? Squid, I think Zahabi gets this one. I don't know because I, I, but he's going to win it because of robbery, because it can't be a 10-8 round because Zahabi was hurt at the beginning. But the problem is the judges have been so horrible, man. The judges have been so freaking horrible. They probably are going to give Zahabi a 10-8 round, despite the fact that Jose Aldo almost finished him. This sucks, man. This sucks.
Let's see the end of this. It is insane.
This sucks. It's probably going to be a 10-8 round for Zahabi.
Counter. Left hook from Aldo.
Even though he was massively hurt. Even though he was massively hurt, I can see the judges just saying, well, this is a 10-8 for Zahabi. Forgetting the fact that Zahabi was almost finished. And the only reason he wasn't finished is because Jose Aldo got tired.
Incredible kick, and Aldo followed it up.
Ah, man,
Viciousness.
these
I
judges,
thought
man.
this was over. Look at him chasing him down. Another punch drops him. And then
I can just see it. It's Canada, you know.
and he eats
Like,
it, keeps it together all over the
at
place.
worst, I would be okay. I wouldn't be okay with a draw, man. I feel like Aldo should win. Aldo should win. This is not a 10-8 round. Like,
And this is the finish of the fight.
Aldo
Last 2
almost
minutes,
finished him.
combos.
And then
Blew up
Zahabi
Aldo's face.
then ended up in a better position and almost finished Aldo. So it's 50-50. It can't be a 10-8 round.
Every second. Look at these
It
elbows.
wouldn't make sense. So it's not a 10-8 round. It's a 10-9 round for Zahabi, but it's Canada.
I've seen Aldo sit on his back
It's
like
I
that.
wouldn't even be surprised if some of the earlier rounds were given to Zahabi somehow. There's probably going to be one judge who's going to score a 30-26 for Zahabi somehow. Like, man, I'm just so exhausted, bro. This might be cooked, yeah, man. I'm scared for Aldo, bro. I mean, yeah, I think they give it to Zahabi, to be honest. This sucks, man. Bro, all we can do is pray Aldo should win this. Especially, it is in Canada. Aldo won 2 rounds and 3. One could go, so logically it should go to Aldo.
I'm here with Ayman Zahabi. Ayman, you just won the biggest fight of your career, and you had to fight with all of your heart. How good does that feel?
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. It feels amazing. I did all the work. I accepted the fight. He was 8 pounds overweight. I took it anyway. I want to thank Sean Shelby for making a great deal for me to be able to accept this fight and show up for Montreal.
Ayman, let's take a look at that third round. Man, you were hurt so bad. How bad were you hurt? And how were you able to turn it around and finish in the way that you did?
I wish there was
Rock for sure.
I wish there was another way to watch,
But my mindset coach tells
to
me
enjoy
prepare
MMA,
for these
man.
moments. I just told myself, recover and win the next exchange. Recover, win the next 15 seconds.
This is now the second robbery in one night.
What do you want next, Ayman?
I said it. I called it, guys. I told you guys that, guys. Even if you say, I didn't hear the scorecards, right? Even if you say Zahabi got a 10-8 round, it still should have been a draw. So that technically means there's one fucking idiot judge that was like Zahabi won a round between round 1 and round 2. Jose Aldo heard Zahabi, guys. Like, it can't be a 10-8 round when you were heard.
For Ayman Zahabi, and if you did have him on DraftKings Sportsbook by decision, plus 275 was the payout. All right, Daniel Cormier,
Aye, man.
you back with Jose Aldo?
Aye, man. I'm just going to just do entertainment, but I think I need to start.
Jose, you just took your gloves
I feel like crying right now, man.
greatest champions in UFC history are you walking away?
And I told you guys, like I told you throughout the fight, and people, you guys were like, nah, that can't happen, man. I was like, it's Canada. The fight is too close. The judges are going to find a way to rob him. And Jose Aldo then gave them a perfect opportunity in the third round. Was like, there's an opportunity for them to rob him, and they did.
Minha família, meus filhos. Eu não quero mais, eu já tava falando com o Dedé, eu tava batendo peso na
And
hora.
the sad part about this whole thing is that running a UFC channel makes you love
Não vai bater peso na hora.
the sport even more because my life revolves around it now.
Eu acho
And
que eu
things
tô
like
mesmo
this really do hurt me. To a point whereby
eu
like
acho que isso aqui não
I
faz
feel
parte
I
da minha
feel
vida agora.
teary, a little bit teary,
Well, first
man.
of all,
I
thank you to Dana,
I feel like they are
to
robbing me,
Sean,
and
to
I
Rizzo,
don't
for
even
Tia, for
bet on
everybody in
fights,
the
but
UFC, for everything that you've given
it
me. I
feels
don't
like
think
they're
they have
doing
to
this to
give
me,
me
dude.
anymore. This was a tough week. It wasn't just
And
about
this
the
fucking
cutting of the weight
hurts,
and
man.
everything else. I just felt that there were so many things that happened. It was very tough to go through all this. There was one point this week, this was a very tough week, that I felt that I didn't have it in me. I didn't want to cut it anymore. My body said no, and I just don't think I have it anymore. I don't want to go into war all the time and go
I
through
I
this.
I, I
I just don't have it in
things
my
like
heart
this will
anymore. I
make
don't
you
think this.
hate
I think this is the
MMA,
last
man.
time you're gonna
This
see me. I
fucking
can't do
sucks.
this.
Well,
Sucks big
Jose,
time.
congratulations on a great
Let me
career.
respond
You're
to
one of
you
the greatest
guys.
champions UFC's ever
Aldo
seen,
should
ladies
win
and
this
gentlemen.
one.
Give it up
Squid,
one more time for the great
especially because
Jose
it's in
Aldo
Canada.
Jr.
Yeah. Stave. Aldo won 2 rounds. The third one could go either way. No, third one it was definitely Zahabi. I think he did more damage, but how did Zahabi win, dog? Even if Zahabi got
victory down the stretch. We show you the judges' scorecards. No surprise to see all three judges gave round.
guys, can you please tell me the scorecards because like my internet is buffering, and I'm sure it's going to skip this part. Because I see that all three judges gave him a 10-8. I'm just so exhausted, man. I'm honestly exhausted. I at this point I just wish I was a soccer fan.
Top UFC athletes catch live panels.
I'm not gonna lie. I wish I was a
Exclusive
soccer fan
merchandise
at this
and
point.
more. Only at UFCX. Scan the QR code to lock in your tickets. The count.
Maybe I should try watching soccer and I don't know. See if I can enjoy it, but fuck soccer. Who watches soccer? Anyway, um I mean I'm busy here trashing on soccer, but look at what the sport that I love is doing to me. Xtave, so logically it should go to Aldo. In Canada, nothing works when it comes to logic. Aldo lost. Renier the Rizzler, I called the fucking robbery. I also saw it coming, man. I also saw it coming. Squid, yeah. Azra, don't think Aldo got it. Okay. Renier the Rizzler, ain't no way, man. Bro, I almost cried, man. I almost cried. Two robberies. Like the judges are on fire. Canada is living up to its reputation at this point. Blocken, let me buy a zip of that's what's that? That's right. Tears, damn squid. Told you cause it's in Canada. I mean that sucks, man. That sucks. I'm sure Shot Mickey, I'm done with UFC, man. A part of me wants to also be done. I wish there was another promotion, man. I just wish there was another promotion I could switch to. I need it. I'm fiending for more. What's that, man? Squid, Renier the wrestler. Shot Mickey, no way. Two bad robberies. Sorry guys, but I'm out. I can't blame you, man. I almost cried. I didn't realize I loved the sport this much, man.
Valentina Shevchenko opened the favorite. She will close as
Ah,
a
it
slight betting
sucks, man.
underdog tonight.
Renier the Lord, dude, Aldo won that shit, and I knew they would drop him. He won, dude. Like you can't give you cannot give the third round a 10-8. How? Because Aldo almost finished Zahabi. How does then Zahabi get a 10-8? A 10-8 is supposed to be like a pure domination of the entire round. How do you get a 10-8 after you almost got finished?
I knew the only way to win the fight was leave zero doubt.
You've got to think that the
Squid
determination of
and
Shevchenko
McGee,
coming into
what's
this
up,
third fight
fellas?
has got to be
Man.
off the charts. She was so
Aluna,
dominant.
it was a horrible robbery, man. Squid, Diddy party.
Moment or something like that.
Well, then you want the Diddy parties. The Diddy parties are not good. That's good. Yeah, that was a robbery, man. It broke my heart, man. I don't wanna lie. It broke my heart.
Such a journey for you to get back your title.
It's just so huge. It's like dream come true.
Shot McGee, I'm quitting watching UFC. Sorry, man. I'm probably not going to be acting on this channel anymore. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I honestly can't blame you.
Et en fait, déjà, j'ai été assez surprise quand elle n'a pas prononcé mon nom. Au lieu de ça, elle a fait un discours en 14 langues pour remercier tout le monde. Donc,
But
déjà,
send
j'ai
me
pas
an
forcément
email,
apprécié.
man. Maybe we can continue talking somehow. But in all honesty, I'm not gonna lie. If I didn't have a channel, I think this if I didn't have a channel, this would have probably been the last time I watched the UFC. I can promise you that. If I didn't have a channel, this would have been the last card I would ever watch. Because messed up things keep happening in the sport, and it's like everyone is fine. Like everyone in charge is fine with it. It's like, and that's what I was saying at the beginning of the stream. It's like the UFC is okay with it because it causes controversy, and the UFC is all over the internet, and it's marketing for them. So it's like our pain is like, yeah, the more they're in pain, they're going to speak about us, and we're going to trend. It feels that way. I'm not saying that's what they're doing, but it just feels like all these horrible things. Like, why aren't they doing anything about judging, guys? These people are affecting people's careers. I'm hurt. I was even on the verge of crying. I don't even bet. I'm not even a professional fighter. And it hurt me that much. I can only imagine how someone who actually puts money on this, the actual fight in itself, that's messed up, man. Like I sincerely, I'm being honest. If I didn't have a channel, this would be the last time I I watched the UFC. I would have found something else. I already watched WWE, even though it's fake. At least things like this don't happen there. You know, like a part of me just wishes I started. I don't know why I started. I wish I would have started the WWE channel, man. I think it would be a lot further right now with a lot less stress. Like you put in so much effort, and now my picks are terrible at this point. Um, it sucks, man. It sucks. It sucks. Aluna garbage. Like I'm. The Netherlands Lord. This is why I picked Zahabi. Diddy Senses told me a robbery was inbound from the moment the fight was announced. Squid, Maggie, stop the cab. Rene the Lord, Maggie, don't leave us, man. Don't go, dude. Squid, the Diddy tingle. Squid loves the Diddy parties. Ah. Ezra, don't throw in the towel, man. No, I'm not going to. Or are you talking about Shawshot McGee? Hopefully he sends me an email, man. I hope to see him back on the channel. I'll keep on. I'll try to comment on his comments and maybe talk to him. But I'm not. I don't blame him. I'm being honest. If I didn't have a channel, this would be my last pay per view. I'd never watch the UFC again. This is so sad. That the weight cut this week really killed him. That really killed him, and he would have finished the hobby. I agree as well. It's not you. It's Dana's fault. It's a shit show because of him. I agree, man. Alpha tips, bro, was it a good decision? Didn't watch the fight. No, it was a terrible decision, man. Aldo was blatantly robbed. Like he was blatantly robbed. It's not even funny. Like it was bad. It was really bad. Renier the Lord. All three judges, 29, 28 Zahabi. Wow, man. Wow. Alpha tips, I did great tonight, but man, I took Recky as a dog. Nice pick on Mike. He surprised me. He looked incredible tonight. Yeah, he did, man. Renier the Lord. Wasn't it? Alpha tips. Thanks, Renier. X-Tape. How can these judges feel good doing this? I don't think they can. That's what I was saying at the beginning of the stream. I think the problem is the UFC and the commission. They hire people who don't care about the sport. Like they hire people, and usually they get them from boxing. They don't really give a crap about MMA. So you come for a check, and to help whoever your favorite fighter is. That's what they do. You come for your favorite fighter to help your favorite fighter, and you for a check. That's it. They don't care about the sport. They're not fans. You know. This sucks, man. Steve, I bet Aldo have done more than these judges have done in their lazy lives. I don't even know what to say, man. Alpha tips, nothing more brutal than Ariel Helwani taking out the legend, man. I'm so disappointed, man. It's heartbreaking. Renier, there is laws. No, they didn't give a 10-8. I don't think. Oh, it's still horrible to think that they gave a round, and I called it. I said I wouldn't be surprised that the way the fight is close. They gave Zahabi the first or second round, and the third one for sure. Wow. Dangerously, by the way, I got bullet winning tonight. At this point, anyone can win. It depends on who the judges love. Just don't let it to go to a decision if you want to win. Like Steve, I might switch to football at this point because I can't be happy watching a legend losing fights. That should be obvious. Obviously, I hate soccer. I in all honesty, if it wasn't too much work, I would start like a WWE channel and just focus on that. There are no predictions there. There's less stress. Judges cannot rob anyone. You know everything is fake there, so you don't care too much about the outcome because you know it's pre-planned. The only thing you can be mad at, it's like a movie. It's like a movie. You can just be mad and be like, why did the director write it like that? Or why did the writer write it like that? Or why did the director direct it like that? And that's the only thing you can be mad at. Like the planning of the fight. There's no other thing that you can be mad at. In MMA, you're going to put in your effort to research fights, to do everything, and then the UFC allows them to just do whatever they want, and then the punishment is like, yeah, you're going on a 3 month suspension for that bad decision. After that, they're back to ruining people's lives. Fuck them, man. F them. Like if I didn't put in so much effort into building a channel, this would be my last day. I don't. If Short McGee is serious about what he said, I don't blame him. I would be him. I would be him. I would 100% do what he's doing if I didn't have a channel. Like I don't feel like the UFC cares about what we think. I think the controversy is good for them because it makes the UFC trend and that's marketing for them. So the more we are heard, the more we complain, the more views, the more money they make. You know. I didn't actually realize how much I cared about this until right now because I never thought that a sport would make me teary. I almost cried. Um, but I didn't think that I didn't think there would ever be a point in my life where I felt like a sport can actually affect my emotions that much to a point where I nearly cried. I mean, clearly we are just, I don't know, man. I don't feel like our opinions are valued as fans because we've been complaining about judges for a very long time and nothing has been done. It's like, it's your problem, not ours. The more you guys cry, the more we trend and the more money we make. So they're not gonna stop that. Rene Derislot, Bilal by boring decision to top this card off with a turn on top. Alpha tips. You got good picks, bro. Keep them coming. Respect. I appreciate that, man. But things like this just kill your confidence. It sucks. I'm not gonna lie, but I appreciate that. Alpha tips. Squid. Airman Zahabi defeats Jose Aldo by decision. 29-28, 29-28, 29-28. Did he win all the rounds? To be honest, bro, robberies go both ways in long run when betting at 50-50. Yeah, I hear you, man. I just do so much work and research into these picks, and I hate that this is how the outcome is. Renier the Rizla, they did Aldo so terrible in his last two fights. From the opponent to the outcome, man. Dangerously, by the way, need Valentina to win, man. Me too, man. I'm squid now. I need Valentina and Jag. I'm 500 euros times the 5.5 the money. Wow, that's a lot. Then yeah, there is lot. Manon is a proud transgender. What? Where did you get that, man? Marcus, I got Valentina and Bilal on my parlay for 5k. Wish me luck. Good luck, man. I think Valentina should actually win this one. So yeah, alpha tips. I can't see any other equation that Bilal runs through JDM. No problem. Alpha tips, Marcus. Head JDM KO if you want, and Manon however you want if you do. Okay. Um, Renee the Result, I picked Manon, but I want the Val to win so I can see Slugfest tweak out due to happiness again. I need to tweak a little bit, man. These decisions have got me eh, feeling like really down. Wow, Valentina actually looks good, you know. Even though she's smaller, I'd recommend anyways, bro. Squid. Nah, Marcus. If I your bed, my bed needs to win. Alpha did good point, but Bilal started MMA at 23, so he has not a lot of wear and tear. Yeah, I agree. Let me cook. Aldo surprised me. That honestly broke my heart. Let me cook. Welcome to the stream, by the way. X Dave, at this point, I go UFC, I will just fight on my opponent last second, then I might get the win. I mean, it looks like that. Wow. Valentina is picking her apart, man. Squid, let's go, Valentina. Yeah, she's doing well. Let me cook, said hi. Welcome to the stream, bro. Even though you almost found me in tears crying. Let me recompose myself and look at Valentina. Alpha tips. What's your strategy to pick fights? Do you like a checklist? Yeah, something like that. I also watch fights. I watch fights. It's a mixture of watching tape and but I don't watch a lot of tape. I watch maybe their previous fights, and then I use statistics, and I check maybe for example their wow, Manon is leaking. Valentina is beating her on the feet.
This is worst case scenario for a young fighter in their first title fight, dealing with that adversity this early in the fight.
I thought Valentina would have to win on the ground. Wow. Valentina still looks good, man.
Yeah, that right hook is working well for Shevchenko.
Wow.
We're seeing no defense of the right hook from Fiora so far, and that takedown's nice. Now let's see if Shevchenko can get work on top and keep her down like she's done to almost every girl in the division. She just keeps them here once she gets the takedown.
You guys ever remember having to fight through nose damage of any kind like that?
It sucks so bad. Any cuts is just the worst. Because you're not only dealing with the fighter, right? You got blood in your face, you got blood in your nose, it's hard to breathe, it's in your mouth, it really is disgusting. And then you got their blood on you.
Right. The whole time you just want to blow your nose and you can't
blow your nose. And that's the worst. We've seen people blow their nose in these situations and the eyes just blow.
Wow, Valentina has. I mean, someone, I think it was MMA Guru who said she doesn't have a child, she doesn't, like, she's dedicated her life to this, so it shouldn't actually be surprising that she's actually performing this well. Like, her whole identity is MMA, is UFC. I mean, I don't think that's a good idea. Look at me. I almost cried because of UFC. I'm in an abusive relationship with the UFC at this point.
If I'm Team Fior, I'm telling her, stay right here so we can reset. Yeah. This is not what we expected. It's much different than we thought it was going to be. Let's reset, try to figure something out between rounds. We got a minute to try to settle our fighter and try to get her ready for the next four, because right now, it's going about his worst.
Although retiring on another robbery just feels bad, man. I mean, I don't think the UFC cares. Probably that's what they wanted. I mean, look at the kind of opponents they've been giving him. Aldo should have been fighting top 5 contenders when he came back, especially because of his performance against the current champion. I'm coming back, guys.
Let's breathe. It's not bad. You lost the first. You gotta keep boxing, so you gotta be careful with the kicks. And then you switch into wrestling. You gotta change into the boxing. I trust you. I believe in you.
Round 2 is brought to you by Monaco, the official canned cocktail of UFC. 2 shots in every can. Well, the nose a little bit mangled, but I guess it could be worse. Fantastic start for Shevchenko. She'll try to add to her lead here as round 2 gets underway.
The coaches want Manon Fior to box. They said be very careful with the kicks. That is what got her caught with those checks. Now, here's the deal. In between rounds, Manon didn't seem deterred. And if you can always keep your fighter, especially after the first round, hey, that was 1 round. We got 25 minutes to fight. Problem is, Fior's like grimacing as she enters into range with Valentina.
Yeah, her nose hurts. She keeps getting clipped with the right hook from Valentina on her way in, so that's why she's forcing the grappling. And that right hook has not been defended once. She's not leaving her left hand up at all. It's down. Look how low it is on her chin. And that's why she keeps getting clipped.
I think she'll be glued to her face every time she enters in the range.
Right? It's not there.
Fior's only lost 2 rounds prior in her UFC career coming in here tonight.
And I referred to Fior as a young fighter. She's 35, but young at this level, right? her experience isn't nowhere near what Valentina has seen inside the octagon. Been in there twice with Amanda Nunes, Juliana Pena.
Yeah, Shevchenko's got more UFC wins than Fiore has pro wins.
Yeah.
As well taken. Dean Thomas, what do you got?
I feel as though Fiore made a strategic mistake in trying to make a point. She made a career using that side kick and footwork. Now she comes into this fight, now she's flat-footed and kind of darting in, eating right hands. I think she needs to get back to some footwork, that side kick, and see if she can't draw something out of Shevchenko on which she can counter. Well, right now, she's just running in the right hands, and that's not going to serve her at all.
Well, Dean, at this point, Valentina's just waiting now. No, she's literally waiting.
She froze Fiore by waiting. Fiore's got to ignore that and get back on her to do what she does.
Valentina's not taking a step forward. She's literally standing back going, I'm going to get to the right hand again.
We're not seeing any fakes or feints to enter the pocket against Shevchenko.
Wow.
Shevchenko's just countering her on the way in. Nice defense there.
Now, this is good for Fiore because hopefully it deters Valentina from taking her down. Valentina got that takedown and she controlled her so easily on the ground. As a smart fighter with a super high IQ, she'll continue to go there. It's on Manon to defend.
You said earlier, DC, we're going to learn a lot about Manon Fiore after the challenging moments early, and I feel like in terms of the toughness and the response to adversity, I believe it.
Wow.
The fact that she defended that is insane. That was deep.
That was deep. And this has been a much more competitive round.
Super competitive.
Okay, I'm back, guys.
It'll start to get Valentina tired. Oh, Manon's level changes.
Manon is trying to wrestle.
She's not locking her hands.
She's trying, but Shevchenko feels it. She knows that's the defense. Let's see if she can get it done.
Who's winning the second round? Because definitely Shevchenko won the first round. Shevchenko definitely won the first round, so I wasn't here for the second round. For the first half of the second round. So who's currently winning?
She's got a much better chance
Because
of tiring Shevchenko out. But staying the distance,
but the thing is, why is the commentary why does the commentary think that Shevchenko will tire out? You're gonna sleep after the event is done. I don't know. I don't think so. I doubt.
with some knees here. Talking about
I'm not
this
sure. I don't think I'm going to
has
sleep.
compromise Shevchenko, otherwise she's just going to break the hand control.
I'm tired. I'm sleepy, but I don't think I'm gonna sleep.
Slicing elbow. Just
I actually want to make a video about the robbery. So I'm still, as I'm watching, I'm still thinking about how to do it. January of last year was the first time in 6 years that the UFC returned to Canada. I do agree, although was robbed tonight, there haven't been many robberies in Canada. I can only think of 2 fights. Okay, I hear you, but I mean, for me, just that I can't recall all of them. I just have a memory of. I just have a memory of a lot of robberies happening in Canada, but maybe I would have to sit down and actually recall all of them.
Honestly, like, adjusting. It is, you've seen it, and you've been in there.
Manon Fiorot is not used to wrestling, so why isn't the referee doing anything? She needed him while she was sitting down. Oh, she blocked it. But still, it was illegal. Ah, man, but come on, man.
She just blocked that too. Wow.
But it doesn't mean it's not illegal. Even if Valentina blocked it, it doesn't mean it's not illegal.
Defend yourself, and then you take her down. You understand? The most important thing is stay focused. Work the right way. You need to make sure to go counter her. You have to pay attention. Do not forget. That
I might have to. I might have to. It's over, man. I have to say, X-Tape. I have to say that Manon is winning this. It's over, man. we'll, we'll see. We'll see. Because also you have to take into consideration that Manon is not a wrestler. What she's doing, her muscles is not used to doing that. So let's see how this plays out. I see that Valentina is a little bit tired, but I'm not going to write her off yet, right? Especially because Manon is wrestling. She's not a wrestler. So if anyone's going to get tired, it's going to be Manon.
So now they're telling Valentina not to be so set on the right counter. Because Manon's timing that, like Dom said, she's picked up on that read, knows that when she enters, Valentina throws that big shot. She can level change.
Valentina is twitching.
Head kick gets through, at least partially for Manon. Inside leg kick for Shevchenko in response. And now she's making that counter to the left, to the right high. Fiore, she's attacking the leg that's on the floor still. I mean, that's Muay Thai 101. Shevchenko nicely done to the inside of that lead leg of Fiore.
Oh.
See, there's just not a lot of fakes or feints to get in. It's just they're going speed for speed. Nice knee, and now an elbow from Manon Fiore.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Valentina.
But at this point, Manon is showing the level changes. Valentina has picked up on that. She's going to have to do a better job of hiding it if she wants to take Valentina
It's
down.
not looking good for
Well, you
Valentina.
see Valentina shifted from the hook to the jab to take away that shot attempt. Because the hook commits a lot more.
But let's see how the fight plays out, man. Valentina doesn't look like she's tired. Just that Manon Fiorot is looking a bit better.
Valentina level change here.
But it doesn't look like.
By Valentina, she realizes Manon's hard to take down. So when she gets to the legs, if it's not easy, she just lets it go.
Yeah. Good knee by Manon.
Rio.
Uh,
Another one.
undefeated in the UFC, yeah. That's quite impressive. But let's see. I would like to see how this fight plays out in championship rounds. I mean, Manon still looks good, to be honest. She doesn't look like she's going to guess out anytime soon. And in all honesty, Valentina would have to win the next 2 rounds in order for her to win or get a finish. And Manon Fiorot is on her way to winning this round, basically. That's why I'm even talking about the next round.
Nice knee by Shevchenko. But you see the physicality of Fiore to just pull her way inside.
When she gets close, if she can get her hands locked, she'll start trying to.
I think also Valentina not landing knees in the clinch is what is becoming a problem.
She's got to keep trying to dig for an underhook here. Fiore's pressing into her with an overhook here. Valentina needs to circle towards that
A little bit of a chess match here in this round.
They won't be surprised anymore by the way the other fighter goes. Oh!
Well-timed spinning attack by Shevchenko. Fiore.
She's got to her hips again. Fiore's going to take her down. Yep, she's got her hands locked.
She's powering into that. That's just pure power.
Xtave, I used to do parlays a lot, but I kept losing on one, on 9 legs, so I took a long break. I came back this week. Aldo gets robbed. Man. Today's decisions, I mean, have encouraged me to just want to do entertainment MMA, to be honest. Maybe do what the fighting business is doing, or do what Mujahid is doing. Just be happy and do and laugh at robberies. I guess because I don't have any but again skin in the fight or whatever the saying is. I'm tired,
Much
man.
more even third round. They adjusted. It was, I would say,
The
one of the
UFC
hardest in
doesn't
the
really
third round.
care.
They've really adjusted. It was fourth and fifth.
Otherwise, they would
That's why
try
they
to
make
do something
championship
about
fights.
it. Yeah, best way to go with it. Yeah, best way to go with it at this point. Yeah, I'm thinking of doing that. Just that entertainment is so much harder because it requires more of my time. But I think right now I'm going to find a way to actually do this, man. I'm honestly tired. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired.
Because if it keeps happening, I don't know who they're going to give the fight to. They don't know.
Continue feinting, keep pressuring. Let's go, you know what to do. Let's go. You're capable. You can do it.
25-year-old ascending phenom Michael Morales out of Ecuador looks to keep his perfect record intact against the hard Brazilian veteran, the forever game Gilbert Durinho Burns. Main card next Saturday, 7 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Plus from Las Vegas. All right, we have arrived at the championship rounds, and anyone who wondered whether or not Manon Fior had championship mettle or grit or resolve, she's got all of it. Potentially could be up 2-1.
Yep, and Valentina's corner said, don't let her outpoint you. She's trying to steal it. Counter when she throws. Problem is, when she tries to counter too hard, but no level changes into her, and Valentina is having difficulties with the power of Fior.
Shevchenko with a nice jab early round.
Remember, Slugfest has had a bad night. Yeah, a really bad one.
Been there recently for
Like, it's not even funny.
The timing, she waited for that right high kick, and she countered the right high kick with a spin attack. I mean, that's just really high technique level. Good choice, great timing.
Now she's moving. Popping at Fior, got that nose bleeding very early in the round.
Next stage, Manon was the last fight on my Aldo parlay. So I guess I had the 5 out of 6. That's pretty good, man. You're doing really well.
I think that was a mistake there by Fior. She's going to punch. She's just grabbing her hands and trying to get that takedown. She's got that seatbelt position and all the way across to the far hip of Valentina Shevchenko. And she is working when she gets in this clinch, doesn't she?
No doubt. No foot stomps allowed here in Canada.
Wow, man. Next stage, Manon was the last. Oh, I think I read that one.
Fior bails, just over 3 minutes to go, round 4. Striking numbers exceedingly close. Both women have landed one takedown.
Valentina, if Valentina continues to fight like this, she's going to need a finish.
Defensively after a pretty quick level change from Shevchenko.
And a good knee on the break. Valentina should keep mixing those in.
I mean, look at Manon Fiorot, you know. Valentina might be winning this round, and we're basically, I mean, it's damage based, so who knows? She might be winning this round, and we're busy saying that she's losing. Look at Manon's face.
Valentina standing. Oh, nice.
Wow.
Again, she's got the timing on that spin attack now.
Nice evade there by Shevchenko. 2 minutes here to go in round 4.
And Valentina gave her a level change, and then she went back to space.
Grueling clinch work throughout this fight. Goddard being patient,
But
watching the action, closing his distance a little bit here. We saw
let's say,
some pretty quick separation.
but look at Manon's face.
Valentina's good here.
You might be right,
The
but
body lock.
I mean, damage is prioritized in scoring fights, and I mean, based on how the judges have been judging these fights, I mean, Valentina might be winning this round,
Those strike off.
especially if you are looking at Manon's face.
Oh, beautiful job by Valentina there. That was a nice takedown.
And with the takedown,
Perfectly.
it might be 2-2 going into the fifth round, to be
Oh,
honest.
she got up very quickly.
I mean, she doesn't waste any time.
And that dude just lost the 500 euros.
You can see that Fiora just has more
RIP.
time on the fence.
I mean, Squid, I think Squid has money,
Her gift is, and that's why you see her keep
money to
winning.
blow, I guess. Last week he said he had like 17,000 in his betting account. So I don't think that's that's going to dent him. It's just coffee money, yeah. Like so I don't think it matters too much to him. I think it's 2-2. I agree. Rizla, I agree, but I think Valentina will win. It's possible. Whoa! It's 2-2. Let's go! Valentina. Oh, damn. Let's go, Valentina. Let's go. Continue the momentum in the third round. Bring us back to the promised land. Oh, cause of the last part, yeah. 2-2. Squid, Valentina, let's go, man. Valentina, Renier the Rizlord. Valentina got a knockdown, yeah. Epstein, Aldo got 1-2. Shit happens. Nah, don't do that, man.
She wasn't ready for it, you understand? Just catch her.
So you think because Manon Fiorot speaks French, they might actually favor her? They mustn't do that, man. I need these last two wins, man. Squid, don't forget to send me an email. Look at Fiorot. Oh my goodness, Fiorot is cut bad, man. Is it blood on the side of a nose or is it a cut? That's a bad place to get a cut if it's a cut, man. The email is the name of the channel at gmail.com. So the name of the channel as it is, Once Upon a Slugfest at gmail.com. Or just go to the description of the channel, click on it, and then, but you have to do it with a laptop. Otherwise, the email option won't appear on the phone. You have to log in with a laptop. But the easiest thing is to just take the name of the channel and then add at gmail.com. That's the. Where's the email? Yeah, no, I think I just responded to that. Now that you mentioned that. Now that I mentioned what? Yes, bro. I will mail you. Okay, awesome. I think if Fiorot wins this fight, it's gonna look terrible. I know she's been doing well, but man, she looks so horrible. She looks like she lost the fight. But the crowd is shouting Valentina, so probably the judges are scratching their scorecard right now. Like, no. This round is no longer for Fiorot. So even the rounds that Fiorot won, she's probably going to lose because the crowd is chanting Valentina. So because the judges are going to go with whoever the fans like. Apparently that's how they pick or rather who's going to win. Valentina should not.
I feel very strongly that it was round one to the champ, round two to Fior, round three to Fior, round four to Valentina. But I mean, we did see that earlier fight card.
And round three was close as this round five
Yes, it
has
was.
been as
And this was very close.
Not a ton to score here in this final round as yet.
Oh, nice.
Let's go, Valentina. Superwoman puncher.
Oh, level change by the champ.
Level changer. Oh no, it didn't work.
Fior does a really good job of twisting and spinning the position, putting Valentina against the outside. But right there, now I'm like, that left leg could be wrapping around Valentina's leg and just trying to manipulate her.
Valentina shouldn't stay here this long because it might look like she's losing the fight.
Balance when they're in those positions, it's just pure squeeze and strength. And you're always breaking balance when you're there. Posture and balance. There's no posture or balance being broken. It's just squeeze and grab.
Cyril Gane won an interim UFC heavyweight championship, but Manon Fior trying to break through and become the first undisputed UFC champion from
Valentina, let's go. I mean, just make it close enough, even if it's not your round. I mean, because the crowd chanted your name, they will rob it for you. That's what they do. It's fucking judges.
Well, the problem is Valentina usually interrupts that combination with that right hand.
I think Valentina will win this. I'm with you. I'm Squid. I'm with you. Because of the crowd support on, obviously, not just that. I think it's 2-2. And Valentina seems to have been doing more of the damage, even though the fifth round is significantly close. When you look at damage, I mean, I think Valentina actually won. Fiorot only won, but in control. Like, she didn't do much damage, so... And if anyone is going to get a robbery, it's probably going to be Valentina. So I feel pretty confident that Valentina might win this one. And Fiorot's body language isn't looking good. She looks tired. Her mouth is bloody. I mean, it's just bad. Like, it's just bad.
Valentina's got a handful of her shirt.
Oh, nice elbow from Fior. A war of attrition.
Nah, Manon, bro. Nah, Valentina is winning that one, man. Manon is not winning that fight. I think it was 2-2, but when you look at the, I only got the one wrong. Can allow myself to get two wrong. Squid, yeah, Valentina got this one. I think she won, and I would be worried about robbery, but I think the person who's probably going to get the robbery would be Valentina, so they're not gonna rob her. I think Valentina won this, especially when you look at damage. Look at Valentina's face and look at Manon Fiorot's face. And I know I'd never like to use that argument, but even the third round, let's leave everything else outside. Obviously, the first round, Valentina won that one. The fourth round, Valentina won that one. The fifth round, I feel like Valentina was doing a little bit more damage. Yeah, maybe a split decision, but I honestly... Okay, let me read, Rene the Rizzler. Fifth round is the decider. I agree. Or a split decision. Yeah, I could see that happening. Rene the Rizzler. I'm inclined to agree with you, but it's close. Yeah. I also feel like it's close. Like I'm not 100% confident, but I just feel like Valentina did more damage. And as far as the crowd favorite, because that's how the judges score these fights. Just 4-1. Manon won the fifth round. Okay.
All three judges score this contest 48-47 for the winner by unanimous decision. And still,
We got it. We got it. Valentina, Valentina, Valentina. But yes, we got it. We got it. Squid. I thought we were down. We got this one at least. You know, the robberies have been terrible, but
Was there anything surprising in there with Manon Fior?
Actually, no, I was expecting very hard fight because Manon, she's hard opponent, good striker,
wow.
and everything that was
Squid. At least
Valentina, let's
your
take a look
parlay
at
is
you.
still live.
You went
I
back
don't know
to
if
your
it's a parlay. I
striking
think it
to
is.
allow you to keep the belt.
Squid,
It was
let's
much
go.
difficult to get the
Squid
takedown
told
with
ya.
the spinning attacks.
Now I
And once
need
it
the
felt like you
jag.
got her used of her range and
That's
her
the hard
size,
one.
you would have dictated the pace of the fight.
X tape. That's
you know,
it.
for so many years, my main training partner was my sister Sabina, and she's same soulful. So this time it's like dedicated this victory to her and to my mom.
You told me that you appreciate this always. Title defense after title defense. As you defend this championship again and further inject yourself as the greatest female fighter of all time, what does it mean to Valentina Shevchenko to still be the champion after all this time?
Keep going. It's like numbers is nothing. It's more important how you feel mentally and physically. This is the most important, and how you perform. This is number one. What count, not the numbers. I mean the age.
You are fighting the young fighters now and still beat them. Congratulations on another defense. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the champion, Valentina Shevchenko.
Enjoy your moment, Valentina Shevchenko, 14th UFC win, successfully defending her title to begin the second reign as the flyweight queen. A nice acknowledgement to her recently retired sister, Antonina Shevchenko, who is a pilot. That post-fight interview was brought to you by Drip, the official water of UFC.
Whew. X Dave, my last bet will be next week and a long break again. Yeah, another long break. The UFC disappointed me, man. I never thought in my life I would actually wish I had started a WWE channel. But after today, yeah, they made me wish I had started a WWE channel. I don't think the UFC actually cares about the fans. Otherwise, all this nonsense that keeps happening, from the bad fight nights to the horrible decisions to the bad like the bad referee decision, like it feels like nothing is being done. But especially with the bad decisions, like the bad scorecards, for me personally, I genuinely think, I'm not saying they're doing it intentionally, but it just feels like the controversy markets the UFC even more, and that's why I don't think they're going to do anything about it. It it makes their company bigger and makes more money for them. So the more we upset, the more we are going to talk about it on social media, the more people know about the UFC, and the bigger the company gets. So why would they stop that? Why would they even try to fix the judging issue? So that's why a part of me is like, man, to do predictions like statistics is so hard. Like I should have been talking about Roman Reigns and Cody Rhodes. I would have no stress, to be honest. Right? It wouldn't affect me this much. I didn't actually think at one point in my life I would be a sports guy because I didn't like sports in general. And to think that now at this point I care about it. I just emailed you, bro. You got it. Let me actually check in the meantime. Um, Bravo, Valentina. Yeah, that was a good one. So I don't know if the UFC actually cares that much about what we think, because in all honesty, our pain, our frustrations make them money. So I don't think they're ever going to address it. You know. That's the sad part. I don't think they're ever going to address it. Um, Alpha tips, damn guys, I have Valentina as underdog, but I have but I had a ever so slight lean on Manon. Damn. Okay, X tape. I will watch with you. Just not gonna bed. Okay, no problem, man. Plus there are a lot of risky fights on that particular on next week's card. The Burns card is gonna be a tricky card, to be honest. Alpha tips definitely a bit of you gotta beat the champ. Definitely a bit of a you've gotta beat the champ. I think. I mean, I get it, but for me personally, I feel like Valentina got more damage. I guess. Um, Alpha tips fifth round. I have to fear rot slightly from wall hang. I mean, for me personally, I feel like Manon didn't do much in the fifth round except hold her. She got control time, not damage. Renier the Rizlos. Let's go, Bilal. I wanna see Makhachev versus Topuria for UFC 37. You know what? I also want Bilal to win, obviously because I picked him. That's going to be a massive fight, man, for UFC 217. Bravo, Valentina. I just sent you an email. Got it. I'm opening my emails right now. Let me actually check, and then I'll tell you if I got it.
You guys don't know how hungry I am for this title shot. You don't know how hungry I am to win this gold.
Bilal has been hungry to win this title shot. Yeah, I got it, man. I got it. I'll respond once the card is done. Squid, I got the email. We'll talk once the card is over. Awesome. Yeah, we'll talk after the card. I actually want to make a video about the robberies. So Alpha tips. I have my money on Bilal here. I'm pretty confident. Okay. I also picked the Bilal and I need him to win actually in order for my picks to not suck too badly. They still would suck, but at least I don't want it to be 50-50, you know. Um, X-Tave, a prediction: Jack wins via decision. Damn. Squid, yeah, no stress. Just send what I can order from you. Okay, cool. I'll do that. I'll do that, my guy. I'll make sure I do that. What else did I want? Okay, but I'll email you. It's fine. But on this particular fight, unfortunately, Squid, me and you have different people that we want to win. I need Bilal to win this one. So, unfortunately, we are rivals at this point. Let's go, Bilal! Let's go! I need Bilal to win. There have been so many robberies on this card. I mean, like, I hate the judges right now, man. Alpha tips. What's the most important stat you use to pick fights that you think is underrated?
I have every advantage over him. I just outstruck Leon
I
Edwards,
think
who was
finishing
supposedly
rate.
the best striker in the UFC.
Okay, maybe it's not underrated.
I dominated Gilbert Burns.
But I feel like it's underrated. I think finishing rate is very underrated.
I've seen your style before. You haven't seen
Because
anybody that fights like me.
that's why people like Anthony Smith are able to get the upset because his finishing ability is really high. When he wins, he usually finishes. So anyone who has a high finishing rate, I respect. I respect their ability, especially if it's about. Randy Brown's knockout was hilarious. I think that finishing rate is probably the most important one, especially if it's above 70%. If it's below 70%, I don't take it too seriously. But if it's above 70%, I'm like, okay, I need to be careful of this one. So I'd say finishing rate. I feel like people don't put enough stock into a fighter's ability to finish fights. And a lot of the time, the finishers are the ones that actually win fights. In most cases, whether from damage or for example, Valentina Shevchenko won, and she has the higher finishing rate. When you look at all the fights that everyone who just won, and look at their finishing rates the finishing rate of a fighter is probably one of the most number one, the most accurate statistic you can use, and at the same time, it's a very important statistic. So um, I think the finishing rate I think would be the most important and the most underrated in my opinion.
Australia's Della Maddalena.
Um,
Good Sunday to everybody in the land down
Octave,
under. Make sure you
Australia
like and
getting
turn
the
right for
robbery
you. This
papers.
video did not go well earlier tonight, but from the moment a lot of the song music got involved in contender series, we were of the belief that it could be
Australia
something
is getting
special
the
here.
robbery papers
Still
already.
anything was
Don't
underway
say
ever
that,
since, and
man.
now they will try to
Squid,
wrench the belt away
I will
in
order some
Beijing.
extra stuff. I want some merch for me, and also I will give away to people in need. Wow, that's actually incredible. I appreciate that, my guy. I'll send you like a full proper catalog. I appreciate that. I truly appreciate that. Squid, yeah, it's cool. If Jack wins, it's just extra money. I will win 3.2 thousand euros. If so, what the? What? That's a lot of money, dude. Wow. Alpha tips, thanks. Pleasure, man. Um, Jack, Squid, Jack's walkout song. I don't even know the song to be honest. TNT Dynamite, um, and limbs. Wake up, bro. What are you saying, dude? Jack lose, please. I'm sorry, Squid, but I need Jack to lose. I can't go 50-50, Joe. Like, it's humiliating. The trolls are going to have me. I wonder what they're saying. I need to include the trolls into my best comments of the week video. So we'll see how that goes. Uh, so Rene the Rizzler, I'm thinking of removing the comments of the week from the shorts and putting them on the standard video section of the channel. I know you are one of the few people who've seen that video. What do you think about that? Do you prefer it on the shorts section of the channel? Or is it fine if I move it to the standard section of the channel? That's if you're still here, because I know you like to come in and out of the stream. Let me know. But I'll wait for if you're not like on the stream right now. I guess I'll wait for you to comment, and then maybe you'll let me know. You know, I love how Bilal just doesn't care. Like, he knows people are going to not like him because of where he's from and because of his religion. And what he does is just, he leans into it. Who, bro? Sorry, missed what you said. No, I was talking to Renier the Rizlord. So I created this video on the shorts section of the channel, which is basically I visualize the best comments of the week, right? So I was asking because I know Renier the Rizlord saw that video. He was one of the I think he was the first person to comment on that video, and he was actually saying I should do it for every pay-per-view. And I was like, nah, I'm going to do it for every fight card. So I was just asking him, should I just leave it on the shorts section or move it to the standard video section? Um, I'm still also deciding. Also, I mean, the views will play a huge role because I'm pretty sure that currently that video probably sits at the 600 views, which is not too bad, especially for a new concept that I'm trying out. So I was just asking if I should move it to the standard section of the channel or just leave it on the shorts section of the channel. Nice, bro. I appreciate that, man. It's pretty cool. I'd encourage everyone like to watch it. Um, so the comments that I found entertaining. I actually should take yours, a screenshot of yours actually. Let me let me take a screenshot of yours. The donation part is actually a nice touch. Squid, I think you're going to be one of the comments there. I'll see how I visualize it. Because that comment about it shouldn't just be about humor. I think the idea to want to donate as well is actually pretty um, admirable. That's the right word I wanted to use. Yes. Just I thought you were just buying for yourself, but the mere fact that you're also even buying to give away to other people, um, I like that. So yeah, take a look at the video. I think it's pretty nice. Um, you let me know what you think. Let's go, Bilal.
This man knows that with the skill set that he possesses, especially in this matchup, right? When you look at it just on paper, Gilbert Burns scored 7 takedowns. Belal probably feasting in his mind on what he believes he can do to Jack Della Maddalena. Does that happen? I don't know. But I'm probably figuring that's what
Let's go, Bilal. Let's get this one. Let's get this win. Fiend, 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 fiend.
A lot of people think he could get it done by decision. That pays out at minus 105. Final act at UFC 315 is upon us. This tale to tape is presented by eChange. Be better, earn rewards, more sustainable choices. The champion Muhammad, the minus 185 betting favorite, is 36. Challenger Jack Della Maddalena is 28. Gold fighter 5'11" inches tall, 1 inch in reach.
Let's see how good Bilal is and how good Jack Della Maddalena is.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. Sanctioned by the Quebec Athletic Commission. Our 3 judges scoring this contest in octagon side are Mike Bell, Eric Holland,
Squid,
and
yeah,
David
thanks,
Harrigan.
bro. Of
And when the
course.
action begins,
Yeah,
our referee in charge of the octagon,
I'm
kicks
gonna
the
do
first
a good
off.
order,
This
both for me
championship
and
bout
to
is
give
brought to you by
away to
Mission
like 50 people.
Impossible.
Wow,
The final reckoning.
wow.
Tom Cruise is back.
Okay,
And he's the punch.
I didn't
He is going
expect
to
that
need
many
you
people,
to trust him one
or something
last
like that.
time.
Damn.
See
Okay,
Mission
we'll
Impossible. The
definitely
final
talk after
reckoning.
the card.
Only in theaters May
Yeah, we'll
23rd.
definitely talk. I need to actually prepare the catalog properly. I was preparing it last week. I was distracted, but I'll make sure that it's properly prepared. Wow, that's massive.
For those in attendance
Let me
and
take.
UFC fans watching
I
around
need to
the
add this.
world, this is the moment you've all been
Um,
waiting
or
for.
something like that. Do you have like a
From the
homeless shelter
Bell
that
Center
I
in
help?
Montreal,
You mean that you can help, or that, or you mean that there's one that you help in your area? Oh, okay. No, that actually makes a lot of sense. But it's a premium brand. But I mean, if you want to give it away, I mean, that's actually quite noble. I think we could all take notes from you because a part of me is like I would want as many clothes as possible. Maybe it's because I love clothes that much. But like I said, it's actually very admirable. Um, it's actually interesting to see someone be that generous about money. But it clearly seems like it doesn't matter to you much. But yeah, I like the fact that you know that's an aspect of what you do. Yeah, but it's just a nice bro with premium. Yeah, I fully agree. I 100% agree. I also actually have packages. I would actually like to meet you. Even if it's not through the packages, eventually at some point, I would like to actually I would like to actually meet you like in person, man. That's quite impressive. That's something I want to eventually do as I grow and become successful. Is to have like a shelter. I just don't know what kind of shelter. I also do law. I'm a candidate attorney, so my other goals is to have like an NPO law, yeah, a law related NPO and offer free legal services, quality legal services to a specific group of people. So eventually, I also want to get into the NPO thingy, but that's actually quite impressive. I admire that. And I help your business too, so it's a win-win. Yeah, that's actually 100% true. I appreciate that, by the way. Thank you.
This 170
Um,
is
Jack,
absolutely loaded with top contenders. The Aussie
let Bilal
gets his
knock you
crack
out,
tonight.
and then this will be,
Yeah, some weird behavior. Jack Della Maddalena was trying to stand at the
I
door
don't know,
entry
it'll
after all his
be a
walking.
salvageable moment.
I think
Same, bro.
hopefully these
Let's
guys a
keep
little bit
contact. One
nervous
day
or excited
we'll sit
before these
on
fights
a
so they're
UFC fight
focused on
card
getting
live.
outside of
That
themselves
would
a
be
little
nice.
bit.
Yeah,
Jack Della
I
Maddalena
actually
pressure
want
forward in three.
to do that
Muhammad attempts
as
to
I
fight.
grow. I want to create like a
Nice
community
jab
in a
established
sense.
by
Obviously,
Maddalena
maybe
early.
also attend some
Like to see
events,
Maddalena go to the
but
body
I want to
early. That
also
will
create
stop
like
Belal from being able
a
to shoot
situation.
any of his
Hopefully, with the
punches.
people who've been
What he's
supporting
doing,
my
right
channel, I
now,
don't want
he's
to
Belal
get the
from shooting,
random
and that's bad
people
for the body.
who don't even
Belal
care
needs to
about the
press
sport.
forward if he wants to get
Damn, Jack
those
looks good,
takedowns like he
man.
got against Leon Edwards.
Jack looks good.
Jab by Muhammad
But
over the top.
definitely, Squid, we'll talk
Della
about it
Maddalena has found the range early.
through the
Inside leg
emails.
kick is good.
Jack looks good, man. Wow.
Jack has landed a couple.
No, internet, do not buffer now. Okay, it's back.
Trying to be first. Keeps Belal on his heels.
At this point, when Muhammad had gotten his title shot, he had already taken Leon Edwards down. No level changes as yet.
One thing Muhammad cannot do is try to prove that he can stand with Jack Della Maddalena for 25 minutes. He doesn't need to prove anything. He's the champion.
Oh,
As he lands a beautiful right hand.
wow.
Set up nicely
I was
by
talking
Muhammad.
about his hands, but I hope he doesn't plan on striking with Jack because Jack,
Southpaw stance out of Jack Della
like I
Maddalena.
said,
Too
is
much.
probably the better
See whenever
striker
he
here.
switches, that's when Belal's
I
attack
think, but
weakens.
Bilal trains with Ignacio Bahamondes, but
Attack fight
still,
on the stance switch.
I feel like
Muhammad
Bilal should
advancing
take
with a
him to
couple
the
big right
ground,
hands in
man.
the
I
zone.
don't
2
want
minutes
any
of meat
problems.
in round one.
Um, Canelo hands, yeah, they are coming out right now. They are actually the Ooh, wow.
Muhammad switching up the footwork.
Is Bilal actually competing?
Oh, for Della Maddalena.
I think I wanna show that he
Straight
got
left
hands.
hands
Yeah,
follow.
I also
Jack
see
Della
that, but I
Maddalena
hope
switches
that
stance so much
I
right
hope
now.
that he doesn't do that,
Belal needs
man.
to mix in some takedowns.
Mix it. I think he should
Jack
mix it
Della's
up.
hard to
That's
read.
what he's
Ground
good
pound
at.
on the
Mix
feet.
everything up. Don't try to be a
Muhammad, if the fight
striker,
goes on
man.
the feet, he's going to get his rhythm, the timing. He's going to read what Belal's looking for on the feet and then start piecing together his own timing.
And Dom, it's not only about
I think, but Bilal
Jack
is
getting
trying to
confident. The
basically
more you're fighting where
um
you're not in your
is
major area,
basically
your
maybe
best
is
area,
trying to get
you
his
start to
rhythm
fatigue a
so
little
that he
bit.
can
Maybe
find good
Belal
takedown
decides
entries.
later in
I
the
don't
fight,
know.
I'm gonna start taking him down, but if he takes too much damage, that damage wears on the gas tank.
The one thing I like is we're not seeing Belal
Nice.
move back a lot. He's moving forward equally and not just getting shoved back the whole time. So that's going to help the damage when he's on the feet.
What happens
Minimize
is
it.
at his best is when he's pressing forward.
Really good leg kick by Della Maddalena. And rest assured, Team Muhammad, like Valley Lewis Taylor, had
Come on,
buckets of respect for
Bilal,
Muhammad's
shoot.
skill set coming in. Left hand is through for Della Maddalena. Off to a pinpoint start.
I mean, this
It would be insane if Bilal actually wins
stay
on
on the
the feet.
outside,
I don't
stay in
want
that
him
range,
to,
keep moving laterally.
but it would
Don't
be
let
so
Belal get a
funny to
hold.
see all the people who are like.
Power shots, and that's what he's doing right now.
Yeah, and try to stay as close to that body
It
as you
would
can.
be hilarious. I don't want
Now
to.
Belal, that's good for Belal. He got to the body. Oh, Della Maddalena looking for the counter.
Wow.
That's when Belal's punches get better.
Wow.
Yeah, when he mixes that's when he's the most dangerous.
I think Jack is surprised at how good Bilal is on the field. He seems a bit surprised, but let's see how he adjusts. Jack is a bit surprised.
And you saw Muhammad sort of take
I
an
don't know if
angle
it's
on that
hurt or
takedown, given
surprised, but
all
he
those
doesn't look like his normal confident self. But he's fighting confidently. That's one thing that I can say. And then my internet buffers. Come on, and I can't change the internet connection right now. No, why so long? How's the fight going, guys? Uh, Let me actually try to see if I can connect to something else because this is not good. Uh, Let me connect to something else. Uh, um, Bilal Canelo hands one. Bilal actually won the striking exchanges. That's crazy.
Hey, dude. Hey, brother. We're a little bit behind, a little bit slow, dude. I want a little bit more active with your fades, dude. Whenever you get him in this corner,
Am I tripping in saying Bilal won that round? Nah, man, I'm with you there. Bilal won that round. He was landing the bigger shots. Um, I think Jack was doing decently. Yeah, Bilal won that round. I agree. Bilal actually won that round. Um,
Nice combination here by Belal on the break. Really competitive first round.
Yeah, didn't realize how many big shots Muhammad did land there in round one. Round two is brought to you by Monaco, the official canned cocktail of UFC. Two shots.
yeah, I think even the commentary team is agreeing
Della
with the
Maddalena
fact
round,
that
though, and his corner man, Ben Vickers, said that he won that round after he was probed by Jack 4-4, and you're the world champ.
Bilal's corner wants more fakes, more feints out of him.
Early here, round two.
And they told Belal they want him to grab him a little bit, test him and see where he is in his grappling. They said he's a little bit slow right now and a little bit behind Della Maddalena in the striking, even though he had his moments.
man, the longer the fight goes, I favor Bilal, but man, he shouldn't be trying to strike with Jack, man. I don't like that. Even though he's doing well, I don't like that he's trying to strike with Jack. Um, Bilal, X Dave, I can respect Bilal for trying to strike instead of only takedowns. That's not a good idea, man. I don't like that. Even though I can respect it, I don't like it. Squid, yeah, I think he wants to show that he is not boring. I choose winning over being boring, to be honest. But I get that he wants to win over the fans. But man, for me that's not good, man. Um, but I guess we'll see. Wow, Bilal Muhammad is actually having a competitive fight on the field with Jag, who I think is probably the best striker. And okay, Stephen Wonderboy Thompson doesn't count. He's past his prime. I don't think he's ever going to get to the belt. He's probably a couple of fights away from retiring. So that's why I say Jack is probably the best striker in welterweight. Um, Squid, but that can cost him if Jack get a good strike and KO him. Yeah, that's one of the things that actually worry me is the fact that if Jack lands a good shot, he won't have the time to recover.
He's giving himself a chance. Muhammad needs to back this guy up.
Why this fight is so fun is because they both know whoever's backing up is losing. So they just keep taking the real estate back from each other.
Jack throws that lead right hand, man, and he touches Belal with it.
On the
Oh, we thought Kevin Holland was good. Bilal is bleeding. Is Bilal bleeding?
saw it right there? That's why he's dipping. Belal tried to level change and he went right into the head of Della Maddalena. In wrestling, we call it head-hands defense. Right there, he used his head to block Belal from level changing. That's why he's dipping.
X-Tape, remember I said the Jag bad decision. Let's see though. But Jack is not winning so far. But I mean, Bilal is starting to bleed from his nose. But the round is still close. I can't honestly say that it's Jack's round because Bilal is pressuring. Both of them are landing more or less the same amount of the same amount of shots, or rather, as far as significant strikes. But my biggest problem is the fact that it's close, and if it's close, then it's not it's not gonna be good for Bilal, to be honest. Because obviously everyone, probably including the judges, don't like Bilal. Not everyone, but I know that the majority of people don't like him. So he probably won't win a robbery. If anyone is going to win a robbery, it's going to be Jack Della Maddalena. So even though I still feel like Bilal is competing competitively against the Jack, I genuinely think it's a little bit better if he tries to actually grapple. And unfortunately, based on what is happening, it makes me think, wow, 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 Bilal is doing well, man.
Good jab by Muhammad. Muhammad attempts a spinning back fist late. A little showmanship from Della Maddalena. 2 rounds down.
I think it's 1-1 because of the show, the theatrics. I think the theatrics might have given might have given Jack the round. I think it was pretty even, but because of the theatrics at the end, they probably gave the round to Jack. Australia gonna cook Bila. Squid 1-1. I think Jack won this round. Yeah, highly possible. I wouldn't be surprised if they gave him the first round as well. I mean, the robberies have been out of control on this card. Renier, the wrist lord. 1-1. I agree. Renier. Canelo Hands is doing good on the feet, bro. Though. Yeah, I'm actually even surprised that he was able to survive this long on the feet. But like I said, he trains with Ignacio Bahamondes, so you never know. X-Dave, Squid, you need to win on KO or what? No, Squid, no, just Jack win either way. Oh, man, that's actually quite crazy. I agree with DC, man. What he's doing, Bilal Muhammad is going to lose the belt because he's trying to prove he can strike.
Timing, you can see it when he makes Muhammad miss. When Muhammad starts missing, and then you see
Oh,
like that, you know he's got his timing and his rhythm.
yeah, Jack might win. I didn't think Bilal would actually want to strike with Jack. I actually thought he would mix it up.
Looks fantastic, especially with the head movement. So if I'm Belal Muhammad, I'm trying to use that against him. I'm going to start throwing punches, get him to move that head, and shoot a knee right up the middle.
Or that kick from round 1, right, Dean? That kick that he landed early in the fight.
He's got to use it against him. He's letting Jack do too much. Look at that head movement.
Yeah,
You got to catch him with something off of that.
And Jack's head movement looks beautiful. And he's gaining confidence.
Jab by Della Maddalena a moment ago.
You need to see more of the right hand double leg threats from Belal. He needs to mix in the looks of the takedowns to hide his strikes.
And that's what, look at that. Jack Della is now feinting takedowns.
Yeah. Close thing.
That's how good he's feeling.
Jack's head movement is nice. Yeah,
Anything Belal does to him, he takes him out of
yeah. I
stoppage.
mean,
No, no, right here. See how Belal
it's
is
it's
behind
actually quite beautiful
that
to be
black
honest.
line. Belal needs to
Um,
start pressing
yeah, you're
forward
cooking nice.
and
Yeah, he is
trying to
actually.
attack
Yeah.
takedowns. Right here.
Yeah.
Should be
His head
levitating
movement
already.
is really
And
beautiful. I'm not
generally he
gonna
would
lie.
be.
Even though I'm hating the fact that he's
Another
winning,
jab by
I
Belal.
mean, but
Secured
his head
9
movement
potential
is
takedown
quite
attempts.
nice to be
Leon
honest.
Edwards 0 for
There it
Not
is.
gonna lie.
Now Belal's landed.
I think Bilal came in with the wrong strategy in this particular fight. He should have came in with a wrestling heavy strategy as usual. Winning over the fans means you lose the belt, and after you lose the belt, they still don't give a crap about you. So I would have rather been boring and a champion than to please the fans who will still hate you even after. You know, they might maybe say, okay, we'll support you for one more
They
fight,
both trade
and
right
then
hands there.
it's
Muhammad landed
over
one. Then Jack
if he
came back with
doesn't do
both
the
right
same
hands.
thing in the next fight, or doesn't win. So I guess we'll see, man.
Muhammad has been the slightly busier striker. Della Maddalena landing at the better percentage. Oh, it's a big right.
Right hand, yep. Oh, jabs.
Well placed jab to the body by the challenger.
Oh, another
Oh,
right hand.
those
Right there,
dangerous
feel it.
shots are coming closer and
Feel
closer to landing.
those right hands go. Right now he's throwing a lot of.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'd love to see Belal mix
Bilal,
it with
Bilal
both
is
hands.
losing
Just
this
kind of
fight,
really
and I
just
hope
out
he
his
that
cage, not
his
with the
corner
hand
tells
strike,
him that he's
because he's
losing.
doing it, but it will just help
He
his cage
needs
stay
the
straight
last two
and get
rounds,
better.
otherwise
He
he
mixes
should
it in,
just forget
put him
about
on
his
the
belt.
fence, clinch
Because
it.
if he
I
loses
feel
the
like
second
Belal's
round,
having his
then
best
I
striking round
think
this round,
Jack will
but his
be up
corner wants him close.
three
That's what they
rounds.
want. They want him as close as he can be to Della Maddalena, so that Della Maddalena isn't able to use that deep kick like he spoke about earlier. Now,
Muhammad with a
Next
jab.
day,
Good
we
right hand
might
from
have a
Della
new
Maddalena.
champion. I agree.
Muhammad will try to answer.
Well, Usher has a chin, man. He's using some big shots. He's right on the beard like nothing.
Under a minute here to go, round 3 for the UFC welterweight title. Beautiful counters to right hands.
and his hands just moving so well. He's landing those shots in the middle of that sequence the whole time while moving his head. There it is. Now Belal goes to the shot.
But that's late, Bilal. You need to do this at the beginning of the
When he does
round.
this, it's just effective. Look at how he's using the legs like you were talking about earlier. And we weren't seeing he's using the legs in here. He's got to mix it up.
I'll tell you, Della Maddalena's takedown defense looks better than it ever has. And he tries to get a takedown.
I think Bilal is gonna lose his belt. Squid! Damn you!
You are starting to see the ball, yeah? The shot's there. Don't rush it. If it doesn't come, it doesn't come. You're winning. Jack, you're winning every round so far. He has not got a fucking clue what to do, alright? Keep doing what you're doing. Find that shot.
I'm
Okay, when
actually
you find
quite
your back
sad
against the
right
cage, you can
now.
deal with it, scrap. No problem, right? When you're on the pull, find that shot. Stay away from his rear hand.
You're having a lot of fun out there.
Let's keep him on the panel. Let's go, dude. Let's fucking go.
You're gonna do secondary, right? Secondary.
Actually, I reached the limit on
We got 10 minutes when you're hard.
depositing, so I couldn't put the Jack on decision
Great to watch those two power
FK.
corners. Ben
For
Vickers
fuck's
for Jack
sake.
Della Maddalena, Mike Valley, Lewis Taylor, Horacio
Ah,
Gutierrez, and everybody with the Belal
the
Muhammad.
trolls are going to cook me in the comments. They're gonna be like,
Said to his coaches
"You're
that
trash,
Della
dude. Your
Maddalena is
channel
just
is
too slow.
trash."
He's having a hard time getting a hold of him. His coaches said, we don't give a rip.
Change
Go get him.
casino,
Go get a
bro.
takedown. They told him that.
Damn,
This
that's
is
a
his time
lot,
to finish
man.
this guy.
Oh, you're telling him to change where he bets. Okay.
Listen,
So, which is crazy. Or maybe they're trying to limit.
Uppercut, slip is clean. Good. This type of pressure is key for Belal.
Very important for Belal.
Wow, that was a good shot. Jack has a good chin, man.
So this is not new territory for Muhammad as he lands a big right
Bilal
hand.
Muhammad is landing really nicely, but the fact that he's trying to strike is not good, man.
Here comes that below Muhammad pressure.
It seems like we're getting a super fight between Islam Makhachev versus Jack Della Maddalena. Bilal came in with a strategy to strike, and he tried to be Islam too much. He's trying to be Islam too much. Like it's surprising because he should have knocked out Jack at this point. X-Tape rode the Della via decision before it started. You did. I actually remember. You actually did. I can vouch for that. Rene Darislot, the Belal has no power. Yeah, man. I bet he's been landing really decent shots, but they're not doing anything to Jack. Oh! Oh! I mean, Bilal is a dog, man. You can hate the guy, but man, he's fighting. The crowd should stop booing, man. The guy is fighting, dog. Like, I think Bilal deserves a lot of respect after this fight, man. Like, he's in a fight. He's in a fight, dog. Oh, 2.5 minutes. I mean, try to do something, Bilal. This is your field. Give him a knee. Knee him. Oh no. Squid. Yeah, I saw it. X-Tape. I'm just gonna keep the minimal with depositing. I hear you. That's actually quite good for you, to be honest. You don't want you wasting money that you probably maybe might not have, especially on gambling. So it's good that you are limiting yourself as far as deposits. I mean, Bilal is winning the third round, in my opinion. I guess we'll see. The fourth round, I mean. Squid, bro, if this continues, I think Jack can knock him out. Why do Bilal try to take him down more? I honestly don't know, man. But I think this is Bilal's round, to be honest. I think this is Bilal's round. Squid. Yeah, Bilal speeding up. X-Tape. Bro, Bilal is cooked. Rene there is Lord Bilal in a fun fight. It's crazy. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, wow, Jack's takedown defense has improved. The dog. Wow. Wow, Jack's takedown defense has improved massively. Massively. I mean, and the judges will probably give it to Jack because they don't like wrestling. Bilal a dog, bro. Yeah, Rene the Rizlot, I agree, man. Like, he's a dog. I feel like he's breaking Jack, but late. It's too late. I wish he would have done it in the second round. An absolute dog, I meant. Yeah. He's a dog, man. Like, it's impressive. Wow. Wow, man.
Dad, give me a mouthpiece. When you
X Dave, X Dave, nah, bro. I'm loving this main card. I'm actually with you there, man. This is a good fight. I'm actually even surprised, even though I feel like Belal has been getting a lot of flack. I think this is a good fight, man. Bilal got this round, I think. Yeah, Squid, I'm with you there. Rene, there is Lord 2-2 in my opinion. Yeah, I agree. But Jag could be up 3-1. I mean, it's Canada that they're cheering Jag. Based on how the judges have been scoring, if you want to know who's winning, just listen to the crowd. And it doesn't matter if they're losing or not. As long as the crowd loves you, then you are going to probably win the decision. X-Dave, if not, we got a new champ. I agree. I honestly agree. Bilal got to do something big here to secure the win. Yeah, because he's probably going to be robbed, and this fight is too close for him. I think it's 2-2, but Bilal might be robbed even if he wins the third round. But I think he needs to win the third round. Not I think. This is the tiebreaker, basically. Whoever wins this one, in my opinion, wins the fight. But robbery is rife in Canada right now. So who knows? Wow. Jack is letting himself be pressed against the fence.
Well, when Jack Della was having his most successful rounds, he was able to stay in the middle. He was off the octagon side. He wasn't under attack so much from the wrestler.
If Bilal can do this for the rest of the round, I mean, I think he's going to win the third round. The question is, did the judges score this fight the way that it's supposed to be scored? Oh no, Jack! Why does he look so good, man? Like Jack can fight, dude. Like the skill is incredible, man. Oh, that was a big shot from Bilal. There's a dog fight, man. This is like a really brutal fight. Okay, not brutal, but this is a fun fight. Get the thing down! Oh no! Let's go! We are getting this round. Keep him down. Land, Bilal. Land, yeah, nice takedown near the wrist lock. I agree, man. Bilal, land. These people, man, 3 minutes. Land, Bilal. Do not let him up. Bilal won this fight, man. It's 2-2. It was 2-2 coming into the fifth. I mean, if another robbery happens, I don't know, man. The real question is it enough? I mean, I know that the robbery papers are signed, but I mean, if Bilal remains on top, I mean, I'm not. Are they going to give us 3 robberies in one night? I don't know, man. Wow. And look at Bilal's face, man. But I feel like Bilal is winning this round. So far, Jack hasn't done nothing. Bilal has been landing better, got the takedown. I still feel like Bilal is winning. X-Tape, gotta give props to Bilal. Dude is amazing, not gonna lie. Yeah, man, I think hopefully the hate will go away today. Okay, that elbow stung Bilal, to be honest. Oh my goodness, Jack. Right now, I think Bilal wins this. I mean, Jack is starting to take over. No! Wow, this fight made me forget how many robberies there were. Oh no, Jack messed it up for himself. Jack messed it up for himself. Jack was arrogant and he got taken down.
Championship medal under a minute to go. The one who loses the scramble is the one who stops wrestling first, and we saw Jack Della Maddalena stop wrestling before Belal in that scramble.
Jack needs to find a way back to his feet.
Oh wow, this is a good fight, man.
Very impressed with Della Maddalena's takedown.
You know what? My picks were trash, but I feel like this fight has made me forget. There were robberies. I mean, this is a good fight, man. Wow, what a good fight, man. What a good fight. What a good fight. Oh my goodness. Belal is tired. We have a new champion, guys. We have a new champion. And new. And new. My picks were trash, but shout out to Jack, man. I can't be mad at that. Shout out to Squid. Squid made 3.2 thousand euros. I mean, that's crazy, dog. That's crazy. Nah, Jack won. He's the fan favorite. His performance was incredible towards the end of the round. I think it was 2-2 coming into the third, so I think Jack won. Yeah, no, he won. Jack won this, man. Jack won. It's not even. I don't think they'll even drop him. Jack need to do something, bro. Bilal heard that Jack won this. X-Tave, I agree. Insane call from me. Yeah, and Squid as well, because Squid was like, nah, I'm taking Valentina and Jack, and he was right. Renier, there is lot. JDM 3-2. Yeah, I agree with you, Squid. Hope so, but I'm not sure. Nah, he won, man. You think he won? Jack won. X-Tave, Jack wins this. Yeah. X-Tave, congrats. Squid, congratulations, man. Squid, I'm not sure, bro. Nah, he won, but why are the scorecards taking so long? It might be a split. Oh, they're in. I'm not sure, bro. Agent Smith, hey, man. Good job on your picks. I appreciate that. Even though my picks were trash, this card, I'm not gonna lie, they were trash. X-Tave, if Bilal kept him on the ground, he wins this. Yeah. 48-47. And new. Hey, it's alright. You're a very good predictor. It happens. Keep on cracking, man. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. I actually thought you hated me, my guy. I appreciate that. Means a lot. I'm down right now, but this fight made me forget, man. This was an incredible fight. Thank you, Agent Smith. Shout out, Squid. Congratulations on the 3,200 euros, man. That's insane, man. Marcus F. Marcus F. Your bed. I told you. Don't be like that, man. Wow. We are getting Islam Makhachev versus Jack Della Maddalena. Super fight incoming. Super fight incoming. Let's go. Let's go.
Of course, he brings the pressure, you know. I knew I had to be smart on my feet. I think I should have been a bit sharper with the shots, but it is what it is.
Jack, let's take a look at your work, champ. You did a tremendous
Ian Gary versus Jack is gonna be hilarious, especially after what Jack said about Ian Gary's son. It's gonna be insane. I wonder who beats Bilal at this point. Good fight, to be honest. Nah, it was a really good fight, man. It was a really good fight.
Of
Wow.
course, coming in there against someone like Belal with that sort of pressure wrestling, I knew I had to be smart. I couldn't spend too much time on my back. I was expecting to spend a bit of time on my back, but I felt like I took my breath and then made a move.
Jack, I'm a former champion. You never let that belt out of your hands. Coach, bring that belt back and give it to Jack Della Maddalena. You hold that thing while you do the interview, champ. Jack, your coach has said you're the best in the world. At the end of the fight, when that fifth round was over, how did that, when you heard that, did it stand out to you right away, or did you have to process it like, man, I'm about to become a world champion?
I looked up at the clock, I saw 30 seconds left. I thought I was ahead, but I wanted to keep pushing you. I wanted to take him out of there. I was gunning for a late finish, but you know what, Bilal's the man, he's a tough dude. He's not easy to put away.
Jack, you spoke about the great Australian champions, the Robert Whitakers, the Alexander Volkanovski. You said you hope that one day you can stand amongst those guys. You are now the world champion. What does it mean to you to stand amongst the legends from Australia?
Australia, we got 3 of these babies. Let's go.
Jack, they said that Islam Makhachev would get the title shot up at 170 if you won this belt tonight. What do you think about that?
I think it's a beautiful challenge. You know, he's pound for pound number 1. I'm going to get him back for Volk.
Well, you are the man. Congratulations on the masterful performance. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the new welterweight champion of the world, Jack.
Man, what the fuck was Bilal thinking? I don't know, man. I don't know, but I think he might have gotten what he wanted. I think a lot of fans are going to respect him after this fight. He might have made a stupid decision by deciding to strike with Jack. And to be fair to him, he actually won 2 out of 5, which is not bad. But it was a bad decision for him to come in with a plan to strike. I wish he would have kept to his strategy to mix it up. X-Tape, one thing I can guarantee is, let me could, he thought he winning on the feed, didn't even try to take him down. Yeah, I think he was maybe trying to win over the fans, but also maybe we don't know what he thought in his training camp. Maybe he felt like he couldn't take him down, and that's why he came in with a strategy to strike, which would be better than trying to failing to grapple and getting knocked out. At least he went out on a decision, which is not too horrible. X Tape, Bilal wins his next fight. I agree, man. I agree. That was a dog fight, man. Shout out to Bilal. Shout out to Jack, man. My picks were not that great, but man, I take everything I said back. You know, I'm not moving to any other sport. Shawshank McGee, wherever you are, come back. The sport is still nice. I get why he feels down, but man, like, damn the UFC. Like, this is why this is the dilemma. It's like a sour pop. Like, it's sweet, but it's sour at the same time. You know. Um, Ja- let me cook. JDM versus Islam is on the way also. Charles versus Islam too. No, Charles versus Ilya Tuporia is probably going to headline International Fight Week. Bilal versus Shafkat on the way too. I think that is the fight to make, especially because the next fight for Jack is going to be the pound for pound number 1. Islam Makhachev. I can't wait for that one. Imagine if Islam Makhachev holds the welterweight and lightweight belt. That will be historic. That will be. I can't wait for that fight, man. And I'm not gonna lie, a part of me wanted to see Islam Makhachev versus Ilya Tuporia. Even though I agree with Islam, if he beats Ilya 5 years, 10 years from now, people will be discrediting his legacy, saying, he was beating the featherweights. So I'm actually glad that this happened. Um, Shout out to Jack, man, and shout out to Squid. Squid called it perfectly. Squid, do you have an insider? Okay, but last time you lost money. You lost money betting on Prates, so I guess maybe you don't have an insider. But man, that was a good call from you, man. Bilal versus Shafkat on the way. Yeah, that's the fight to make. Squid, I feel bad for Jack now. Islam will hunt him. Yeah, Islam is a significantly better version of Bilal. Islam is better at wrestling than Bilal. There's a reason why Bilal didn't want to fight him. Islam is better at striking than Bilal. And Islam is not a boxer. JDM is a boxer. Islam is a kickboxer, right? So Islam will be mixing in the head kicks. I mean, he knocked out, what do you call him? Alexander Volkanovski via head kick, right? So Islam is a kickboxer, not a boxer. And JDM is a boxer. So I don't know how that's going to play out for him. Um, Man, I'm so excited. I'm still mad at the UFC for not taking us seriously. I mean, look at WWE. They are thriving because they are listening to their fans. But we, unfortunately, are still stuck with our old, or the old founder. And I don't see a scandal coming out from Dana White that would force him to move from his position like McMahon did. So I don't think he's going anywhere anytime soon. But I just feel like someone who's a fan of the sport needs to take over the UFC and start listening to the fans. WWE is breaking its own records because they listen to their fans. Right now, when Mr. McMahon was in charge, they were not listening to their fans. Now it's different, and that's why they're breaking records. I wish the UFC was doing the same thing, man. But I mean, it's times like this, like right now. The sport is fun. It's hard to let go because of that, and I think that's what the UFC knows. They know that they have a quality, but again, they have a quality product, and they don't have to do a lot in order to continue to promote it, which honestly sucks because they basically know that they don't have to do much in order to continue to be the best because they already know that they've been established and everyone, even the best fighters, want to go there. So that honestly sucks, but it is what it is. I love the sport, but I was honestly heartbroken because of the robberies. Um, Something needs to be done. I don't want to lie. Something needs to be done. Anyway, let me continue to finish reading your comments and then so that I can bounce. Um, Honor D, Maddalena versus Makachev. Let's effing go! Let's go! Dude, I can't wait. I can't wait. But like I was saying, a part of me wanted to see Topuria versus Makachev. But I'm good with Tuporia versus Oliveira. Although I think Oliveira is, but again, Tuporia is just going to knock the living crap out of Charles Oliveira. Like the amount of times that Oliveira gets hit by his opponent, it's not gonna end well against Tuporia. And unlike all his other opponents, or rather the majority of his other opponents, Tuporia is not gonna be afraid to chase him to the ground. So I feel bad for Charles Oliveira. He's going to be knocked out. I'm not. I don't think it's going to get to a decision. Let me cook. I mean, Ilya. Yeah, yeah. I think I got you. Xtave. When you guys go to bed tonight, just remember Aldo got robbed. And Ion Kutelaba. Do not forget about Ion Kutelaba. Kutelaba. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Squid. Haha. Poor Aldo. Xtave. You got big bucks tonight. Yeah, man. I'm Squid just made like a hell of a lot of money today. Let me cook. Islam gonna hunt him down. Xtave, Xtave, thanks, brother, man. I feel I appreciate that. Let me cook. I feel sad for Bilal, man. I agree, but I think hopefully he got a lot of fans from that performance. Um, Let me see. Islam are gonna hunt him down. Xtave, good shit with the picks. I'm sure you're talking to Squid. Thanks, brother. No insider. X-Tape, Mirab versus Sean. Same thing gonna happen, I swear. I mean, I could see that happening because the first time Sean O'Malley was doing pretty decently. I feel like he should have been improving his wrestling this camp. I can see an upset happening, especially because I'm sure O'Malley felt how Mirab is in the octagon, and also probably learned something from watching Umar fight Mirab. So I'm pretty confident that, not confident, but I wouldn't be surprised if Sean somehow manages to find a way to get it done. Early plays. Who do you got on this fight now? I mean, it's over now, but I had Bilal. I was wrong. On Adi, I really want to see Ilya versus Oliveira for the lightweight interim championship during Islam's going to, yeah, no, that's the fight that's going to happen at International Fight Week. It's going to be Oliveira versus Ilya Tuporia. Squid Mirab versus Sean. I think Mirab will win. He is too good, and his gas tank is crazy. And it's possible. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Let me cook. I'm just curious if the UFC bribed Bilal to not shoot a takedown and give the belt to JDM. I mean, that's also a possibility, you know. Maybe gave him an incentive and said, you know what, Bilal, if you don't shoot on this card, we are going to give you an extra million. It's possible. It's possible. It's possible. Um, Renier the Wrestler, I got 7 out of 12, which is mid. I mean, I got 6 out of 6, which is horrible. Um, Let Me Cook, I got 8 out of 12. That's actually quite good. I hope those other two are not the robberies that happened. Xtave, whatever you guys have in your bank account, the 8th of June, put it all on Mirab and thank me later. Damn, okay. So much confidence. Let Me Cook, Tuporia gonna kill my King Charles. Nah, it's not even going to be close. I don't think so, at least. Honor D, you think Ilya, Aman, or something better, bro? That's cool too. I didn't think about that, man. I wished, but the UFC. It seems like the UFC is trying to punish Aman, and is also trying to make an example out of him, so that even in future, whenever you think about pulling out, and especially because I think the UFC is doing this because they know what the doctor said, and I'm sure the UFC felt like, but you could have fought like that, you know. So maybe they're trying to punish him, but I think that's a good fight. I would rather see Ilya versus Arman than Ilya versus Charles because Ilya is going to knock out Charles Oliveira, unfortunately. Um, Let Me Cook Kudelaba got robbed bad. Really, I honestly agree. I might actually make a video, but for now, Squid. I don't know if you're still on the stream or not. I'm going to compile the catalog and send it to you, and then I'll send you even my WhatsApp number so that um, we can communicate a little bit more. Squid, thanks for the stream, my guy. Always great to see you and hear you talk fighting. See you and talk on email. Sleep good, bro. God bless. Um, I'm not gonna sleep up until I send you the email, but I appreciate that. We'll talk on the email. I'll send you my WhatsApp details as well. I appreciate you. And I appreciate every single one of you that joined me. You guys make the streams amazing. Um, every time I think about stopping doing this because of the crap that the UFC just pulled, not the obviously it's the judges and the judges are apparently appointed by the commission, but it's clear that the UFC has enough pull to actually do something about these kind of situations. So I generally feel like if the UFC wanted to deal with the issues of horrible judging, they would have done it a long time ago. They just like the fact that when we're upset, we talk about the UFC trends, it gets more fans, and it makes them more money ultimately. So it doesn't make business sense for them to actually address these kind of issues according to them. But when you look at companies like WWE, which is owned by the same company, their profits have gone significantly up purely from listening. Obviously, their matchmaking is a little bit better now, but they are listening to their fans. I mean, the UFC should learn something from that. I appreciate you guys joining me. It really means a lot to me. Xtave, I will see you guys next week. Cool watching with you guys. Yeah, man. It's fun. I don't want to lie. I enjoy watching with you guys as well. Xtave, we will all get some bread next week. Trust. I hope so too, man. Squid. Okay, great, bro. Send it and I will order from your catalog. Okay, no problem, man. Xtave, see you, bro. Yes, we will make more moolah. Thank you for joining me, guys. I do live streams every single day for breakdowns. Even though my picks are not particularly great this week, my breakdowns are incredible. You can go back and watch my breakdowns for this particular card and the previous cards. So my breakdowns are incredible. So if you want to join me for that, let's join me there. To support the channel, you can become a member. You can buy me a coffee on a monthly basis. You can get the $35 monthly one, which gives you clothes, premium, my brand, my clothing brand, on an annual basis. You can get the $100 one, which gives you clothes a premium clothes on every 6 months. And the biggest one is the $999 one, which includes premium apparel every 6 months and a trip and all expenses paid trip to South Africa every year. And like there's a luxury resort that I think would be perfect. So if you want to support the channel, that's another way you can do it. Until next time, I truly appreciate you guys for joining me. Until next time, I love and appreciate all of you. Before I go, let me read your comments. Ed Squid, next week, guys, get ready. Okay, I'll see you guys during the week. I love and appreciate all of you. Until next time, deuces.